Morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. That's the first time anybody's ever responded. That's nice. I won't do the making a speech thing and ask everybody to do better on that. It was good enough. Thank you. Welcome to this meeting of the Gainesville City Commission for January 15th. This is our first regular meeting of 2026. So very, very pleased to have you all with us this morning. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we are on to our invocation this morning by Pastor Beth Snar of First United Methodist Church.
Welcome. It's good to be with you.
Well, thank you so much for having me, and on behalf of First United Methodist Church, and I believe all of the folks in our city, thank you so much, especially to Chief Nelson Moya, to our city manager, Andrew Persons, to you, Mayor Ward, as well as our District 1 Commissioner, Desmond Duncan Walker. I know she's not here. Here she comes. Look, what a wonderful entrance. Welcome, welcome. So glad. And for the excellent press conference that you all were a part of yesterday that just spoke a voice and voices of calm and comfort during a time that was really so needed. So thank you so much for that. And our prayer today is going to ask God to continue to guide us as we seek these kinds of challenges in our community and beyond. So let us pray. Merciful Creator, we do come to you today with heavy hearts, burdened by yesterday's act of senseless gun violence that has shattered a sense of peace within our community. We grieve with the family and friends of the person whose life was taken at Imeka Lumber, and for the family and friends of the shooter who are surely horrified by his actions. We hold in our hearts and in our prayers those who are suffering from the trauma, especially the 2 wounded Gainesville police officers and their family and friends. We thank you so much for their bravery and service, and for the bravery and service of all of our law enforcement officers here in Gainesville and beyond. We seek your guidance and wisdom for this city commission and all of our local leaders. Grant them the strength and courage to pursue just and compassionate solutions that will protect all members of our community, especially the most vulnerable. Help us to transform our sorrow, fear, and anger into positive action. Inspire us to reach out to those who feel alone or marginalized, and to foster unity and understanding in a world often marked by division. May our actions reflect a commitment to peace, and may we work tirelessly to build a city where all are valued, respected, and safe. We ask for healing for our community, and we renew our commitment to working for an end to this cycle of violence. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Snar. I appreciate you being here with us. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have the adoption of the agenda. We do not have an update list today.
So I would like to add, if we can, an update to the list. I would like to add an item at the very top of the regular agenda to discuss yesterday's tragedies.
Yeah, that's fine.
So it's a motion
Second.
in the second. Okay, all right, very good. We have a motion and a second. Is anyone here to speak to the consent agenda?
No, we do not have anyone signed up.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Ingle absent. And I do want to tell you all, I exchanged messages with Tricia Ingle this morning. Commissioner Ingle's surgery went very well. He's healing well and should be able to go home today or tomorrow. So
It's good news.
all right, Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know that I appreciate you putting that at the top of the agenda. This discussion should be good to hear and make sure that we're showing support for our law enforcement. I did want to mention that on the consent agenda, sometimes we have a lot of items there, and they're meaningful items. Today, we have 5 items where we're receiving grants and monies that are across the community in various things. And in total, if we receive all of the monies, it's over $1 million. So it's Children's Trust, it's stormwater credits, Endowment for the Arts, Department of Justice for the Internet Crime Task Force, Department of Health for our GFR paramedicine program. Do the math on those items, and it's over $1 million that the city is receiving for various things that are really making a difference. And this is not general revenue funds. So this shows that we're doing some real budget fiscal accountability. Just thought I'd mention that particular thing, because sometimes our consent agenda is lost because there's just so many things up there. But again, I thank you for putting this other weighty matter on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. So in regards to what Commissioner Book was discussing, I know we all get comments and emails fairly regularly from people who say, I've solved your budget issues, you should apply for grants. And I say, thank you, I appreciate that. We have at least one person in probably every department whose whole job it is to go find grants. And a significant portion of what happens in the city of Gainesville happens with grant money from a variety of sources, from right here downtown to across the world. So it's important to note that every now and then. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have early public comment, but no one has signed up, so we will move on to the item you just added with the community tragedy.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just briefly thank everyone for their professionalism yesterday. The level of professionalism from not only Gainesville Police Department, which was certainly above and beyond, but Gainesville Fire Rescue, Alachua County Fire Rescue, Alachua County Sheriff's Office, UPD, Impact GNV, many city departments, FDLE, the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms was on the scene early. UPD was there with us. I'm going to leave some folks out, and I apologize for that, but I was especially impressed with the level of professionalism and the bravery of our officers. That's what they trained for, but they followed their training. They did, to my knowledge, what was supposed to happen as a result of this anomalous event did happen. Everybody fell into place and did the things they're trained to do. And I want you to know that I'm very proud of not only the city's response in the immediate time, but also appreciative of what all other governmental entities provided as well, and community groups and neighbors who all were very cooperative. And I'm not going to minimize any of this, but the response was what the response was supposed to have been from our organization and from other organizations that we interact with. And I want everyone involved from, again, GPD and city manager's office, the clerk's office, everybody. I want you to know how much I appreciate that. Chief Moya, if we could ask you to come up and just give us a brief accounting of what happened and where we are. And then I know Commissioner Duncan Walker has some comments, and we'll go from there. So, Chief Moya.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, Commissioners, City Manager, Directors, or citizens alike. Nelson Moya, Chief of Police. So would you like me to recap the incident, sir?
If you would, please. Yeah.
Okay. I'll try to bring brevity to it. So yesterday, right around 8 o'clock in the morning, we received a 911 call of a shot that had been fired in the area of 1300 East University. We now know that it was the IMECA lumber and hardware store. That call came out. Officers were on scene almost immediately. They happened to be right around the corner. The officers that were identified and involved in the shooting were there. They responded immediately. They see the vehicle matching description of the suspect that had been broadcasted trying to leave the area of the Kentucky Fried Chicken business. As the marked patrol car gets behind the vehicle abruptly stops. The occupant, the assailant, exits the car and runs towards our police officers, runs towards your police officers, while shooting at them. So he didn't walk, he didn't march, he didn't take cover. He assaulted them with speed and aggression and firepower. Through their training, through their experience, through God's intervention, our officers were able to engage immediately. Coincidentally, I want to thank our training division because we had just recently trained on the exact same scenario that transpired yesterday, with repetitions of what to do when accosted by an assailant in that manner. The exact same scenario. Our officers were able to get out of their cars, engage this assailant. There was, as I described yesterday, I hope you don't mind me saying, but a hellacious gunfight that ensued. Many officers responded. In fact, if you were out driving around, you heard and saw us because we were coming. The suspect was ultimately neutralized and pronounced deceased shortly thereafter. And of course, because we had gotten information that the suspect was seen entering that business, we ensued on a search, and of course found a gentleman, an employee that had been also fatally wounded as a result. It is quickly developing. As we speak, I'm waiting on the names so I can release it. I'd like to release it here on the dais. So if you just give me a little bit of time, I may have to come up and give that to you. It's literally coming as we speak. We've had to work around the clock to make sure that all families and those that are deserving of the information got that before I release that. Sadly, we are learning that there's very little to no connection to the business. In fact, we are quickly learning that there is the appearance of an onset of a mental health issue here, and that the victim that was sadly selected was selected randomly. That is the information that we have as of this morning. I want to thank so many people, as I did yesterday. I know I forgot a key partner in us, and I want to apologize to him publicly, and that is our State Attorney, Brian Kramer. Mr. Kramer was on scene himself within minutes with a lot of his staff, ready to do work, and did so. And I forgot that. When you're trying to process all of that, you sometimes forget, and I want to apologize to him. But I certainly want to thank all of you for your support and your phone calls, our directors, our fellow staff, my peers that have reached out in support. That is tremendous for us as we navigate these tough times. And as you may have heard by now, as we're dealing with this critical incident, we are met with yet another critical incident that resulted in a tragic death of an infant. And not only do we have to now investigate that in conjunction with the Alachua County Sheriff's Office, who has been tremendous over the last 24 hours, working literally hand in hand with ours to make sure that our calls for service are handled as they're handling their calls for service. So I'm just so proud of this community, the law enforcement community. This is my first time going through something like this with this community. I've sadly been through this before, but in this community, and to see it rise to this level just brings me a great sense of pride and ownership in this community. I'll take any questions, sir.
Thank you, Chief Moya. Commissioner Duncan Walker, did you want to start off?
Mr. Mayor, I'm fine if the chief wants to entertain questions now, and then I'm fine with going towards the end.
Okay, all right. Does anyone have any questions of Chief Moya, or can we let him rest for a minute? Okay, thank you, Chief Moya. I think we're
Yes,
good
sir.
for now.
I'm minutes away from that information. If it's okay, I'll kind of flag you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate that. So I appreciate Chief Moy mentioning mental health issues that go along with this. I will tell you that, this was certainly a challenging day for many, many people. People who live in East Gainesville, people live, who commute through that intersection. I mean, that's a heavily traveled area. And at the most heavily traveled time of day, people coming in from, points east to work downtown and on campus and farther west. And people on their way, young people on their way to school at Eastside, and et cetera. I mean, it affects the whole community. It affects most directly the people who were a block or two away having their morning coffee, listening to a gun battle. But I want you to know this is an anomaly. Years ago, we had 12 people, 16 people, multiple folks killed in our community. 2 years ago, that was down to single digits. It was down to 8 people. Tragic. But half what it was the year before. Last year, there were 3. 3. In a city of 151 or so thousand people. And that is because of the hard work done by community groups, by individual neighbors in talking about gun violence and facing up to it and saying this is not acceptable, by a variety of city departments, and of course by law enforcement, by our own GPD. And to then see this very, very lurid example of gun violence following what appears to be a mental health condition is tragic. As there's no other word for it. As Chief Moya mentioned, the next event yesterday, where an infant lost their life. I want to have a lot more to say about how our community can support families in a real way, how our city and our county can directly reach out to offer support services. Anybody who has been in a home where there is an infant knows that raising an infant is the hardest thing anybody is ever going to do. It is hard. You don't get to sleep, and humans don't function very well if they don't sleep. If you are in that situation and you feel like you are alone in that situation, I cannot even imagine what that must be like. And let's face it, we're also in a situation where people often don't feel comfortable asking for help as a parent, because then you're a failure, right? You can't raise your kid on your own. That's not fair. And I don't want to deviate too much from the earlier morning's events, but I want to have more conversations about how we can help people raise their children and not be alone in the prospect of raising their children, because that cost 2 lives yesterday. Does anyone have any comments, anything you want to? I'm pretty much done. Oh, Chief Moya has some information for us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm about to release the involved parties from yesterday morning's shooting, so bear with me as I just got this. So our innocent victim is a 23-year-old male by the name of Eduardo Prado Rodriguez, and our offender, our assailant, is 31-year-old Justin Long, who resides in the 300th block of County Road 234. I'd rather not identify the residence of our innocent victim.
Very good. Thank you, Chief Moya. I appreciate that. Commissioner Deckenwalker. I'm sorry, it's Commissioner Willis. Go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to, obviously thank all of our officers who responded, who, ran into danger, into fire, all of them and their families. I know they all probably got a phone call yesterday, or they probably saw it first and then got a phone call and had, all these fears and emotions. And I really want to thank also whoever it was that called 911 absolutely immediately, because they started the response, and without that, this would have gone somewhere else. And we might not have found the person. So it really takes everyone in the community to respond. And last night I talked to a teacher at Lincoln Middle School who said they could absolutely hear the gunshot, and that's actually 4 or 5 blocks away, 6 blocks away. And I'm sure Commissioner Duncan Walker will talk about this, is that gun violence has these effects through an entire community. It's not just the victims, Mr. Rodriguez's family and friends. And it's not just even the family and our officers, but it is everyone, all the kids, the students, the teachers, the entire community. So I know that we have made a focus of reaching out to communities in the past couple of years immediately after this, and so I'm interested in what city staff can tell us they can do, or what they need from us to have that immediate response to the community, because we know that trauma, you got to get it then. You can't wait till someone has a problem 6 or 12 months from now. And so I just wanted to thank everyone involved, and I'm also proud that everyone, all portions of our city and county and other apparatuses work together immediately. I'm shocked by the violence, but I'm not surprised by the bravery of our police officers to just do exactly what they're trained for, exactly what their job is, that faithful duty to our community and our neighbors. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Anyone else before we go to Commissioner Duncan Walker? I don't see any lights.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. A very important friend of mine called me last night. It was one of the last phone calls that I fielded. And he's a pastor. He's a pastor that I've been knowing for many, many years. He's a pastor that's worked very closely with my church. He was recounting what happened yesterday, and he said, "My God, it was a wicked Wednesday." It would be so easy for us to consider that it was a wicked Wednesday. I choose hope. And one of the reasons that I'm able to choose hope is because of the valiant efforts of our city staff who ran into danger, who invariably were able to protect an entire community. The other reason I'm able to hang on to hope is I watched an entire community come together. And while it would be great if it didn't take traumatic, tragic events to pull us together, people were making phone calls to make sure that each other were safe. People were holding hands, embracing, showing love and compassion. I watched my district and a drastic moment of crisis come together in a beautiful way yesterday. And if you had the opportunity to be on the scene like I did, like the mayor did, like manager did, it was jarring to see in person. I mean, the pictures in the media, they can't give you a real idea of what it actually looked like. So to experience this as a business owner or a resident in the area as it happened is just unimaginable. But to go even in the aftermath and see the huge swath of East University that was blocked off, looking almost like a war zone, was traumatic in and of itself. But I can be hopeful because this city has already committed itself to addressing gun violence as a public health crisis. And I know for a fact that the work that this commission has committed to has made a difference. That's borne itself out in the numbers, it's borne itself out in the data. And so even though yesterday was tragic, it was an isolated incident. And I can go to sleep tonight and remain hopeful. For me, one of the key takeaways was that mental health is so important. You heard the chief mention that shortly after dealing with the shooting, we had to deal with the loss of the life of a 7-month infant. I've heard many people categorize the mother in a number of different ways. But one thing is for certain. You don't do that if you're healthy. mental health. So, Mr. Mayor, I concur with you in finding ways that we can work with our colleagues across the street, that we can work with other institutions in this community to center mental health and making it more accessible to the people in this community. Life is challenging in and of itself every single day for anyone. But if you are dealing with any type of imbalance, if you are dealing with any type of crisis, where to go for resources should be easy and accessible. I want to thank our colleagues who reached out to us from Alachua County. One of the first calls shortly after I heard from the interim city manager was from the chair of the county commission. And he was extending his hand to assist District 1 and the city of Gainesville in whatever way that Alachua County could. And so I want to go on record, and I want the individuals in this city and this county to hear that we greatly appreciate the partnership that we have with Alachua County. It's very real, it's tangible, and we can count on them. I had hoped to be able to speak to business owners, speak to the families of both the victim and the assailant on last night. I wasn't able to get their contact information, but I will have that today. And those are phone calls that I'm going to make. I'm personally going to walk the street to see face to face and put my mouth to the ears of the people who have been directly impacted by this. I was proud of the city's response yesterday. I'm even more proud knowing that we are not taking our foot off the gas, as I heard Commissioner Brooks say just a few weeks ago in addressing gun violence. This is not the ideal way to start out 2026. But if we continue to choose hope, if we continue to keep our foot on the gas, if we are intentional in our partnerships, if we are intentional about strengthening those partnerships, I believe that we will continue with the downward trend that we have been so proud to say that we've contributed to in both this city and this county. Thank you is too small, but it's all I have. And I hope that the people of this city who responded yesterday quickly hear my heart. You are more than appreciated. I hope that the people in this city will not move about with fear. I hope that you will come and patronize the businesses in District 1. We need you. I hope that you will feel free to move to District 1. We need you. We will not operate in a spirit of fear. It's not what we've been given. We will choose hope, and this city of Gainesville will continue to rise as a result. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker. So I want to close with Mr. Manager. Before I recognize Mr. Manager, let me say, one of the things I was going to close with was, we have an interim city manager who's been here with the city for a good long while, but has not been a city manager for very long. And this is about the toughest test you could get as a city manager. So you, throughout the day, I want to make sure everybody hears this, handled this as well as a city manager possibly could have. And I really appreciate your willingness to lean in a very significant way. So thank you. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. As you said, this was not the call yesterday I was expecting, as I was actively trying to shuffle my kids out the door in the morning. But throughout the day, I was just incredibly impressed by the professionalism of GPD, the partnerships, as many of you have alluded to, from all of our partner agencies, the leadership on the commission, the quality of communication between GPD, my office, Director Smart, and overall the sense of community in terms of people supporting each other. My condolences to the victim. Obviously, there'll be a lot of ongoing discussion that we'll have. But I think one thing that I was struck by when I had gone with Chief to visit the officers in the hospital, how nonchalant they were. They walked in to the rooms, and both the officers were like, "Hey, it's just another day in the job." I'm like, well, maybe your job, not my job. Generally, I don't have the same experiences, and it's not bravado. It's not trying to put on a brave face. I mean, it is really truly part of what they sign up for, and I think they take that to heart. And I think Chief was joking with one of the officers about getting back on shift later in the day as the Shan surgeon was working on them. But I was just incredibly impressed by the response from the community, and thank you for the words, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Duncan Walker. I appreciate you all being out there, and very proud. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Commissioner Book.
All right, thank you, sir. And I guess I'll start where you just left off, Mr. Manager, which I do appreciate Mr. Mayor and Commissioner Duncan Walker, you responding. I think it's really critical when you have instance of magnitude with victimization that it shows support at the highest level. So I felt that was very important that you were there. And Mr. Manager, I appreciate the calls. Also, because we then, in our respective roles, like to call and talk to people and make sure they understand our support holistically. And the City Commission does support public safety, fire, police, emergency medical, our first responder program, our co-responder program, and I think it should be very evident. So from that standpoint, probably most importantly, I'll say thank you to the Gainesville Police who responded yesterday, and basically they responded with bravery and courage and did exactly what they're supposed to do, exactly. And then behind the scenes, our Alachua County Sheriff's Office, our communications personnel, they're that secondary trauma group, and they're dealing with it from a logistics standpoint and a radio standpoint. I want to thank them also. I think we did exactly what we're supposed to do. The great tragedy is for the victim that we have, so I think we all probably share this, but I feel so bad for the victim, who's basically a random act of violence and is just doing their job. And, we stand between those people and the person that is no longer with us that we had to take out from a law enforcement perspective. And then, Mr. Mayor, you talk about what an awful situation where we have an infant who also dies at the hand of somebody who had some mental health trauma. We know that because Commissioner Duncan Walker was right. Who could do that unless there's something that probably needed attention on that part? I just had one question I thought might be important for the chief. Mental health is not necessarily synonymous with violence. It's not. But it can be things that we try and arrest and intervene and prevent in the ways that we deal with that holistically. I think our first responders and both fire and police deal with the mental health services tremendously and comprehensively, and I think Mr. Mayor, you alluded to this. So my question would be, could either one of our directors, I'm looking in the second row, or you, Chief, tell us what we're doing? Because the next question is, well, could it be prevented? What did you do? We do a lot already just on that piece, and I think that's important that community understands that.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Book. Again, Nelson Moya, Chief of Police. I know that this question should be answered not only by us, but also GFR as well. because both of us bring heavy resources to this topic. So in terms of GPD, you are all well aware of our co-responder program. That group of officers that are paired with mental health clinicians, they are in the business of intervention and ultimately prevention, and that's their full-time job. The number of engagements is in the hundreds. The number of events that they diffuse, those incidents that we'll never know about, thankfully, it's a tough metric not to have because of the work they do in the front end to prevent. We're able to avoid unnecessary incarcerations, unnecessary involuntary, when we take someone into custody involuntarily. So all through identifying other avenues to provide services and to give people an opportunity to navigate their mental health with the optimum success. And because of that, we're confident here that that has led to multiple cases where incidents did not escalate, but rather were stabilized and ultimately led to someone's improvement in their mental health. So that I can speak to in terms of our mental health approach to policing, and I would really encourage GFR to come and speak to theirs. Thank you, Commissioner.
Welcome.
Good morning, Brandy Stone, Director of Community Health Initiatives with Gainesville Fire Rescue. To build off of what Chief Moya shared, of course, our Community Resource Paramedicine program are all crisis intervention trained as well. That is the same 40-hour training that our co-responder and many of our law enforcement officers do go through. So our team is also trained to assist and intervene when someone may be experiencing a mental health crisis. We are extremely well connected with the Alachua County Crisis Center and Victim Services to get folks referred to those, as well as Meridian Healthcare, UF Health, Psychiatric Hospital as well. And, we work with the co-responder teams on many of those calls to ensure that individuals returning from maybe an inpatient care situation have the medication and the support that they need to continue that journey. We also have our medication-assisted treatment program, and Commissioner Book had mentioned that mental health is not always synonymous with violence. We also know that mental health and substance use can be intertwined and related as well. And so we have that program to support individuals who are struggling with opioid use disorder, and that partnership spans our healthcare system along with ACFR, Meridian Healthcare, and the UF programs. When the commission decided to do our community health improvement plan in 2021, which was prior to my tenure at GFR, one of the survey responses from the general community and the priority area was mental well-being. And so we continue to bolster our efforts in that area, knowing that that was an identified priority of our community and continues to be something that we see that needs to be addressed. And that is also reciprocated in our county health improvement plan. So the Alachua County Health Improvement Plan we are aligned with as behavioral health as one of those priority areas as well. That brings together multiple partners throughout Alachua County to work towards that. In terms of what we do, education and community outreach, we do offer mental health first aid to the community that is free and open to the public on a quarterly basis for anyone to sign up for. And we also, through Impact GNV, facilitate our community safety day trainings, which are our crisis intervention, stop the bleed, and overdose awareness trainings. Again, those are free and open to the public and offered on a quarterly basis. We are also more than happy to coordinate any of that offhand for groups that might want to do that in between. Ms. Coleman has also leveraged some community development block grant funding through our housing department to support an arts program for young people who have intersected with the criminal justice system with a trauma-informed perspective, and that'll be kicking off later this year, which we're very excited about as well. And then of course we have a number of initiatives and sustainability and lessons learned through One Nation, One Project that we're continuing to embed in what we do. And I know Director Gonzalez is no longer here, but I know that Parks is implementing a lot of those solutions in their programs with young people as well. So those are a couple of the things that we have on a regular basis that are available to folks. That includes both our response, and of course we have through Impact GNV our violence interrupters and our BOLD program and our community care callouts that Commissioner Willits mentioned, and our response to the communities that have been directly impacted by violence, and just surrounding them with resources, and making sure that those folks understand that we are here as a community with those support resources as well.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Coleman.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager. Brittany Coleman, Gun Violence Intervention Program Manager with the City of Gainesville and GFR, just to speak to, our team's efforts yesterday. But, first I do want to echo what folks have said about our law enforcement. The way that they responded, it cannot be overstated. And so there's always a show of gratitude there. I'm also extremely grateful for the efforts of our team and Impact GNV. As you all know, we center prevention and intervention, and we also pride ourselves on responding directly to the community all the time, but especially when things like this occur. And so you all may have seen members of our team out and engaging with folks directly impacted, checking on them, connecting folks to resources, but more importantly, just being present and helping to process something that is very hard to process. And, just speaking with members of the team and knowing that they had to, go home and change because they had been consoling folks for a while, and then coming right back out to continue to do the job. So I just want to reiterate, how committed we are as a program to that direct response to folks who've been directly impacted. And speaking to our future efforts for this particular incident and for the young child that we've been talking about, we're going to continue reaching out to folks today, businesses today, directly on an individual level, but we also want to think about planning something on a broader level because, as you all have mentioned, we know that this has a ripple effect through the entire community and especially East Gainesville. Because this is not something that those folks asked for, and it was brought to their community in a very horrific way. And so we want to be attentive to that as well. So we will be, in communication about those efforts, but we do plan maybe a little larger scale community call out than what we've been planning, but that is in the works as well. So.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman. Welcome, Chief Hillhouse.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. Sean Hillhouse, Fire Chief for the City of Gainesville. I just wanted to kind of draw everything together that that Director Stone and Manager Coleman mentioned, but I wanted to back up just a little bit and echo the words of Commissioner Dr. Walker about hope. One of the things that we don't get to decide is the time and the place that tragedies happen, and city staff has to start preparing for that, eventuality any time and any place throughout the entire city. So I just wanted to echo the partnerships that require and the work that goes into it. We work with all the directors and city staff in preparation for that in emergency management. So, it doesn't start when, that preparation comes into play. It doesn't start whenever the incident actually happens. If you can picture this incident happening at a large event that we have in the city of Gainesville, that's what we are continuously preparing for, to make sure that the response that you see is what you got yesterday. And if I could offer a slightly different perspective, to echo the great job that GPD did, as soon as they finished the tactical situation, they immediately transitioned to medical care. And that starts with what we call tactical combat casualty care that the law enforcement officers are trained on. And that starts with self-aid and buddy aid and care of the injured that were on scene. And they immediately transitioned to that to take care of the people that they knew about and the officers on scene. And then we transitioned to what we call rescue task force operations, which is the integration of both EMS and law enforcement so that we don't have people staged. And you see that in other municipalities where you end up with casualties because we don't get the appropriate care to people correctly. And what you saw yesterday was the response of coordination and training, where we had an immediate integration of law enforcement and EMS, and we trained heavily on that to be able to do that. And that requires that our law enforcement has faith in EMS to be able to go in that tactical situation whenever they did. And none of that started yesterday. A lot of it started in the 1980s when we actually integrated SWAT medics with law enforcement, and built on those relationships. We train on this yearly to be able to do that, and I want to commend GPD on the efforts of that coordination from an emergency management standpoint. When we start and we deal with special events in the city of Gainesville every day, and then what we saw yesterday, that integration that allowed us to be able to do that. So, but the hope that Commissioner Duncan Walker talked about, the preparation that city staff put in to keeping Gainesville safe and making sure that on these large events that we're ready for that response. We take that responsibility very personally. I want to thank the commission for their support, the city manager's office for their support that allows us to do that, because it starts with good funding, and it starts with good hiring and us being able to have the people that we need to do that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief Phillips. Much appreciated, everybody up and down the system, and I have no doubt that from the point of crisis forward, we serve people in our community as well as they could possibly be served. What we need to do is work with other institutions and find ways to add to the work that already goes on to keep the crisis from happening in the first place, particularly when we talk about mental health. And we do a lot of that work already, and that's, we want to keep people from falling in the river. It's good to be able to pull people out of the river, but we want to keep them from falling in the first place. I want just Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Public comment.
Okay. I want to wrap up with just a few things. First, let me say that we know that the city manager's office, GPD, GFR, everybody, including the Government Community Relations Department, Mr. Alexander, Mr. Powell, there is work that is going to go forward in the community. We'll be doing the community call-outs and all that sort of thing. That work is just beginning. So we're not wrapping up and saying, okay, we did that one, move on. That's not what we're doing. I want the community to hear that resources are available and will be very obvious because they'll be on your doorstep in a lot of cases. Yeah, please, go ahead.
I think I've spoken plenty, but kind of what strikes me in this case, Mr. Mayor, so we had tragedy, and they're awful in both cases. They really are. But in this particular case, at least this one at East University, the little information I know, we actually prevented further tragedy and further victimization. There's no doubt about that. That's unquestioned, as only knows. So that's again a testament to our first responders, and we just heard all the different things we do in every area: the prevention, the intervention, the education, and enforcement, and in this case, action. And it's much appreciated. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. So just two more things from me. We haven't had an officer shot on duty in this community, in this city, since 1980. There are communities where it happens more often than seems reasonable. We did the research yesterday, and we learned that it's been 46 years since this happened in the city of Gainesville. That's why it is so jarring. It is uncommon. It is an anomaly. I want to thank all the officers, again, who were there, particularly Officer Freddie Tirado, Officer Jesse Herringshaw, who was wounded in the line of duty, and kind of someone that we're used to seeing in this room, one of the folks from GPD who sits with us to make sure that we're safe during our commission meetings. Sergeant Rob Kennedy was on scene and also wounded yesterday. I can't say enough thank yous for their bravery and their willingness to let their training take hold and do the right thing, which is exactly what happened. Their healing is not done. I was grateful to be there yesterday when they walked out of Shands Hospital, but their healing is not done, and neither is the healing of anybody who was involved in that. And I want to say this, and people hear me say it all the time, so much that they kind of laugh it off at this point, but it's okay to not be okay. If you're not okay, we have resources. It is not, there's nothing wrong with saying, you know what, I'm a little off. I'm not quite ready yet. Get help. Ask for help. It is okay to not be okay. The world is strange around us. We saw kind of the extremes of that yesterday. There's a lot more. Everybody's a little uneasy, and it is okay to not be okay. The last thing I want to say, and then I will hush about all this, we'll move on. I want everybody in East Gainesville to hear this very, very clearly. Folks who live in East Gainesville hear a lot about what they ought to be doing. And I heard it last night at an event. We have to do this. We have to do that about gun violence. We have to do the other thing about gun violence. You're already doing those things, East Gainesville. You didn't do anything wrong. It's been years, literally years, since somebody from East Gainesville picked up a gun and killed somebody. This happened in East Gainesville yesterday. That was the scene of what happened. But East Gainesville, this is not on you. And I don't want you to feel like you have to do all the work. You didn't do anything wrong. This happened to you on your doorstep, not from you. I'm saving for the lights, so thank you all once again for bearing with all of this, and there's a lot more work to do, but I'm really proud of the work that's been done so far. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have our business discussion item 2026-24 fiscal year quarterly report for Gainesville Community Reinvestment Area with recommendation the City Commission hear an update and provide feedback.
Welcome, Mr. Smith. Easy acts to follow, right?
Tough day. I would like to thank GPD, Chief Moya, for the response. Most of my team was filing in to work through that very intersection and could have been involved. I'm grateful nothing happened to them or any other people who were going about their daily business and just happened upon that event. But try to bring a more hopeful tone to the proceedings right now. Bringing to you the quarterly project update for GCRA. We've not been before you since June of last year, so we've had a good deal of things going on. Good positive things, I hope, that helps to at least take a bit of a burnish off of yesterday. We're going to be presenting several items, and we're going to divide it up as a team. I'll be handling the front and back of it. We'll also have Daniel Blumberg dealing with downtown-related activities, and I'm going to have Shayla De Santana talk about our 8th and Waldo Economic Development Initiative, which is kicking off momentarily and will conclude towards the beginning of the summer. You've seen this map before. Give you a little background why we went to transformational projects, because there was always complaints about not being able to see the work done. The GCRA 10-year master plan or our work plan had a range of really well-meaning activities for neighborhoods, for corridors, for events, social services, et cetera. But we had to consolidate our funding and put it into projects that are going to be visibly impactful to the community that can help drive private investment. So what you see here, the cornerstone GTech, where we have a lot of activity to describe over the past year and some upcoming activity that I'm not going to preview too much. 8th and Waldo, of course, has had a very busy 2025. Downtown, we've done quite a bit with the ambassador program being one of the highlights. Heartwood, we have an item before you tonight, which is going to elaborate on how we want to finish off that project. And then the Heritage Trail, we've got meetings coming up with the hope that we can conclude this project by by the fall. For Cornerstone, I want to highlight a few things. We did do the ribbon cutting for the infrastructure project, roadway project back in July. That was after our last quarterly report. We are going to be starting forward with the RTS transfer station. Currently it's in design, but we look to have a procurement completed by June of this year with City Council approval on June 18th and probable groundbreaking on October 1st. So we'll have some more activity, construction in Cornerstone for this year. Let's see. To conclude some of our accomplishments at Cornerstone, we launched a food truck rally in January. We're restarting it in FY26. We did release a invitation to negotiate for a grocer on Lot 4 of Cornerstone in May of last year. We did not have any takers. We're going to begin to take a more targeted effort, seek out individual grocers. We also want to work with the county to see how we can utilize the Cornerstone site to help work with them on the food systems project they have ongoing. And I did mention the Cornerstone Phase 2 completion. We've also completed the construction documents for the refurbishment and rebranding of GTEC. This is a very exciting project. We'll be bringing forward to you a contract for construction on February 19th. This is a major overhaul for GTEC. As you recall, back in 2000, it was essentially a technology incubator, a large lab space, but pretty soon the market moved off from East Gainesville up to Alachua with those types of technology incubators. And we began to pivot towards small, local, and diverse businesses. The work that you're going to be presented on February 19th is going to take the 29 or so spaces that we currently have and carve them into 63 separate office spaces, which have different tiers of square footage, so we can serve the very small all the way up to, say, a 400 square foot space for a larger entity. I'm very excited about this. Again, that's going to be on February 19th. We hope to have it under construction in April, and then it's going to be a long project. I want to alert you to that. It'll be about a year and a half at least. We expect no later than December 2027. But what we're trying to do is maintain the clientele that are currently there and phasing the construction so there's not a whole lot of disruption to the existing tenants. That will allow us also to maintain a program for entrepreneurial training throughout in our current space until the very end when we open up the rear of the structure, which is going to have meeting space that can handle these events. So it's as seamless as we can do it. We could do it more quickly if we basically shut it down and had all the work done. We thought better to phase it in. So I kind of previewed all this. Take it to Northeast 8th Avenue and Waldo Road. Busy year, as I mentioned. There was development of the land use plan for the site that culminated in City Commission approval of the Scenario 1 plan in June. Over the summer, there was negotiations with the school board about sharing and partnering on the revitalization of Citizens Field. And there's currently a lease being negotiated. I don't believe it's been brought to terminate or completion yet. December 4th, there was a meeting of City Commission deciding on what the project would finally look like going forward, so we could go out to procurement, procure a construction manager at risk and an architectural and engineering design firm in order to do the proposal. But what Commission agreed on was to renovate the MLK Center, build a new senior center to the north, and on the south, a new aquatics complex, including aquatics building, as well as a competition pool and a community pool. Total cost for that is about $53.5 million. We did identify about $37.1 million in funding sources to make that project happen. GCRA has about $11.9 million of that. Wild Space is $5 million, $2.5 million from Alachua County Wild Spaces, about $5 million in excess fund balance, $5.5 million from the proceeds from the sale of Citizens Field, and a $7.2 million HUD Section 108 loan. The total $53.5 million price again. Also part of this project, but recently approved by the City Commission, was the Eighth and Waldo Economic Development Initiative. That's a $2 million project, which took about, would have been a $13.9 million total project cost for this, but we're taking $2 million for the incentive program. It's a private incentive program to try to attract new businesses, job creation, renovating some of the commercial buildings along the 8th Avenue and Waldo Road corridor in need of improvement, as well as upgrades to parking facilities, site improvements that would help provide aesthetic improvement. I'm going to turn this program over to Shayla De Santana. She is the author of it. She's been working hard on it since early this year, and she knows it as well as anything I can tell you.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Shayla.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Shayla Santana. I am a project manager at the GCRA, and I'm going to speak about this economic development program that we are very excited about, that was approved by this commissioner on October 2025. So just a very brief recap of this program. The program, it provides financial incentive that allows the property owners, the small businesses, developers, institutions to activate the economic potential of the area. And we are focused on developing vacant properties, reoccupy underutilized buildings, provide existing buildings and homes a new improvement, bring jobs, services, amenities to the area, and also improve the aesthetics. So we are seeking to strengthen the economic vitality of the area, the physical conditions, and the social cohesion of that corridor that we are working. Oh, I do. Okay, so those are the four main goals that we have for the program, which is the redevelopment, the aesthetic, the economic development, bringing more jobs, and also attract new business and support the existing ones in that area. For this, we have 4 different programs that will be provide for the residents and for the business owners that are in that location. We are targeting residential properties, and in which we are going to provide more exterior and aesthetic improvements that we are providing from $7,500 to $12,000 to the applicants based on the size of the house. We have the business and economic and community facility renovation incentive. That is a grant more for structural renovations and bring a building into the economic revitalization that is necessary for occupancy or to keep up with the business. It's also based on the size of the building, and this one is up to $100,000. We have the site improvement grants that is dedicated to enhance the exterior condition of some properties. It's a locational base, this one, and it's up to $20,000. And we have the vacant property, and this is one of the main ones since we have the majority of the area. We have 48 properties that are qualified for this, they're eligible for this specific program. And there is no cap associated with this, but it's a little bit more complex type of application because we really want to have a pro forma and understand how the feasibility of that project into the area. and the benefits that, of course, it will bring. So this is our program area. We have 129 parcels, and they are divided. All of them is going to be eligible for something except the government parcels. And where we are with this at the point, in 2026, we draft the program. We debrief the city commissioners on the program, requesting the $2 million should be allocated for this specific program. And we present and receive and was approved by this commissioner in October 2025. And for 2026, we are doing the marketing plan, the guidance that will be available for potential applicants. We are identify the dates for a training workshop, identify and train the departments that can support in a committee, submittal a committee that will evaluate the project and then bring it back to the commissioners for approval and recommendations. And I have right here a brief timeline. We had on January 8th, we have the first stakeholders meeting. We had 17 attendees from the community that came in to learn more about the project and be the advocates of this program within the community. And here I want to give a shout out for the team from Government Affairs and Community Relations, John Alexander and Mike Powell, that helped put together and bring this key person from the community to this event. And also Commissioner Duncan Walker to be present. Thank you so much. On January 23rd, we are going to announce the funding opportunity, the funding availability. On January 26th is when the applications are going to be open, and the eligible people can come to the office and get the booklet with more information of eligibility and how to apply and what are the documentations that are needed. We are going to have 2 workshops, one in February, one in March, on February 10th and March 10th, where we are going to receive the community in some places still to be defined in Duval area, where some people from our department will help and guide people from the community, the potential applicants, throughout the process of application. We'll have on April a pre-submittal review. We want to welcome potential applicants to come to our office so we can review and see if the application is complete before they actually submit the application. The application deadline is April 15th. And then after that, we have the review from internal review from our department. And we are going to have a sunshine meeting with the committee to evaluate the applications based on some rubrics that we have to identify if the parcel is within the corridor and some other aspects of the application. We will make the recommendation based on the rubrics and bring to this commission for final recommendation. This is, we are expecting to do this in June 18th of this year. And I think that's pretty much about the program. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Welcome, Dr. Blumberg.
Thank you, and good morning, Commissioners. Again, my name is Daniel Blumberg. I'm Program Manager here at the GCRA. I'm going to go over the GCRA's Downtown Gainesville Strategic Plan implementations and programs that we've been working on for implementing our initiatives downtown. And just as a quick reminder, the GCRA and University of Florida co-funded the development of the Downtown Gainesville Strategic Plan that the City Commission approved back in October of 2022. It identified 6 main points, being become a destination, connect the dots, strengthen relationships with the neighborhoods, increase the housing opportunities, create a supportive local business environment, and maintain and enhance downtown. So the GCRA has a strong list of downtown accomplishments in FY25, including over $600,000 of business improvement grant funds awarded to local businesses for improvements to their properties, of which over $317,000 was awarded to historic properties. The design, funding, and naming of the streetery rebuild have been approved, with the GCRA contributing $2 million towards that. Our downtown events grant program was also revised, with over $60,000 in grant funds paid out to support over 15 events. This listing is a sample of the downtown events grant programs that we had in FY25. You can see on the right side a Visit Gainesville advert from September 4th, 2025. Out of those 9 events listed on that advert, over half of them were receiving support through the Downtown Events Grant Program. Each of these events brought people to enjoy downtown Gainesville. The program is currently accepting applications for Tier 1 grants, and that's up to $5,000, and expects to finalize the RP for the Tier 2 grants by the end of January. Those would be for grants of up to $30,000. In FY26, we launched a new initiative including seasonal decorations on Southwest 1st Street from Bo Diddley to the Hippodrome. Those decorations were up from November 6th to January 6th, which you can see some of the lighting initiatives that were done on the top of this photo that is on the display. We also had a number of downtown businesses take part in the Downtown Holiday Lights Contest for businesses. And if I can have broadcast switch over to this slide here. Thank you for zooming in on that. You can see on this picture, as part of the Holiday Lights Contest for businesses, the original American Kitchen on Southeast First Avenue won for most extravagance. The Sun Center, Boca Fiesta, in the Sun Center, Boca Fiesta won the most sustainable contest category, and Wonderland Custom Tattooing, also in the Sun Center, won for the most creative. Thank you. Stay there. We also did an analysis of foot traffic as shown on this slide for the subsidiary, including Bo Diddley Plaza and the Hippodrome. And this is looking at both pre-COVID, being 2019, as well as 2024 and 2025. You can see that on the bar chart. 2019, the blue on the left, the orange in the middle is 2024, and the 2025 were the counts of the traffic that were happening people-wise within that area during that time frame. One of the key takeaways from this set of numbers is the marked increase in foot traffic in November of 2025. That's the bar chart on the left, which represented over 22,000 more people visiting compared to the 2024 numbers. And if you could go back to the slide deck, please. Thank you. So these are a few more photos here showing the lighting and beautification efforts downtown, showing the Hippodrome and Bo Diddley Plaza. So we also brought forward the Downtown Winter Market Series, and this was brought together through GCRA funding to activate the streetery. It started December 12th. It runs Friday and Saturdays from 4 through 10 p.m. and Sunday from 12 to 5 p.m. Each weekend has a different theme. Starting tomorrow, this weekend's music showcase theme begins at the Downtown Winter Market. In addition to at least 6 live musical performances over this weekend, they will be awarding some attendees free tickets to the Downtown April 10th through 12th Big Cultural Arts Festival. So in addition to bringing people downtown, one of the goals of the series was to provide space for small businesses. Small businesses have already signed up for all of the remaining spaces available for both this weekend and next weekend. Now, the GCRA has also been working to develop initial statistics comparing foot traffic downtown from pre-COVID, as well as last year and this year. And if you could go back to my overhead display, please. Thank you. So I'm going to take a moment to walk through this information, mainly because it might be difficult to read. The top left section with the numbers in it are showing visitor totals to the streetery area. Each subsection is a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for the respective weeks in the years, with the first column being 2025, the second column 2024, and the third column 2019. The photo in the bottom left, I know it's going to be hard to see this, but the streetery is this section over here on the picture. That is the area that's focused for generating these numbers. The line chart is where the improvements in the numbers become apparent with the Downtown Winter Market Series running. The starting point for this line chart reflects the first weekend of December with no market in place. So on the line chart, the lines are color-coded, with blue being 2025, red being 2024, and green being pre-COVID 2019. And just in case the colors are difficult to make out, the top left dot on the line chart, which is going to be this one, that's the 2024. The middle dot on the starting point of the line chart is 2025, and the bottom part was the pre-COVID 2019. So you'll quickly see the following lines is that 2025 far exceeds 2024 and 2019 once the Winter Market Series begins. So you can actually see that on the line chart. So this is reflective of 2025, which is well in excess of where we were for 2024, which is the middle one, as well as the 2019, which is pre-COVID. If you could return to the slide deck, please. Thank you. Next slide. I'll talk through this slide just very quickly. So this slide is actually showing all of the weekends that we have, as well as the total number of vendor opportunities that we've had over the course of the series. As I mentioned, we do have the music themes showcase coming up this weekend. We do currently have one more weekend currently planned, which will be the weekend of the 23rd through the 25th. That will be the finale. I do want to call attention also that every weekend there is a Skillshare session tied to this as well. So we've had sewing, plant care, pottery, candle making, as well as a how to DJ. Those have all already occurred. This coming weekend is going to be a crocheting class, and then the currently planned final weekend is going to be painting. Now, these are some photos from the market as well, showing media coverage. The photos on the top are actually from the event itself from the first weekend, but you can also see TV20 was doing a live broadcast, and the City of Gainesville Communications Department produced the bottom right infographic. We would definitely like to extend thanks to all of the departments that have been involved in making this a success. Communications, Parks, Recreation, Cultural Affairs, Procurement, Public Works, Gainesville Police Department, GFR, and RTS have all had parts to play in helping make this be a successful endeavor, so we definitely want to extend thanks to them. We are also currently in discussion with our market supplier, Creative Cultural Consulting Group, to potentially activate one optional additional weekend, which would be potentially an encore weekend, which would be the last weekend of this month. If we're able to successfully bring that forward, we'll actually let everybody know, but we did want to go ahead and mention that to the commission at this time. Now, we also do have a community partnership grant program. This has continued to support local organizations throughout our entire GCRA boundary. This program does award grants of up to $5,000 every 3 months to successful applicants. And the way that works is every 3 months, applicants put in their application. We have a review. It goes to our board, and they assign 2 more points to one of the grantees. The number 1 ranked grantee can receive up to $5,000, and the other applicants that provided a successful application split the other $5,000. So some of our funded events include organizations distributing diapers to families in need, night markets, disaster preparation seminars, and information on how to become a homeowner, as well as gentrification dialogues and concerts. So we've had a broad category of events that we've helped with funding under this program. And now I'm going to pass the presentation back over to Rick to finish going through the slide deck.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. I'm going to finish up with the ambassador program that has been a real success, we think. It's completed its first year of operation in early December. Some of the statistics that we're going to present to you today have been in aggregate form. What we want to do is kind of present certain KPIs on a kind of month-to-month basis to see what the trend lines look like, particularly outreach to houseless residents, cleaning regimes, et cetera. This shows you the working area for the ambassadors. We have the West University corridor, which is funded with tax increment financing from the College Park University Heights TIF district. We have the two separate zones for downtown there, 1 and 2, that the ambassadors work within. We carved that up just because it helps with the way they schedule their team throughout downtown. And then there's a public works downtown detail that operates within essentially the downtown core. The services provided by the ambassadors include safety, cleaning, hospitality, and outreach, which not surprisingly was the key feature of our downtown strategic plan objective. So I think we've met that mark there. You can see all the aggregate numbers here. A lot of work, of course, on graffiti and helping to clean city structures, picking up bags of trash. A pretty effective outreach, we believed, on houseless issues. And also there are some services they provide, such as these lesser known ones, such as car battery jump starts, providing directions, leaf blowing sidewalks, power washing public areas, safety escorts to peripheral parking lots, and even the parking garage have been well commented upon in weed abatement. The other thing we want to point out is the streeter activities. We were instructed by the commission to find a way to activate the streetery prior to the beginning of construction. We're going to try to extend those activities until that point happens, which we think will be before June. So we're going to try to structure a very flexible ending to whatever agreement we reach with a vendor. In August of this year or past year, the City Commission took action on 4 things. The first was affirming the streetery would be the permanent name for the activity area. We also had Commission approve the FF&E for the streetery, as well as programming policies. I think this pre-construction event program is going to help us flesh out what some of the issues are and how we can better refine them so we can jump right in once the ribbon is cut on the streetery. We don't have a date yet for that construction to begin, but we expect it to happen, or to be able to provide you with a date over the next several weeks as we work out the issues with Lot 10. There needs to be some coordination between that construction and when we begin the streetery. Fifth Avenue, Pleasant Street, as I alluded to earlier, we're going to have a final public outreach at the Blount Center, 5:30 on January 21st, where the final designs of the markers will be getting commented upon. We will then put out an RFP to find a vendor to do the manufacturing and installation of it. We're looking for the contract to reach the City Commission in May, with installation beginning in the summer of 2026, with completion planned for October 1st. This gives you an overview of all the activities that have occurred. They've been manyfold. They began back in late 24, early 25, and have continued throughout the year. The Heartwood neighborhood, we now have 18 homes occupied there, have since March of 2025. One of the reasons you have the activity before you tonight, or action item tonight, is because the market has softened, and we have been exploring over the last several months the best ways to begin construction again in the neighborhood to finish up the remaining 16 lots. We hope to elaborate on that a little bit further tonight. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have on that. Excuse me. We're also heavily engaged in the Porter's community on two issues. One which is renovating an operational plan for the Pink House Community Center. Also on February 19th, we're going to bring a construction contract to you for approval so we can begin work on that project. Essentially, it will involve expanding the current Pink House from its 900 square foot floor plate to about 1,200. We're going to put a lot of the utilities, bathrooms, kitchen in that new addition. That'll allow us to open up a much larger floor space for community gathering events. So stay tuned on how we're going to be programming that. It will be with the cooperation or in cooperation with PRCA. We also will be providing operational costs, so PCRA can take it over in a year or two when we're finished completing it. And finally, in Porter's, we are engaged with the community to develop what we're calling the infill lot at 5th Avenue and 4th Street. The city has proposed to build housing there. Different scenarios are going to be presented to the community in early February before we go to the plan board in March for a requested approval of RMF5 zoning. The plan board extended or deferred action from a December plan board meeting at the neighborhood's request, and they will be given the opportunity to provide an alternative to the scenarios that we are providing. It is the city administration's contention that we need more housing in the neighborhood, and we're going to craft that housing in a manner that fits in with the historic pattern of the Porter's neighborhood. Floor plans and proposed design for the Porter's infill lot. And the final activity that we're going to be kicking off in 2026 is putting together an RFP and selecting a consultant to prepare a corridor plan and gateway plan for the Gainesville Airport Gateway. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you just remind me or us about the 8th and Waldo large project, the $5 million from excess fund balance, and this may be a question for the manager, actually, but how are we, because that is not something we're spending in this fiscal year, most likely, not all of it, how are we keeping track of that? Do we pull it out into a different fund, or does it just remain there in the excess fund balance with us knowing that we have set it aside? I can't remember how we, so as we look at other things, it's really.
I'm going to defer to the manager.
Right.
I think where we left it off was, so currently we don't have it set aside. I think our intent was for when we bring back the school board agreement, hopefully in probably the next month and a half or so, then we'll have the commission at that point, approve the budget, and then we'll start moving that funds out of excess fund balance into its own program dedicated for the project.
Okay, I asked that so that when we start doing budget work in this year,
yes,
we don't kind of
think about it as
that we kind of know that's already been spoken for. Sometimes it's a little confusing. I know we have to work through it, and y'all do a good job of helping us work through it. But
right,
so that was just a small question. But thank you, Mr. Manager. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Willits. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you, Rick, for the great update. Can you talk a little bit more about the Gainesville, the airport gateway project?
Right.
I know that we've spoken about it before, but it sounds like we are getting to a point where this is rubber's meeting the road and starting to move forward.
Right. Effectively, we had the money available beginning of this fiscal year. We've kind of put it on the back burner as other priorities have moved forward. We are ready to put together an RFP for the administration to look at prior to putting out. We think we can potentially use some of the current consultants we have under contract, which might save us some time in terms of doing the procurement process.
Okay.
We will take another look at those, but did analysis mid-year. There was probably 6 to 8 separate consulting companies that could potentially provide what we're looking for here.
Okay. Then you mentioned before it was mentioned briefly, a food truck commissary potentially at G-Tech.
That's right.
You guys said you're currently analyzing that.
We're analyzing that. We realize that it'll come with some costs. We want to see what the demand is out there.
Right.
But part of our rationale is to kind of catalyze activity there that might bring food trucks for, purposes they need from a commissary, which would be cleaning their kitchen and other activities, getting rid of the grease, et cetera. But if we were able to put that in conjunction with a defined food truck area, we're thinking the lot west of our current building is a nice place to have food trucks park, and the residents, visitors can sit there and consume the food. And we want to do that in conjunction also with a Cornerstone pop-up market. We were talking with a couple of vendors on what kind of demand we might have for that. Ideally, it would be tied to entrepreneurial training and connection with our marketplaces downtown. That's kind of the pipeline we're looking for. And also working with the Gainesville Housing Authority at their Elite Center to kind of move the folks they're training there through G-Tech and then ultimately into downtown event markets.
Yeah, I think that's great. I would I say that for the food truck commissary, I know that can be a real pinch point for food trucks to be able to have a place that would allow them under state regulations to clean things out, be able to put gray water into to just empty trash, do things like that. And it's the working food is now looking to get out of that role.
Right.
And so I think it would be important. I think it's a really useful thing, just trying to find those pinch points, things like that would be in there. And so I like the idea of having a direct place that food trucks can come and sell things to folks, but I wouldn't necessarily bundle it all together as a full package. I'd reach out to food trucks, and if that is this is something that they are concerned about having a location for in the near future, then kind of analyze because the G-Tech is a good place to go. But I mean, a lot of food trucks will go somewhere, take care of things, and then go to a festival or go downtown or a place where there's more population, right? And so that might not be feasible, but like a commissary might be feasible.
It's more of an industrial activity.
Yeah.
But we do have vacant property recently purchased right next to G-Tech on 21st and Hawthorne. Has a 900 square foot building on it. We're going to evaluate potential uses there. That could possibly be a commissary as well without having to build a new building.
Yeah. And then also you mentioned the contract. You're looking at we make sort of a broad motion. I guess I made a very broad motion about trying to enliven the streetery.
Right.
And then you briefly mentioned potentially bringing a contractor that would over the next 6 months.
I think we're concerned mainly with the pre-construction period, so we can keep it active through the rest of the semester up until potential groundbreaking. Then we need to figure out, reducing the impact on the streetery businesses that are going to be most impacted by the construction. And then what do we do afterwards, after the ribbon cutting? I think we're going to wrestle between having a carve out in our budget for programming specifically for the streetery, or do we weave it into our downtown event grant program? It's we have a little time to think about it, but not much.
Right. I do think I'm glad you mentioned getting ahead of working with the businesses downtown. I did a walkthrough of Flagler Street, which did a curbless street redesign over there, and they said one of the mistakes they made early in that process is not understanding how important it was to have outreach to the local businesses to make sure that, that because they didn't want to lose all the business on the street. The whole point was economic development of that street. They ended up hiring someone full-time who was just in the office doing the outreach to the businesses, making sure people knew how to get in there. They said that was something they wish they had done earlier in the process, and they ended up doing it later. We're obviously not going to have one FTE allocated to what is much smaller than Flagler Street is in Miami-Dade, and in a much more smaller community, but it's something that is worth kind of getting ahead of and thinking through strategically, and maybe reaching out to them. They were very helpful with information and discussion on how that could work.
And they were actually involved in helping to design the final designs of the streetery, so they are dialed in.
Yeah, perfect. All right, well, thank you, Rick. I really appreciate it.
Certainly.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to touch on a couple of things that I think kind of are additive to the discussion. I guess first off, I wanted to highlight that there are a number of economic development focused items on this presentation, and I want to remind the Commission that we are about to bring on some new resources through our ICMA grant. We have a number of very qualified applicants, and we're actually going through the hiring process right now and hoping to bring them on probably early next month. And so very much it's been a joint effort on the grant between multiple departments, led by my office through John Alexander. But that person, when they come on, will be assigned to a number of these economic development projects with a focus on economic mobility, which is the grant focus. So I fully anticipate that person plugging into many of these things going forward. The other thing I wanted to mention is several of the projects, as you see, are particularly the airport gateway study, several of the items that we talked about, particularly I think for what we do with Cornerstone E-Heady around food, is going to have some heavy involvement or heavy coordination with the county. The airport study is joint funded between us and the county, and I know that's something that I actually met with Manager Lieberman earlier this week, and we talked about some opportunities up near the Eco Loop, and about the need for additional space for the types of manufacturing and small industrial development that we'd like to see that produce good paying jobs. So I anticipate there'll be a lot of coordination between us and county staff on that gateway study. One thing I want to mention about food is if you all remember back in our when we had our joint meeting last with the county, that was talked about. You all, I think, sat through a presentation from their food person, and I think there's a great deal of opportunity. I know this has been something that we've talked about, and as Mr. Smith alluded to, we put out an RFP for a grocery store. Unfortunately, it wasn't successful, and so now we have to think about it a little bit more creatively and maybe pivot and come up with some ideas that could still satisfy the food access, food security, economic development component, but maybe with the in a way that's perhaps iterative towards maybe an ultimate goal of having a full service grocery store. So I don't want to get too in the weeds or fixate too much on any one component of what we talked about, but that'll be another ongoing, I think, point of collaboration and discussion as the county brings back their RFP for the food aggregator, and I think there's a great deal of opportunity to hopefully land something jointly out here that checks a lot of boxes for our discussion. So I just wanted to add those points. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Interim Manager Parsons. That was some good information that you provided. I did want to ask this question, Mr. Smith, because I heard you mention that GCRA plans to reach out to some specific grocers. Are you able to tell us or share with us at least a couple of those that you plan to to reach out to, or do you not know now? It's okay.
Um,
I'm just curious if you do.
We'll let you know when we do.
Okay, yeah, please do. That's something, obviously, we've been in conversation about that for a long time, and a few grocers, especially some local ones, have already been reached out to. I'm curious if those conversations will be continued, but yeah, I'm certainly looking forward to you bringing that back.
I think the one that we did reach out to, Hitchcock's has kind of changed their model,
I
and
heard.
they're fragmenting their holdings. So the plan we had last year is no longer doable.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. With regards to the Pink House over at Porter's, are we looking at, is this now going to become a part of the existing community center? So this is a community center and it's just an addition to it?
That's correct.
Okay.
And it would serve the same purpose as the room where the Porter's Community, Porter's Connect Association meets. It's about the same size. It will be competitive. It's one of the various potential meeting centers that PCRA or PRCA has, so there would need to be sign-ups and planning in advance for that, to hold meetings there, but it's a good fit, I believe, and they're excited about it.
Okay, and there's a community meeting around that, did you say the February 19th?
It'll be actually here to approve the contract for construction. It'll be coming to City Commission.
Okay, so February 19th is when we'll be approving that.
Right, and there
Okay.
is a community meeting tonight.
Tonight, okay.
That the community will be informed of where we are with the Pink House relative to the cost of it and steps going forward.
What time is that meeting?
6:30,
Thank you.
same as this one.
Thank you. Lastly, I'd like to say thank you to Ms. Santana. Had the opportunity to attend the first stakeholders meeting, last week or several nights ago, and I thought it was a great hit, so kudos to staff. Also want to thank the staff out of the manager's office, John and Mike. I know you all worked very hard on making sure that certain individuals were at that initial table, and we can look forward to more of those meetings. But Ms. Santana, thank you for your leadership and your authorship for such a great opportunity. And I really want to get very specific with you when I say to the staff, thank you for several opportunities to engage with the community so that they're aware of their status on this grant. That shows that you truly do care, that you truly do want them to be successful, and that means a lot to me and a lot to this community. So thank you for that. I will go ahead and conclude my comments with that, but I would have definitely been remiss if I didn't say thank you to Ms. Santana. And certainly we look forward to more things like this coming from you.
And we had a lot of help from communications putting together the information, and they will be putting together a booklet that's going to be available the week after Martin Luther King week, which is the effective kickoff for this program.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker. Commissioner Eastman.
I'll be brief. I did just want to say, since we talked about collaborations with the county on the Gainesville Gateway study and things like that, the city of Gainesville is the implementing entity for the Gainesville CRA. It's within our jurisdiction. I will say that without the other icon that is here, the Alachua County government, putting in about half the money, none of this would have been possible. So I thanks to them for making all of this possible, and I hope that we did not have the conversation about the Gainesville CRA, I think, at our last joint city-county meeting, but I would like for us to continue to think through ways that we could bring them into some of the decision-making and feedback within the GCRA into the near future, giving them, updates on a lot of these projects. I know they have thoughts and opinions, and since they are a portion of the funding entity, I think that would be useful.
They will be getting this PowerPoint.
Perfect.
And we have a JCC meeting with them in March, at which the annual report will be presented, and we'll provide them copies of that. You will also be receiving a CRA history report, primarily concentrating on the CRA pre-2019. They'll be getting that copy of that as well.
Perfect. All right. Thank you, Rick.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, good pickup, Commissioner Eastman, on the logo. Simply on that, right? That's important. Have we already provided this or providing this to our county colleagues?
We'll be providing quite soon.
Okay. They, you know, and they may ask you to go into it in some depth, and I think that we would probably support that greatly, so they feel, you know, included on these big picture initiatives. For the Northeast 8th Avenue, that's a big one, and I see you've got a good timeline laid out there. We're going to do some walking along that corridor and get those packets that you're talking about to the businesses. You got at least 4 active churches right on the corridor there, and they are they're real large and in charge as far as being able to disseminate information.
We intend to work with John's team to best how to connect with the Duval and 8th Avenue businesses. We're also going to have regularly scheduled blocks of time per week for folks to drop in and ask questions on the application. We have a couple of additional workshops planned for the future. But we really want to do the face-to-face more than kind of a larger town hall. I think it'll be more effective. Folks will have questions they may not want to ask in front of a lot of people. We can help guide them to, provide or submit a complete application. That's what these face-to-face meetings will do. We can't guarantee them success in getting any funding, but we want everybody to be able to be in play to participate.
Yeah, I agree 100% with the face-to-face. And should there be walking, I bet you the commissioner on the other end of this big desk would want to do that, and I would certainly like to do that and help too if you decide that. Give us the training, and we'll go where you tell us.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Mr. Persons.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to follow up a little bit on the county discussion. As I mentioned, Manager Lieberman and I met this week, and we discussed our joint desire to have regular meetings. The two of us sit down and talk about things that are going on in the city and the county. We try to open a more direct line of communication and continue to work together. Because we do have many of the same goals and the same desires, and obviously we work in tandem and adjacent to each other at the same time. So I also wanted to mention that your intrepid Chief Operating Officer Brian Singleton and I spoke recently about also standing up an internal staff meeting with county staff who are focused on economic development, and GCRA staff, including Ms. Smart in those meetings as well, so we can hopefully not only coordinate in terms of projects, but also communicate that out in a way that's more jointly done. I think it's been a understandable comment that the county has made. So we are trying to continue to move forward together as we go forward. And to Commissioner Eastman's point, would hope that would over time in the next calendar year equate to ongoing conversations about joint projects and ultimately the future of the CRA when the 10-year agreement ends. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. So I'm very, very pleased with all of this. And I would note that we're not just waiting for things to happen at Cornerstone E-Hetty project. Things are happening, but there have been people working on site there between the GTEC facility and the Maryview facility for a long time. I mean, so when we make food trucks available, that's convenient for people who work there and for people who are kind of across the street at the health department, as well as folks who live in the neighborhood surrounding. So while we have not thought of it as a large commercial corridor, I don't think it is. I mean, stuff's happening there already, and more things will be happening. My hope is that once we get the RTS transfer station, that people will, coming in from Points East, will use that as a park and ride to Points West and avoid traffic and create more retail opportunities. When people are there, dropping their car off or picking their car up. Maybe they can buy some, something from potential, whatever food resources we could put there, and whatever other things grow up in the area by having that in that spot. Love what we're doing with the streetery right now. I've enjoyed the winter market and encourage everyone to go take part in the winter market. We've got 3 weekends, 2, maybe 3 weekends left. And it's been cool, and it's great to see actual data that shows that when we program the streetery, people come to the streetery in greater numbers than were coming before the pandemic. That is important, and it's worth repeating that, this works. The streetery works, but it has to be programmed. It doesn't, on its own, it's just a blank venue. But when we put some oil on the canvas, good things happen. So very, very pleased to see that result. Thank you all for all of this. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Khalid Blount.
Welcome, Mr. Blount.
Hello. I strongly agree about streetery. It's like a gravity well. You get near those structures with the activity going on, it draws you in. But what I really want to comment on CRA is I'm optimistic. I hope that CRA continues evolving away from being the gentrification department. And I'm not speaking spuriously, I'm speaking of things I have observed personally in the past. So I hope that continues. In fact, I think their current location is very strategic, especially when that bus transfer station opens there, which I hope will be the Claudette Colvin transfer station. That's a good way to memorialize that she just passed. That they will have a way to do real outreach. They can step over there any day, maybe with a tray of goodies, and survey as many people as they can fit in time to survey. And I want to see them make real outreach and real connections. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blount. Anyone else?
That was our last speaker.
All right, very good. Thank you to CRA staff so much for all the hard work you're doing. Very pleased with this. Can't wait for the 8th Avenue project to roll out. I think it's going to be really, really wonderful and make lasting impacts for people who already live in the Duval community. So, all right, see you for the lights. So thank you all for that. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we are on to 2026 to 28 replacement resolution for the creation and operation of the Downtown Advisory Board. With the recommendation, the City Commission adopt the proposed resolution, which repeals Resolution 2024-244 and amends and restates the creation and operation of the Downtown Advisory Board.
Welcome back, Mr. Smith.
How you doing, sir? I don't have a PowerPoint for this. Fairly simple change. We neglected to include, sort of a process for selecting officers and their term. This fills that gap. It just plugs right into the current bylaws. You don't really, or resolution. So nothing other than the ordering number is affected.
Okay. Any questions? Commissioner Eastman.
It seems straightforward enough to me. I'll make the motion. I just kind of want to speak broadly that about the Downtown Advisory Board. We put this together about, what was it, like 2 years? A year ago?
Yeah, about 2 years ago.
About 2 years ago. Based on, historically we've had downtown, advisory boards, different things that help us just figure out how we do the kind of messy work of making a urban center that has lots of different opinions, thoughts, ideas from various people, different constituencies, and really try to bring them into government and have that in there. We've had, and I think, we've had a lot of discussion here how to bring them into the decision making. I'll say that things that we've gotten from them, things like adding more downtown parking is things that we have implemented. The Christmas lights, if I recall, came directly from one of the meetings that we were able to set aside funding for that. Improved pedestrian signaling is something that came directly from the Downtown Advisory Board that we're currently doing a study for. Improving our events program, they said that was the number one thing they wanted to see to help businesses, to bring more people downtown. That is something that we worked on. Making the streetery, getting more people out on the streetery, directly resulted in the winter market. If I recall, the trash receptacles and like getting the trash off of the streets.
There were no
Last I've
formal
heard that we've had
actions.
have we had movement on that by chance? My understanding is we've had movement on having a shared trash area and moving some of the trash off of the main road there.
Welcome, Mr. Singleton.
Good morning, Brian Singleton, Interim Chief Operating Officer. Sorry, my leg fell asleep back there. The new dumpster enclosure in Lot 13 is now up and running. We
Yeah.
did find a partner to partner with. There were some businesses that have opened up during the coordination process that we're still working with to get them into the centralized dumpster. But it is now up and running. The majority of the businesses are now using it.
So for what that means is that there is not trash that is out along the street along First and Second. I mean, you say it's not a 100% rate, but it's yeah.
All the individual trash carts for each of the individual businesses west of Main Street, the majority of those are now on that centralized dumpster.
That's great. I know that was a lot of work for you personally, Brian. So I really appreciate all the work you put into it. But it's those small little changes, and that's what a lot of what we've gotten from the Downtown Advisory Board is a little change. How do we get a couple more people there? How do we get more people into downtown? How do we make sure that when people are walking on First and Second, there's not smelly trash that they're seeing when they're coming to our businesses? That's the kind of thing that we've kind of slowly but methodically sort of worked through, and we're starting to see. We're starting to see some real results from that, and a lot of that came directly from the Downtown Advisory Board. And so I'm glad we have this. This is more just a slate bureaucratic change that has nothing to do with it. But I wanted to take the opportunity to just make that point. With that, I'll move 2024-244, the replacement resolution for the creation operation.
Commissioner, if you would adjust, I believe it's they have a new number.
Okay, it's the one that's on the top. 2026-28. I would move.
Second.
We have a motion and second. Is there any public comment on this, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have Khalid Blau.
Welcome, Mr. Blau.
Hello again. I've been to quite a few meetings of the Downtown Advisory Board. And Commissioner Eastman, I want to tell you, you were still focused on reading comic books when that board formed. You have a new incarnation, but the Downtown Redevelopment Advisory Board existed way, way back, and with some of the same prime leaders that showed up at the beginning this time. Back then, their main focus was how to drive St. Francis House out of downtown, but you know that's still the same. When I go to those meetings, as somebody who lives 8 blocks that way, I don't see anything that's not a storefront represented. I think there ought to be a seat on there dedicated to somebody out of one of the residential enclaves immediately ringing downtown, because sound and other things spill over from downtown to us who live nearby. I hear downtown a lot. So there ought to be somebody, even if it's still a business interest, a bed and breakfast person, whatever, but somebody whose only focus in downtown is not storefront.
Thank you, Mr. Blau. So, but before we vote, let me just say, is there any further public comment, Madam Clerk?
It's not, Mr. Mayor.
I just wanted to note, and this follows off the last conversation as well, when we talk specifically about downtown and what the commercial areas of downtown, the thing that we as a city can do, we can't make businesses prosper, but we can set a playing field that helps businesses prosper. We can do things that bring people downtown to experience what is available. We can make things easier, as with the central garbage facility. We can do those things that make it possible for a business to prosper. We can't make it happen beyond that, but we can bring people down with the streetery. We can, help you not have to have your garbage cans in front of your business. Those are the things that we're doing that are functional, that make this a thriving downtown. And I'll note once again, I usually say there are 3, but there are actually 4 economies that happen in exactly the same place downtown. One of them is what we're participating in right now for the office workers who come downtown early in the morning, leave in mid to late afternoon. Hopefully some of those folks stick around and buy some lunch while they're downtown. There's the evening restaurant and a show economy, which happens in exactly the same place, but often isn't the same people as were there during the day. There's the late evening part of downtown that would be hard to squeeze more people into that. I mean, that you talk about a thriving economy. That part of it is absolutely thriving. But again, it's thriving with a group of people who generally aren't in the other two parts of the economy, even though it's in the same spot. And the fourth one, which Mr. Blatt, you remind me of, is the growing number of people living downtown who are here overnight and throughout the course of the day, hopefully. And that is going to continue to grow. We're going to talk about that first thing this afternoon, if we can, move forward on Lot 10. More folks who will be able to live not only near downtown, but in downtown. So it is a challenge to those of you who are tasked with managing what downtown is and how it works, with managing 4 separate economies that happen in exactly the same place. That just isn't a thing that happens in most downtowns. Ours is, if it is not unique, it is darn near unique, and I appreciate the extra work that has to go on to make that work for all the different economies that exist in that spot. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A quick question about, just since we're looking at the ordinance. Section 2F vacancy says if an appointed member cannot continue to serve, the mayor shall appoint a member to fill the vacancy. And I can't remember if we've had a vacancy yet. And Madam Clerk, can you remind me, have we had a vacancy of this, in the past?
I believe so, yes.
And Madam Clerk, did you remind and offer that to the mayor, or did we just wait until kind of a next cycle, get an application?
We did do it the typical way with advertising, accepting, and then giving it to you all for vote. So it didn't go straight to the mayor.
Okay. Well, does it need to go straight to the mayor in the future, or I mean, we have the option to strike something out right now if we wanted, right? We're in the
I think it's at the mayor's pleasure. So I think our typical process, we can just proceed with that. But I'll defer to the city attorney's office.
So we advertise, and then it comes to the commission to choose, and I'll appoint.
I think
we need this. I'm just, if it is unnecessary, wordage in a resolution, then we can remove it. Or if if the consensus is that we will leave it there. And then, but, if the mayor does not make an appointment, if it goes along the normal process. But right now, it does say that the mayor shall appoint a member to fill the vacancy. Am I wrong about this? Mr. Attorney?
Mayor, Commissioners, good morning. I think you're correct about that, but that's just a policy decision that this commission can make, depending on how you best see fit for vacancies to be filled. I would say that's fairly common in certain advisory boards around the state. It's just, sometimes, just depending on the efficiencies of what you're trying to accomplish, but
And it sounds like, I think if I remember, thank you, Mr. Attorney, we haven't had like a bunch of people vacancies, so it has been functioning well. We didn't need the mayor to step in necessarily. Well, just proving that I read things. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willits. I was hitting on the lights, and we've already handled public comment, correct? Yes.
Correct. I do need to do roll call.
Okay.
Commissioner Willits?
Aye.
Commissioner Engel is absent. Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
Commissioner Book? Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Engel absent. Thank you, Mr. Smith, once again.
Thanks, sir.
Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, that concludes the morning agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So before we adjourn for lunch, I do want to, I should have done this at the beginning and didn't. I want to remind everyone that we do have a new Mayor Pro Tem. Commissioner Willits is serving in this function. As our custom is for this calendar year, we chose to appoint him to that in December, and that's why he is over here at my right hand, and Commissioner Eastman has moved to Commissioner Willis' old spot. So your eyes are not deceiving you. People have moved a little bit, but not a lot up here. And hopefully this is, with the addition of Commissioner Engel when he comes back from his health issues, this will be what you see for 2026 up here. Thank you all. We are in recess until 1 o'clock. Everyone, welcome to the afternoon session. We'll get the light. There we go. Welcome to the afternoon session of this Gainesville City Commission meeting for January 15th, 2026. 2026 sounds like science fiction to me, yet here we are. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we are on to our Gainesville history moment with Miss Donna Waller.
Welcome. Kick off our history for the year, please.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year.
This is a good beginning for me. I want to tell you a couple of things about what I'm doing today before I start. I never actually know how many people watch this, and I'm starting off the year borrowing a phrase from somebody who does watch the history moments. And a person has contacted me and asked me to come and talk about Gainesville's history. And in his correspondence with me, he used a phrase that I had never heard, which was, he said, what you do is something I think of as cultural architecture. And then he went on to say, I think of that as being how buildings and neighborhoods and civic places carry memory and shape community. And that was not a way I had thought about what I think of as building talk, but it's one I'm going to steal, and it's a direct quote from the person who wrote it for me. So today I want to do some cultural architecture to start out the year, and what I want to talk to you about is the Dunbar Hotel, which since I decided to do it, I've been by to look at the building 3 or 4 times, and it's really quite remarkable. And what this and several of the other talks I've done have given me a sense of, and I don't want to be telling you folks what you should be doing, but let me just make a plug for the fact that the Pleasant Street neighborhood is full of cultural architecture. You know that I was totally knocked out by my visit to the church, and I had to do that. And the Dunbar Hotel, despite the story I'm going to tell you about its evolution and devolution and then evolution again, is a building that retains what I think of as its cultural ambiance. You can drive by that building and you instantly get a sense of its history just by looking at it. And I urge you to go over and take a look at it. But the Dunbar Hotel was the only hotel that catered to African Americans during segregation. It was Gainesville's black hotel. And it was bought in 1936 by a couple, the Dunbars. And another thing that I have to say about this is doing research on this building was one of the more difficult projects that I've had for this talk. For example, I read probably 5 articles about this building and looked at property records and stuff like that. And the owner is called Joseph Dunbar in 3 of the 5 articles, and called Jackson Dunbar in the other 2. And I have no idea what is the definitive name. But his wife, Sophronia Dunbar, was actually the person who ran the hotel, and everybody is pretty clear on that. So they bought the building in 1936 and put a second story on it. It was simply a 1-story building at the time, and then opened it as a rooming house, and later expanded it into a hotel. And it remained a hotel until 1968 or so. Then, of course, desegregation happened, and it did not serve the purpose that it had traditionally. But it also remained a hotel until Mrs. Dunbar died. She continued to run it. And I believe she died in 1969. So the hotel operated as a hotel from 1936 until 1969. And they didn't have any staff to run it. The whole place was run by their family, and that's another historical thing. One article said they had 13 children. Another article said they had 4 children, and the number 13 is their grandchildren, all of whom lived on the property in little houses in the back. They did all the work, and apparently Mrs. Dunbar was a stern tax mistress. When the hotel was open, you could get a room for $3 a night with breakfast, and those of you who know about the hotel probably know that it had some very famous guests, prominent African American musicians who came to play at the Cotton Club and at the Wabash Hall, were often housed at the Dunbar, and the names are people like Duke Ellington and Ella Fitzgerald, and people that I think of as the greats of American jazz. But more often, regular African-American people who came to work the strawberry fields and vegetable farms stayed at the hotel too. And it was a very, very popular place. In 1969, when Sophronia died, none of the family wanted to take over, having worked there as children. They knew how much work it was to run the hotel. And so in 1970, it was sold. And from 1970 until some date, again, I encountered 4 different dates for what I'm getting ready to tell you about now. But until roughly 1990 or so, it was simply abandoned. And it became part of a large number of properties in the Pleasant Street neighborhood that were simply boarded up and abandoned for decades. And ultimately, the city bought it, thank you very much, and began renovations on it. In 1991, a Dunbar descendant, the Thomases, came back and lived in the hotel and oversaw some of the restorations of the building. And ultimately, it became Pleasant Place, which is what the building was when I moved here. That was a project of the city when I moved here in 1980. And somewhere between 1988 and 1990, the building served as a home for pregnant teenage mothers, and that was what Pleasant Place was. And then when Pleasant Place closed, and the agencies that had referred those folks there, Guardian Ad Litem and Peaceful Paths, got their own places, it actually became a fraternity house. It was leased to the University of Florida in 2016 and remained a fraternity house for about 3 years. And you can imagine how popular that was with the neighbors. They had not had the idea that there would be a continuous party there, but one of the articles indicated that that was, in fact, the case. And then in 2020, the owner, who is still the owner of the building, leased it to a woman named Maud Wilson. And some of you know she was the woman who bought the Wine and Cheese Gallery, whose building you have just dealt with here. And she did massive renovations and intended to move a wine bar and reopen the building as a B&B. Apparently, she went bankrupt trying to do that, and the building reverted to its owner, who is Greg Stetz. Some of you may know that. And according to him, he began looking for what he thought of as appropriate people to manage what was then called the Pink House. It is no longer pink, by the way. It is sort of a charcoal gray now. He leased it to her, and she simply ran out of money, although she did very extensive renovations to the building itself. But he absolutely liked the idea of having it become a B&B with a restaurant and reverting to its old life as a hotel. And he began looking for an African-American manager for the building. He wanted it kept in keeping with the Pleasant Street neighborhood, which is not just the oldest African-American neighborhood in Gainesville, but one of the oldest neighborhoods in Gainesville. And he has succeeded in doing that. If you don't know, the building has been extensively renovated once again and is now, and you should Google it, undergoing a soft opening as an Airbnb and a restaurant. You can actually get reservations there now. And it is being run, it is my understanding, by the folks who run Germain's down the street. So in very short order, and friends of mine have been in the building for dinner, and it retains much of its historic character. They have kept it with small rooms that were the hotel rooms. And I want to make a plug for the Commission's continued interest in renovating buildings in that neighborhood and keeping that building intact. And I urge you to go and take a look at it, walk around, have a dinner, and think about Duke Ellington, Ella Fitzgerald, and the strawberry pickers, and especially those 13 offspring, children and grandchildren, who did all the work from 1936 to 1969.
Thank you. Wonderful. Appreciate that. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to early public comment, but we don't have anyone signed up, so we're going to move on to general public comment. I have Mr. Khalid Blount, I have you marked general public comment, but also listed an agenda number. Okay, so did you want to speak early then to the 2026-28? Or okay. Yes. Oh, I see what you did. Okay, so general public comment.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Blount.
Thank you. I'm here this time on something that's kind of personal interest. And it has to do with the yoga classes across the street on the plaza. And it's personal because I'm a participant, and this is crucial to my program of trying to age gracefully. So I want to see those yoga classes continue, and they've been going on a long time. The teacher I go to on Tuesday and Thursday evenings is in her 9th year, and she was not the first teacher. These are people who went and got themselves trained, certified, insured, and then entered into agreements with Parks and Rec and are offering these classes for free to the community. There's Monday and Wednesdays, 9-ish, 9 in the morning. And then there's Tuesday and Thursday, 7:30 p.m. The evening one is not shockingly more attended because, 9 a.m. people are at work or doing other things. But they are both very well loved, and people that come to them come consistently and regularly. But the morning class has a problem. So many times we show up and there's leaf blowing or pressure washing concrete. These things are not compatible with yoga. Yoga is on the marquee. This is a city event. Are they going to do leaf blowing or cement washing during Free Friday's music or pop-up markets? I'm asking you to respect, and it's just a matter, these crews have stuff to do multiple places. It's just a matter of check-offs on a schedule when they go where. They don't have to be there at that time. So I would like to ask that the yoga classes get some respect. Matter of fact, I've been unhappy that the yoga teachers have to fret about parking. As volunteers who are giving their time and great service to the citizens, they should have a waiver to put on their dashboard during class times and not have to worry about parking.
Thank you, Mr. Blount.
Jim Conish.
Welcome, Mr. Conish.
Mr. Chair, Jim Conish. I wasn't going to come down today, but yesterday I drove by the VA and I saw the law enforcement vehicles over there, and I thought that's where the shooting was because everyone went to the hospital with the 2 officers that were shot. Mr. Chair, for those people that think that law enforcement is something that is a luxury we can't really afford, for those of you who think that it's a good idea to fund and promote an open-air substance abuse and psychiatric facility that offers no treatment, that does not check for warrants, that does not care if they're sex offenders, and bog law enforcement down with a tobacco like that and expect them to correctly handle the situation they were confronted with is ridiculous. When you and your cronies take their dogs away, when you and your cronies try to micromanage the jail, even though they couldn't manage a Kool-Aid stand to save their life, it puts all of us in danger. No one's to blame for the state of our society, which I have a difficult time even believing that these things are happening. And this happened less than a mile from where I was. But a lot of your policies are creating a community that's not safe, that's extremely expensive to live in, and where a cult of people hate anybody that doesn't stoke the machine that is ruining our community since 2005. So while you cling to power by pandering to interests that are not shared by the vast majority of citizens, you just leave us at tremendous risk, because if that wasn't handled well yesterday, a lot of people could have been killed. So instead of all your doctrines and your political rhetoric, I would ask you all to ride along with law enforcement on a regular basis and see firsthand like what's going on. That was a tradition with this commission at one time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conish. For the record, I think most of the commission actually has done ride-alongs. So,
That was our last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's move on.
All right, and we are on to our discussion item for the morning. We have 2026.
Afternoon.
Sorry. Afternoon, thank you. It runs together sometimes. 2026-41, approval of ground lease and development agreement for Lot 10 mixed-use development. With the recommendation, the City Commission approve the ground lease agreement and development agreement for the Lot 10 mixed-use development and authorize the city manager or designee to execute the agreements and all related documents subject to review and approval by the city attorney as to form and legality.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm pleased to be able to share with you the draft approval of ground lease and development agreement for Lot 10. If you recall, this was discussed and direction was given by Commission back in August of last year with some proposed terms of the agreement. We have been working with AMJ as well as a great deal of work by the guy to my right here to draft the agreement that's before you. I'm happy to walk through the terms if the commission would like, or we could just, I could answer any questions. I believe AMJ is here to speak on behalf of the development side, but we're looking forward to moving on and getting the project underway.
Mr. Manager, if you would just walk us through the high points of the contract, and then I'll invite AMJ representatives to come up and speak as well, then we can question.
Sounds good. Let's see. So the key provisions are obviously the party is the City of Gainesville. The tenant developer is AMJ. Pursuant to the discussion back in August, essentially what will happen is the property, which is currently owned by AMJ, would be transferred back to the city, and then we would enter into ground lease with AMJ for a period of 60 years. This is in part because of the recently adopted statutory provisions which allow for government-owned property with a minimum 30-year lease to be able to provide an ad valorem tax exemption for affordable units that are at 120% or below. So the property would transition from AMJ back to the city. We would enter into a ground lease. The term of the ground lease would be for 60 years. After that first 30-year period of the lease, which is corresponds with the expiration of the statutory tax exemption, AMJ would have the ability to either purchase the property for the current appraised value then, or continue the ground lease under the terms of the contract, and they would actually make lease payments to the city on an annual basis. Those would be adjusted for CPI, and there would be periodic true-ups every 10 years. The project would be a minimum of 7 stories, at least 104 residential units. By statute, at least 70 of the units would be restricted to 120% AMI. Mike or Anthony may want to speak to that in terms of their overall number of units. The project would have a minimum of 5,500 square feet of non-residential commercial space. If you remember, the original deal had the provision of a grocery store in that, and that has been adjusted to both the square footage has been adjusted down, as well as the use restriction has been broadened out to have non-residential commercial space. Let's see. The other components, the developer has already applied for Connect Free funding pursuant to those restrictions to help offset the water wastewater connection charges. And we intend to use the original $1 million, which is a portion of the purchase price, and has always been allocated for affordable housing for this project. We would use that $1 million, supplemented by some of the city's surtax set aside for affordable housing, to purchase 11 units in the completed project that would be under the city's ownership in perpetuity and would be used for affordable housing. Let's see, what else? Rent covered. There is a timeline in the agenda item that covers the various points going forward. So that would be the effective date would become when the actual agreement is signed, should the commission move forward today. There'd be an inspection period and then an approval period, moving into commencement and construction. Importantly, AMJ has been working over these past several months on finalizing their civil design, their architectural design, and I'll let them speak about their timeline in terms of when they anticipate submitting development permits to the city and moving forward into construction. But there is a timeline built into the agreement as well. And I believe, the one other thing I wanted to mention, there are some performance requirements in the agreement as well. If we move forward and the project does not end up coming to fruition, there are some liquidated damages provisions that we worked with AMJ into the agreement as well. However, we don't anticipate needing to exercise this because we're going to get this done. So that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And I would invite the AMJ representatives to come on up. I love it when people bring up a bunch of plans.
It's all blank.
You don't have to tell us that.
You can come look at them if you want to. Thank you for the time today, and I just first want to start, nothing to do with Lot 10, but it was, I'm sure you've talked about, it was a tough day yesterday for the community and many of you. I was not there. I watched the full press conference, and Chief Moya and his staff did a remarkable job, obviously during and then afterwards, and then commissioners and city manager. In particular, the comments were very good and reassuring. So anyway, I know what it's like to be in those situations. It's not a fun day, and it's the sort of real stuff of the job. No offense to this project, but it brings things home. So quick update, and I can go into as much detail as you want. Just a highlight. We've spent about $3 million to date working on the project, between acquisition of land, acquisition of parking adjacent to that, and plans. Each of these pages represent, I don't know, $10,000 or some crazy amount of money. It's architects and engineers are obviously not free. These are 50% plans. We're probably in the 60+% by now. This is maybe a month or so old, but architecture plans has come out in those sort of segments. Next set will be around 85%. We did meet, by the way, with your staff weekly, which I'll get into a little bit. Andrew, Brian, Mr. Singleton, and Mr. Persons, and others, Mr. McDermott as well, to work on this. And then we work with the architects literally every week, every Tuesday at 1:30, if you ever want to join in. We have spent a lot of time with the planning staff, with public works staff, with GRU now. We'll be meeting tomorrow afternoon with your staff to go over the conceptual site plan, talk through utilities, coordination of the streetery, and other such things. It's, urban development is complicated alone, and then when you have a project, outside of control, if you will, then it takes a lot of coordination. But anyway, we're working through that, and tomorrow hopefully we'll get somewhere. Again, we spent those utilities all around the site. It's a real spaghetti of things. A lot of things are moving, so we've been working on a lot of utility coordination. We expect to be able to have a foundation permit sometime in April to submit to the city. How long that takes to get is, obviously beyond our control, but we'll hopefully put in good plans that the city can look at while we're looking at finishing the architectural plans and the building permit processes, thereafter. We spent a lot of time on both the debt and equity side to ensure that there's financing for the project. It's a very large, fairly complicated urban project. So finding the right debt partners for that, and also equity. Obviously, our side will be putting in a large share, but it will need some additional that we're seeking, and we have had pretty good success finding that. So anyway, those are some highlights of where we are right now. We can sort of answer questions, or I can sit down and you all can ask your staff whatever you prefer.
Very good, thank you. So I don't see any lights running. Anybody have questions? While we wait for that, I will tell you that I'm very much looking forward to this. I'm excited, continue to be excited about moving forward on this, and I hope we can get there today. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, it was mentioned before the amount of units. I see 104 minimum in here. How many units are you guys thinking right now?
115.
115?
Yeah.
Okay. And it's 5,500 square feet of non-residential space on the bottom. What are your current thoughts about how to utilize, how that space can be utilized, and what do you guys think about that?
I mean, we haven't talked to any particular people yet. That's mostly on the, it's mostly on the streetery side, and a little bit on the sort of, is it First Street?
Okay.
I guess. And then we will have some residential on the ground floor on the corner of Second and, I always get on Second Avenue.
Right.
And then the other corner on the other Second Avenue and on the parking garage side, we'll have lobby, entrance for the residential units, and things of that sort. A lot of the, fitness center and things of that sort are up on the third floor actually. So that it'll be activated all the way around the site basically, but it just won't be traditional retail. The leasable 5,500 square feet is what I think Mr. Persons was talking about, where that'll be leased to whatever coffee shop or, a restaurant or a boutique or whatever the case may be.
Right, similar to what you guys did on the bottom of the hotel there. So, which
Right.
is now, I think, not entirely filled up, but at least the portions that are fronting our main street, which I was
We're
very
getting
happy
there.
to see are filled
Yeah, we're
up.
getting there.
Yeah.
And it is, I mean, can lease is very hard. It's a lot of square feet. And it's very expensive for retailers of any type to go in there. It's not for the faint of heart. So you have to find some either well-backed or the developer has to build it out, which is costly, and it's obviously it's much less expensive for someone to go into a second or third generation spots than it is a brand new building, so.
Yeah, but hey, you guys have a good place that dips ice cream into chocolate down there, which I
That is
recommend
also
anyone
true.
checking out.
That is also true.
So that it's
Yeah.
I'm glad you guys got it filled in there.
Some boba tea and a little bit of ramen. It's been I think a pretty success, and then it came out quite lovely. I think it's a nice building, build out, I should say.
Perfect. All right. Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The summary we have says that the non-refundable prepayment would be 2.045 million. But somewhere in the contract I'm reading, what's this number? 2.02455 as the first 30 year of the prepayment.
Mr. Manager.
There is the discrepancy may be related to some earnest deposit that has to, that the city would retain depending on how much we're talking. But essentially the original purchase price of the property would constitute the rental payment for the first 30 years, conceptually speaking. There is, I think, roughly, I want to say maybe $21,000 of earnest deposit that we would retain in that scenario, but I'm not sure if that's the discrepancy. It also might just be a typo.
Then I see a 34,000 in above, which those two numbers combined is more than the 2.045 when those two numbers are combined. A little bit,
But-
So I'm just, if whoever who can.
Mr. Mayor, we also, we were responsible for paying the commission to the real estate agents, so that may be part of the discrepancy as well. We paid the city more than the price of the land because there was some, I forgot what it was, 3 or 4% that had to get added on to that as well, which this city required us to pay early on.
Okay. And then just so I understand we hold the 2.045 as a prepayment for 30 years. And so help me understand the CPI and the 2% increase, 2% per year, just so I understand how does that apply during the first 30 years since we're holding the money, are we just paying ourselves sort of? Or we're moving from that prepayment?
Yes, so after on the 31st year, should the developer decide to not exercise the purchase.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's in the paragraph about the 30
Yeah,
years.
then it
Okay,
would- sorry,
I was getting confused. So then the paragraph about rent for the first 30 years, that is where I read the 2.024550 rent. So I just want to get clarification on that because we've been told that the first whatever is 2.045, that is what is, we've always understood, but at least the copy I'm looking at in backup, under section 5 where it says rent, it says $2,024,550. So I'm just trying to make sure those numbers are indeed accurate, whichever one we're going forward with. It's on page 7 of the document I'm looking at in backup, section 5, rent A.
Pulling it up. There is there might be related to, in the event that that construction does not occur, we move past the approval into construction phase, there is a liquidated damages provision of $250,000, and that would be something that would be kept by the city, and then the remainder would be remitted back to the developer in that situation.
Okay, I'm looking at a difference of $21,450, if that comes to anybody's mind. Just the difference between in the guts of where it says what that rent is, the prepayment.
Right, 2,045 was the original purchase price, and then there's a commission on top of that, the commission we paid outside of this arrangement. So I guess at least on our side, whatever we paid the city thus far, the city retains, and it's not paying us anything back at all. So whatever the net number is that the city has is what that payment is essentially.
Okay, thank you. I'll continue to look at this.
It's in the
Right, but the contract, at least, it's just a contract that I'm looking at. Ground lease agreement. And just where it actually does say that what that rent is and what the prepayment is. And whether it's because the first month is not the prepayment, whatever. I'm just trying to make sure that exactly those numbers line up with what I'm being told at least, and that we've told the public. So thank you for now. We'll see. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Willis. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Mr. Lyons, I probably do have a couple of questions for you, but I'll start with the manager. In our last conversation in August, I think the city was contemplating some of these changes, which are now coming before us today. That's when I was looking. But kind of as a commission, we've also been working on the Lot 10 project, the entire iteration of this commission. And we've had 6 contractual amendments since that time. And the last one, the 6th amendment, starting in October 2021, and now we're here on February 1st, 2026, and our backup from August said extending the deadline for the start of construction to February 1st of 2026, which is in 2 weeks. So I'm concerned about that. There's not a lot of place for negotiation at this point, but we have an extensive sized property with a tremendous development if it broke ground, but it's not breaking ground. And 6 times we've changed the agreements to kind of mutually benefit. So in this particular case, I just need kind of a little reminder of what's the rationale for why we're doing these particular changes. Some of the advantages and disadvantages. That would be for you or your staff, Mr. Manager.
Mr. Mayor, so from I think from the city side, the advantage would be obviously the facilitating the construction of the project. If you remember when the agenda item that we had back in August, staff did lay out a couple of different advantages, disadvantages with that item. Largely the moving forward with this direction provides a number of benefits to the city. One, obviously the construction of high-density mixed-use development in our downtown core to both support downtown economic development, residential development downtown, support the work that we're doing in coordination with the streetery, and then with the provision in state law would also provide an opportunity to not only integrate a portion of the units into the city's affordable housing inventory, but largely integrate, as you heard, the majority of, if not all of the units into that inventory through the tax provisions that are allowed by state law. So essentially, the entire project would become workforce housing at that 120% level. So for the city, it checks off several boxes. It also provides us the opportunity to be able to actually purchase some of the units and add that to our direct inventory of affordable units that the city controls. And as I said, facilitates the ongoing development of downtown. The other sort of flip side of it is that it avoids the loss of an opportunity cost. Obviously, the city does not move quickly on many things, not least of which when it comes to solicitation development. So short of this direction, the city would be back to sort of ground zero in terms of developing another RFP, talking to you all extensively about what you all want to see on the site, going out for solicitations, doing the same type of negotiations with another entity, should that be the direction that the commission goes. So rather than, as you heard, talking about groundbreaking on a project in 2026, we would be talking about groundbreaking on a project somewhere out into the hazy future. So that it does offer a number of benefits to the city in that regard. Potential disadvantages, obviously, the loss of tax of ad valorem tax revenue is real. That's in I think from the city's perspective would be probably the largest disadvantage, if you will, would be that ad valorem tax provision. Again, that's a state provision, not something that the city commission has sort of direction on. That's something that the state, in order to encourage these types of projects, has put that already in state law. It's not a function of the city commission taking action. It's a function of the property appraiser at that point. So the city is just taking advantage of a change in state law in that regard. So I think that covers sort of the from the city's perspective, or from the organization's perspective, why we're moving this forward and recommend.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. Manager. And so, are we now about to have to do a seventh amendment, because this says the deadline is construction is in 2 weeks, and this was our preceding Sixth Amendment, and that's not going to happen. So, the question is, how does that impact this particular new agreement that we're about to do when we have what is one out of compliance on our preceding one?
Mr. Attorney.
Yep, Mayor, Commissioners, this new long-term lease completely supersedes and replaces the old agreements that are currently in place. So those agreements would no longer be in effect, and this new document would govern. So there would be no conflict there; it just supersedes.
All right, thank you. That explains that. Mr. Lyons, I don't know if you want to. I appreciate your update there. The property is being used. I see some cars and stuff being used. I would just ask, can we clean it up and make it look good? So we're doing work right there in the streetery, and then there's properties that have nothing to do with AMG, Mr. Warren, but properties just to the west and the south that are in disrepair, and they look poorly, and they don't help us in the downtown area. So everything that we can control, to the extent that we're able to in the city, we need to make sure it's welcoming and stuff. And Lot 10 would be a piece of that. The two properties, I'm hopeful that the city could take a look at the two properties that have nothing to do again with you all. And we need to make sure the surrounding areas are kept in a manner that really makes people drive in to that. And so for Lot 10, there's probably some, we've done some cleanup there, but there's some maintenance and the beautification that could be done even before we hit the underground infrastructure there. I think would be beneficial to do right now since we have activity there. So that's a request.
I appreciate
it. It's not a commission resolution, but I do think we could do that, and that shouldn't be done at city expense, obviously. Do we have any capabilities to use the property? This is probably for both AMJ. Before we now have essentially a 90-day, based on your April date, 90-day time before we see visible action. I know there's been invisible or invisible actions before, but anything that we could use that for the city, or are we doing that now during this time when it's kind of sitting there?
I mean, it's Mr. Mayor, it's pretty well used now for a variety of uses, frankly, including parking for various entities, including ours.
I see a lot of cars there. I wasn't sure who was benefiting to see that.
The county utilizes it right now. Some Hyatt folks do as well. Some of our maintenance staff do, and then we have some agreements once in a while with people that just need it for a day or two. We do have a lot of underground testing that happens there. People drilling, core samples for, geotech, for foundation, things of that sort. So it's kind of, you may not see that stuff, but every once in a while you'll see a drill or utility people there, or lifting up manhole covers and trying to figure out what's underground. So there's not a lot of long-term uses we can do there now that would be conducive to that kind of thing. But to your point about cleaning up, we try. It's not a lovely property. We'll try a little bit, a little bit harder to make it a little more presentable than it is right now. And so
And
I'll talk to
then,
staff about that later today.
Thank you for that. If there's any revenue for the cars that are parking there, does that come to the city or does that go to AMJ?
Oh, it's owned by us, and I can assure you, there's, this is not a, we pay taxes on it. You know, we bought it outright, and so there's not, it's not a money making operation. We don't just sell parking. Really, it's used, you know, for that. So.
So the last question, so it looks like there may be some visible aspect of what's going on in April, which is about 90 days.
Well, just to be clear, we're hoping to submit the foundation permit at that stage. So yeah, so that doesn't mean we'll start then, but that's the first step in the building process for us. So.
And what would be the timeline for doing something that was visible for the downtown, kind of groundbreaking?
I mean, it depends on how long that process takes, both on the city side and to finalize on our side. So I can't tell you. We're certainly hoping to get breaking ground this year for sure. There's no question about that.
2026.
Yeah, that's what we're working towards. Yeah.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Book.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just trying to get some clarification. So the foundation permit in April 26th, that doesn't mean that you're going to turn dirt then?
Well, no, the city process is, you have building permits. You can.
No, I don't know. So that's what I need you to tell me.
I meant it in a general sense. In a building permit, you can submit a foundation permit, and then after that, the building that sort of goes, on top of that essentially. And so each can be submitted together, or you can submit them separately. And so we're hoping to just accelerate that timeline a little bit. Again, the foundation is fairly complicated in an urban site like this for lots of different reasons. And so if we can get sort of a jump on the foundation design, the geotech will let that process go. And it could take a while, or it could take no time. And then we'll still work on, these are, again, 50 or 60%. There's still a lot of, architecture that has to be done. And then, bidding process for contractors and things of that sort. So, but with a site permit in hand or a foundation permit, when that time comes, we ostensibly could start construction then if we felt like the other part was coming thereafter, meaning the building permit.
Oh, okay, so then the anticipated, I guess I'm following up on what Commissioner Book was asking, the anticipated construction time would then move to 27?
I mean, we hope it's 26. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yep.
Okay.
But part of it, I mean, just to be candid, we'll work on the plans too. We have others involved that are part of that process. So it's not solely in our, control. There's regulatory agencies, not just yours, but, others, including Alachua County. There's banks involved. There's, on and on and on. So we can get the plans done just to finish and submit them, and that process could take, some months or just to get permits to be able to construct.
Well, this is all difficult to understand. I was trying to understand why we would have a 60-year ground lease, but the attorney was explaining to me that that has to do with financing. So that it would be difficult. Otherwise, that just seems like such a long, long time. But at any rate, hopefully, I hope we can begin construction of something in 26. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. And I would say before we move on farther, we don't have a lot of experience with ground leases. So that's a truth for this commission. It is very common in other cities. It's not we're not breaking metaphorical ground here. We just are for our purposes. It is happening in many cities, smaller and larger than ours. It just isn't something we have encountered before, and it is a different process. It's not what we're used to. We're much more used to, we'll agree to a sale price. We'll take your check and we'll sign the transaction. This is more complex, and it's worth working to understand. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think you said it well. This is not new ground, but new ground for us. To Commissioner Willett's point, we did, believe it or not, I actually was correct this time. So the original purchase price, it was $2,045,000. There was $20,450 of deposit that is held in escrow. So the balance is $2,044,550. That's the number.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you. And so I have a question about the kind of timeline, just so I understand this whole lease. There's still, upon achieving whatever the commencement date, then there's 2 months for commencement of construction, correct? And then if construction doesn't start within 2 months, there's some option of either party to terminate the lease with some kind of penalty, or where the city would retain some of the prepayment. So just so I have that right, so 2 months from now, if there's not 2 months from commencement, if there's not the commencement of construction, the city would at that point with terminating the lease, Mr. Manager, would that be a decision that you or the attorney, or is that something that, and there's some time period, would that come back to the commission as a decision?
It would follow the contract terms, so it wouldn't be a, I guess, for lack of a better term, sort of discretionary decision. Essentially, we would expect that that if the project did not move into construction phase and the commencement date, that it'd be a function of the contract that would execute. I do want to make sure that we have the effective date, the inspection period, the approval time, and then the construction phase. So those are separate phases that would happen. They could happen concurrently, but they are sequential as outlined. But I think, as you heard from AMJ, their intent is to continue as they have been, working earnestly to get into construction this year. We anticipate the same. And I think to everybody's point, to Commissioner Chestnut's point, we absolutely want them to break ground this year too. And we're gonna move heaven and earth in terms of making sure that we're that they're not waiting on the city at any point along the way to make that happen.
Okay, so that's the commencement date is the period is after inspection and inspection period and approval period.
That's correct.
No later than 24 months after effective. Effective is signing.
Right.
Then there is inspection period, approval period, commencement date, 60 days for commencement of construction.
Yep.
Okay. So this is still something that theoretically, but they are working very hard.
Yeah, we don't anticipate getting to any of the termination of those periods, because they're moving forward directly.
Okay. So in essence, no, that's all I got. I think that helps me understand. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. So I will, if Madam Clerk, if you'll prepare for public comment, but while we're doing that, let me say that the very first meeting when I was a commissioner in May of 2017, we voted for an extension on an entity who was trying to get something built at Lot 10. That was, I think, the third entity that had attempted to build something there, and then we had another after that, and now a third, AMJ, that we've been working with to try to get this one done. We are closer than we have ever been to changing that from a surface parking lot, which I think most people would agree is not the highest and best use of that property. I have a photo from 1971 of that property as a surface parking lot. And throughout that time, to my knowledge, the only time the city of Gainesville has collected taxes on that is the last 3 or 4 years, and those are unapproved taxes. So this has not been something that has been valuable in any kind of real way to the city of Gainesville. As we turn this into a ground lease, we will maintain and retain some ownership of the property. There's sort of a best of both worlds opportunity here, and we're so close that I can smell the dirt. I just really, really hope that we can move this forward. And if not, we'll go back to zero, and it will take, in the most successful possible way, another 3 or 4 years to get something moving there again, or we could just let it be parking. Clearly, I have a preference here, and I'm hopeful that we'll be able to move forward. Madam Clerk, do we have public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Khalid Blount.
Welcome, Mr. Blount.
Well, I'm with you, Mr. Mayor. I hope it finally happens. There's something I think the city and the board of UF agree on, is this vision of 2nd Avenue from Tiger to downtown with these giant big blocky things that look like New York. It's this big city fantasy. So this is a spot where it's really appropriate to have a big blocky thing. So I hope it does happen. But as to affordable housing in there, you said it fills a need for workforce housing. But they also said 120% AMI. Opinions have it, in the room here anyway, that some in the room, that over 100% AMI is not workforce. Workforce housing means below AMI, 80, 50, 30, whatever. So you're not checking that box. Maybe there'll be, but it did say up to 120. So there could be people of 80, 50, maybe even 30 in there. So you have to parse out what is workforce and what isn't. And I hope that you took the opportunity to tier the incentives for this according to that. That is, if you have 30% AMI, you should get huge incentives. A little less at 50% AMI, a little less at 80% AMI, but over 100 is not workforce housing.
Thank you, Mr. Blount.
That was our last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so back to the commission. Anyone? Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, thank you. Going off of Mr. Blount's approval that we should create a big blocky thing here, I would like to move approval of the ground lease and development agreement for Lot 10 mixed-use development.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I see no other lights. All in favor, please say aye. Is this a roll call?
Oh, no, it is not. It's business, apologies. There's many on here, and this one got lost.
All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Engel absent. One step closer to 115 homes on Lot 10. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. We're moving on to our public hearings. We've got ordinance number 2025-687, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan by changing the land use category of approximately 2.87 acres of property generally located to the north and west of the intersection of Northwest 6th Avenue and Northwest 14th Street, as more specifically described in this ordinance, from residential low density to mixed-use residential, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Welcome, Mr. Rabinovich.
Thank you, and good afternoon. My name is Ari Rabinovich. I'm a planner with the Department of Sustainable Development. The item before you is LD 25-000086. This is the land use change component of the 6th Ave Village project. And so this is a collection of parcels which comprise about 3 city blocks, due north and west of Northwest 6th Avenue and Northwest 14th Street intersection, which is just west of Northwest 13th Street. The total size of these parcels equals to about 2.87 acres. Currently, the land use designation for these parcels is residential low, with the request for a land use amendment to mixed-use residential. And the map that you're looking at is basically just indicating that in this area there are significant higher density developments that have sprung up around 13th Street and the university So just to give some context about where this change is located. And additional context, just illustrative to show the conditions of the properties in this neighborhood compared to the newer development that has occurred around the area, showing that there's a lack of sidewalks, a lack of curbs, and that vehicle parking tends to take place in the front of the properties. So this is more relevant for the transect zoning conversation, but these are the current implemented form standards for these parcels where transect zoning would require sidewalks and side or rear parking. Showing the area where the parcels are located and the current land use designation of residential low and the proposed requested designation of mixed use residential for these parcels in these 3 city blocks. Surrounding the parcels, to the north are residential uses with residential low. To the south are more residential uses with designation of mixed-use residential. To the east are residential and gas station uses, which is the Gate gas station, and designated urban mixed use. And then to the west are more residential uses with land use designations of single family. Looking at the area, taking a little bit more of an aerial view, you can see that this is sort of a cluster of parcels that are designated either mixed-use residential or urban mixed-use. So just showing that the area is largely a mixed-use cluster already. This is a total of about 79 acres with these one of these 2 designations. And so when we review future land use change requests, we're required by code to review against certain criteria. Staff have done that review and found that this request does meet those criteria as outlined in the staff report. Some specific examples are consistency with the land development code and comprehensive plan. So this request does meet that consistency requirement for future land use goals, policies, and objectives that encourage the city to pursue a diversity of housing, retail, and workplace choices, the encouraging of mixed-use development, and the discouraging of sprawl by concentrating specific kinds of uses and diverse uses in the urban core as opposed to sprawling toward the periphery, compatibility with surrounding uses. Like I've illustrated, this area does represent a clustered mix of uses, and the development pattern in the area is more broad and mixed. There is support in this change for urban infill and redevelopment. With the mixed-use residential designation, you'd be permitted to build up to 75 dwelling units per acre, and the mixed-use residential designation would enable the subsequent U5 zoning designation that we'll discuss in just a moment. And then lastly, impacts on affordable housing. This is a specific example I called out because the corresponding zoning designation of U5 would be required to comply with our affordable housing provision of section 30-4.31, which is our inclusionary zoning provision of setting aside 10% of housing as affordable to residents earning 80% AMI or less, given a project of over 50 units. So there are further ways that this project or this request would meet the criteria of the land development code that are provided in the staff report. I'm happy to talk about any of those, but given that staff recommends approval of LD 25-000086, and the plan board has also recommended approval on September 3rd. So I do thank you for your time. I'm here for any questions. Next is the zoning designation. The applicant is here. They may have a presentation, and they're welcome to present at this time if they do have one.
Let's go ahead and hear from the applicant, and then we'll go through questions.
While they're pulling the presentation up too, I will not try to steal Mr. Lyon's coattails, but you all sometimes are really your best in the worst of times. Yes. So I am happy to be here today, and Happy New Year. I can still say that it's January. Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. Mr. Attorney, Mr. City Manager, Interim, and Madam Clerk. I'm Jerry Diedenbach here with NV5, and we have a really unique opportunity. We are working on behalf of multiple landowners that are abutting the Gate gas station over off of the 13th Street corridor, and specifically multiple owners. There are 20 total parcels in here that represent 9 different ownership groups that when we came forward with this project, many folks own old buildings in there, and the conditions in there are not really what one would consider our highest and best urban form. Our project originated with Mr. Bruno Elias Ramos, who is the architect who is the benefactor of the new collaboratory at the University of Florida's College of Design, Construction, and Planning. We came forward and held a meeting with city staff, and the sage gentleman at the end of the dais here, Mr. Persons and Mr. McDermott, said, Jerry, it'd really be better if you went and you got the whole block and your neighboring block to participate and did this as a unified block area. So through the powers of the internet and the Alachua County Property Appraisers database, we went through and we called people from North Carolina to South Florida and asked them if they would like to participate in a small-scale land use amendment and rezoning. They all did. Many of these owners said, I wish I could do more on this property. I would like to invest in these pieces that I've owned since the 80s or the 70s or more recently. But really under the current land use and zoning redevelopment, the return on investment doesn't work. And with Mr. Ramos as a world famous architect behind this, we are looking forward to really coming forward, in the coming months with some sort of design plan or some program that we put on here. As a part of the process, we held our neighborhood workshop. In this case, we notified 342 individuals, and we had posted notice around the blocks, and we had 7 people attend out of the 342 notifications that we mailed out. The timeline is we started this in 2024. So those meetings that I alluded to with Mr. McDermott and Mr. Persons occurred. We went out and then we got all the property owners around the entirety of the block and the abutting blocks to join in, and we ended up submitting this application right after the 4th of July last year. Staff has reviewed this, and I'm happy to say we were at the plan board in September. Well, I wish we were at the plan board sooner, but we received a unanimous approval from the plan board, and it was really a very quick meeting, actually. As you all know, the University of Florida continues to grow, especially in its population and its students. This is the proof of public notification that occurred around the properties about the public hearing. And just as a little bit of a reminder, you can see here, this is the Gate gas station that was redone several years ago. This is Legacy on 5th. Monarch is here. This is the old site of the old Mother Earth Market here. And these are the 3 blocks here. Currently, the blocks have low-density residential, and that pattern kind of, as Ari showed in the larger picture, doesn't really make a very good transitional density buffer as it works its way down here. So we had walked the streets and talked to the owners. We got everyone to jump on board with this, and as staff has stated numerous times in their staff report, this is consistent with the City of Gainesville's comprehensive plan and Unified Land Development Code. And we did receive a recommendation for approval from staff as well as your plan board on this. So what we are requesting is you support your staff recommendation as well as the plan board recommendation. We do realize that there is a 100-foot buffer from the single family area here, which would be taken into any design work that we would ultimately be doing with this. So staff has stated, and we just wanted to reiterate that this is consistent with several elements of the City of Gainesville's comprehensive plan. The urban sprawl analysis has been conducted, and staff has identified multiple sections of the comprehensive plan that this request is consistent with, specifically 10 of them. So our request is respectfully to accept your staff's recommendation and that of your plan board and approve the small-scale amendment and rezoning next. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Diedenbach. And any questions, or should we go to public comment? I don't see any lights. Let's go.
No public comment.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion?
Well, first, I just want to say I love this idea of having, I didn't realize this is what happened with staff, but that when an applicant comes and they have a single parcel that they're asking about to zone, that there's a request, that I guess you can't require what NV5 did in this instance, which would say that that block should be rezoned all as one area. But I mean, if it makes sense for a single parcel within a block to be rezoned, it makes sense for that block to be rezoned generally. If it doesn't make sense, the whole block shouldn't be rezoned. And most landowners do not have not to speak about money amnesty, but most landowners do not have the money to pay, the NV5 or even Mr. Diedenbach's, hourly rate on these sort of things. And so I think just for good urban planning, it makes sense. You don't want it to get caught up in everything, because some landowners may or may not actually be interested in that, but I think I think that is a good practice. I like that that's how this was done in this instance. I see there was a light hit there, so I can make a motion, or I can wait for. Okay, I would, so with that, I would like to move ordinance number 2025-687.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Willets.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few questions. What is currently the difference in what is allowed between single family and residential low density for land use?
Mr. Rabinovich.
So there's a difference in allowable dwelling units per acre. There are some differences in allowed uses. I don't have the use table in front of me, but
Mostly the density is what I'm looking at.
yeah, the density is one of the big differences. Yeah.
What is the difference between is single family four per acre, and then residential low?
Just to speak to the land use designation, the mixed use residential land use would allow 75 dwelling units per acre. Residential low, I'm not entirely sure, but it is stated in the land development code. Sorry, if I had my laptop here, I could tell you.
There's chatter up here that it might be 15.
Okay.
I hear, so.
I'm trying to understand that kind of the continuum from the mixed use that is much denser to this, most people, when they say residential low, you think single family, but
Right.
that's not the case. So I wanted to ask, when was the land use changed on the block that is southeast of these three blocks that we're talking about? It's currently, I think it's called Ansley's Way. It's single family or single units and a couple of duplexes.
Are you talking about the urban mixed use to the southeast?
I thought it was. Oh yes, it is currently. Yes, it is urban mixed.
Yeah, I don't have the exact date.
Mixed use well, at least on the land use, it says mixed use. 2017. Actually, this still says mixed use residential. So maybe it wasn't changed. I'm sorry. Okay, never mind. It is not. It was not.
Okay.
This has all been mixed use residential. No. Yes. Okay. I'm just trying to understand that. To understand what the built form has resulted in, or what land use and has resulted in. So that block, as an example, what is already available in mixed use residential has 8 single units and 8 duplexes, so 16 units on that one little block. Okay, so I'm just trying to understand. And of the subject properties, the northwest block has, real quickly on Google Maps, it has a quadplex and 3 duplexes. Correct? I think is what it's currently. I think there's another home that looks like it was maybe perhaps a single family, may have been split at some point.
Yeah, walking the block, there were several units that were either like triplexes, duplexes, things like that. Yeah.
Right. Okay. I have a feeling that some people are going to passionately argue that we should maintain the current density, even though they are the much ballyhooed duplexes and quadplexes. So I wanted to get that opportunity to say that. I do have just generally some concerns when the original study came out and that talked about Gainesville's housing diversity, about duplexes and quadplexes being specifically, the existing ones specifically being more diverse in their who lives in them than single family. This is exactly the type of housing we're talking about. Perhaps not exactly the same spot, but this is the type. A simple quadplex, a simple duplex. So just has some thoughts, has some feelings, definitely. And then, so it was unanimous by the city plan board. And then I understand that this is, if I'm allowed to know, the original property that was interested in this, which one of those 3 blocks were they in? The northwest, the northeast, or the southwest block of the 3 blocks in question?
Mr. Edenbach.
Thank you.
back up here. It's a little bit easier to see, I believe. So originally, we came in with this block, and Mr. Ramos owned properties here, and then we went and asked each of the property owners to the east, and then all the property owners to the south to adjoin, and they all wanted to do that because, as Commissioner Eastman said, individually they could not do that, but Mr. Ramos is actually, well, he is our client, and we're doing all the rest of those voluntarily for all those neighbors.
And I'm trying to understand, because an even more gradual would be just the northeast and the southwest block, and even kind of a gradual, over the years. But if the original interested applicants were in that northwest block, and just these are very small blocks. In some cities, the 4 of them would be one block. As we see immediately to the west, some of those blocks are both taller and both longer in both dimensions. So but that leads to my next question is, if we change this land use, does it enable the perhaps eventual ability for an owner to want to close those streets and build either one large building or one large kind of complex that they would ask that those streets then become private instead of public?
The immediate answer to your question, saving Mr. McDermott the legal portion of that, is no. One would have to come in and one would have to petition and go through the public process of the plan board and the city commission, and it is not our intent, nor are any of the owners in here looking to vacate any of those right-of-ways or create a super block in that. The real issue, and the reason we took these pictures, is this is a very undelineated area, and if you walk these streets as we have, and I know staff have, there's a lot of porches that have been turned into bedrooms. There's a lot of carports that have been turned into bedrooms. And to really properly restore and in some cases establish the urban character of sidewalks, street lights, building frontage zones, and proper parking, keeping in mind that most of these areas don't even have real parking or stormwater management. That's why we're doing this, is to create an urban form in here that's driven by specific redevelopment and not have dirt and curb stops and all. So the fun part's not here yet. You'll see the fun part when it comes forward as a design plan.
Sure, I'm just trying to roughly understand. And I suspect plan board are well aware of these kind of things when they look at it as well. Because the small development to the southeast, Ainsley Way, is all of those things you described. Clearly delineated. Parking. It still has, some of them have nice little front porches areas. Now, and it has to follow stormwater. Obviously, that block is now almost 100% impermeable, but it still has to figure out whether they are, how they're managing stormwater and whether they're having to buy access to stormwater off-site, off-property.
Yeah,
So
and arguably not Jerry's favorite aesthetic of this at all. I know city staff too have lamented the fact that the parking is all over the place and scooters are there and there's no landscaping there. A lot better could be done, and I'm really happy that our client is an architect of international status.
I would say it's not the worst. I mean, it still achieves a lot of. Hey, it's 16 units. It's right there. Parking is at least somewhat delineated. Like I said, since almost zero, lot lines. It is, when you're walking on the street, it's not the worst thing in the world. It really isn't. I've been there. All right. Well, that helps me to understand a little bit. I will say I have some just doubts about this is some of those small multifamily that, is part of it's slightly more affordable because it's not a brand new. I guarantee you that the differential in rent between Ainsley's Way and those, the quadplex or duplexes on that northwest parcel, I have to go in, but I guarantee you there's a difference. So anyways, it's just a thought, it's a feeling, and I know we're gonna have some public comment, but thank you, Mr. Edenbach, for helping.
You're more than welcome.
Understanding. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willis. I would note also, and I noticed this recently, I'm at that gate station fairly often. It's where I am most likely to buy gas. And I've noticed the neighborhood in question here. Certainly there's some well-kept properties, absolutely. Following the storms of the last few years, there are also some properties in there that have not been rehabilitated since those storms. and that my guess is are unlikely to. So while it is mostly very affordable right now, actually it's not very affordable, I wouldn't say. It's certainly not in that 30 to 50% range of AMI is my guess. But much of it is becoming less habitable. So that is a concern. And whether it has any bearing on our decision today, I don't know, but it's true. I mean, there are many, many lots there that are less habitable than they were before Irma, even in 2017. So with that said, I don't see any other lights. We've already asked for public comment, and we have a motion on the table. So please call the roll.
Commissioner Engel is absent.
Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
We did. Yeah.
We did. Yeah, there was no comment. Commissioner Engel is absent. Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
Commissioner Book?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Willets?
Aye.
Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Engel absent. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we are on to the quasi-judicial item, ordinance number 2025-688, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas by rezoning approximately 2.87 acres of property generally located to the north and west of the intersection of Northwest 6th Avenue and Northwest 14th Street, as more specifically described in this ordinance, from Urban 2 to Urban 5, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Welcome, Mr. Rabinovich.
Thank you. And again, my name is Ari Rabinovich, planner with the Department of Sustainable Development, and this is the rezoning component of the 6th Ave Village project, LD 25-000087. Same location, west of Northwest 13th Street, 3 city blocks north and west of Northwest 6th Avenue and Northwest 14th Street. Requested zoning designation is U5, whereas the current zoning designation is U2. Just again, the illustration of what the property conditions are today. And the existing zoning designation of U2 contextualized against what's around. And then the request for U5 for these parcels. So looking again at the immediate vicinity, to the north is U2, to the south there's U5, to the east is U6, and to the west is some single family zoning. For the zoning, there's about 78 parcels or 78 acres of property that are zoned about U5 or above in this area. And so looking at the transect zones, we do spell out what the form expectation is for transects that are zoned U2 to U5. So U5 is going to be at the higher end of the spectrum. But this is going to be a wider range of residential buildings with the higher number zones providing for integration of offices and neighborhood services within an increasingly urban fabric. Setbacks and landscaping are variable, and streets should have curbs and sidewalks that define medium-sized blocks, with buildings typically occupying one side of the lot, leaving a setback to the other side, allowing for access or privacy, with many instances having buildings occupying the entire lot frontage and a shallow frontage setback defining a more urban condition. So for transects, the property is already zoned U2, but just to speak to the intent of the transect code generally, it is to establish development standards encouraging a more efficient and sustainable form, allowing a range of housing, employment, shopping, and recreation choices in a compact and pedestrian-friendly environment. Comparing the form standards for U2 and U5, you can see that there's no minimum building height. Maximum units per acre for U5 would be 75. Previous U2 is 15 units per acre. Both have side interior setback of 5 feet and maximum of 4 stories by right for U5, with 3 by right for U2. And similar to the land use change, we do review rezonings against a set of criteria spelled out in the Land Development Code. Staff have found that this project does meet those sets of criteria, including compatibility of permitted uses and allowed intensity and density with surrounding existing development. So surrounding the project parcels, all active uses are either residential, commercial, or retail. The requested change is consistent with the density intensity along University Avenue and Northwest 13th Street. The proposed zoning districts of the property relative to the surrounding properties and other similar properties. Again, there's a mix of uses and residential uses. This is a property that's within the university context area, which does relate back to one of our requirements to encourage density that accommodates for increased attendance at the University of Florida in our comprehensive plan today. Whether there have been any substantial changes in the character or development of the areas near the subject property. We've seen a continually increasing diverse mix of uses along 13th Street and University, and increased density with new housing projects being approved and developed in this area. And then the goals, policies, and objectives of the comprehensive plan of the future land use element encourage a diversity of housing, office, retail, and workplace choices, a mix of uses, and the discouraging of sprawl, all of which would be furthered by the new designation of U5. So with that, staff does recommend approval of LD 25-000087, with the plan board recommending the same on September 3rd.
Thank you, Mr. Rabinovich. Does the applicant want to make any comments on the zoning portion?
In the interest of time, Mr. Mayor, we'll go ahead and just incorporate by my action here our PowerPoint presentation, city staff's presentation, city staff's testimony, the plan board minutes, all into this so you can move forward on your items this afternoon. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you. Just via way of question, I was thinking about Commissioner Willett. You were talking about what happens if you build there and then essentially people can no longer afford that area. They're crowded out into some other area. I think that's kind of what you were alluding to some extent. And I just want to confirm, Mr. Rabinovich, so if someone were to take this and build it 50 units plus, our current ordinance, which we passed, creates, it basically triggers the requirement for them to have 10% of the units at 80% of the median income. Right? So a little lower figure, which you've talked about, Ryan, but you would then have, you would have to at least have 5 units.
Yep,
in that development at 80% AMI, and it probably doesn't befit a developer to come in there and make 30 units. If they're gonna make 30, they're probably gonna go higher and get the density they want, but it would trigger some additional stuff. Because I always worry that as people who do not have the capability to spend maybe in a newer property, they get crowded out into an older property, and that creates real pockets of poverty. In this case, that ordinance allows things to kind of be dispersed a little bit. And I'm kind of bouncing around there, but I just want to make sure my understanding of that was correct as it relates. If somebody were to come in and hit this threshold of 50 plus units.
You are correct that they would have to comply with the inclusionary zoning affordable housing provisions.
Okay, so that's a little better. And then they also have to do things in this particular area, like they'd have to have a stormwater study. They'd have to improve curb and gutter type of area. There may be sidewalks enacted. So it probably improves the property for the areas and the roadways there because of the impact in that area. That's also accurate, correct?
Correct, and also they would, any nonconformities between what exists and the transect form standards that we have in our code today would have to come up to compliance with new development.
Okay, thank you. That's my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is, really getting into the weeds a little bit, but if for our inclusionary zoning, because it's 50 units, as is the max is 75 per acre in U5, but we're only talking, each block is roughly an acre. 2.87 divided by 3 blocks, let's call it an acre each. As is, someone would have to buy if someone was wanting to max out density, you could buy half of the block, max out density, and you still wouldn't come under inclusionary zoning.
I follow what you're saying, yeah.
So the only way to get inclusionary zoning, and the only way to get units under inclusionary zoning in this instance is to buy all or almost all of the block, max out density so that you're more than 50. So that's part of the thing is the form we're talking about, if there's going to be any inclusionary zoning that ever ends up on this, the form would have to be the entire block is the development. Now, that entire development may look like individual, townhouses, and could be one building though, correct? Could be one 4-story, All right, I'm just trying to understand that because the inclusionary zoning sounds really good here, but because we set the threshold at 50, the only way this is going to happen on this site, at least on that mandatory, is if someone develops almost the entire, acquires or already has acquired the entire block, then does it. Just want to throw that out there so that the dream of some inclusionary zoning units on this is not because half of it gets developed, because half of it, at least max unit 75, unless there's some other form of bonuses that gets them above the 75 per unit. Are there, if I'm trying to remember, every opportunity in U5 that someone could develop half of that block and get above 50 units?
There are the SRO provisions. It's also in the university context area, so there is a bedroom multiplier that would apply here. So those are ways that you could potentially increase the density on a smaller parcel in this area.
Okay. My gut instinct is that it will be hard to get inclusionary zoning units on this because just the limited size, unless someone does the whole thing, which that may be an option, but that's less so what the current kind of makeup of the neighborhood is. So it's a thought. Thank you, Ari, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willets. Mr. Manager.
Mr. Mayor, I was just going to mention, in addition to the city's inclusionary zoning policy, there's also the state's live local provisions as well that may also be applicable here.
Very good. Thank you. So did we already ask for public comment, Madam Clerk?
Yeah, but there is none.
Okay. All right. So no public comment. Someone would like to make a motion? Commissioner Eastman.
Yes, I'd like to approve 2025-688 on first reading.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Duncan Walker. Commissioner Book.
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman.
Aye.
Commissioner Willets.
Aye.
Commissioner Engel is absent. Mayor Ward.
Aye, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Engel absent. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to our ordinances for second reading. We have ordinance number 2025-282, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, finding that property located at 1021 Northeast 4th Street, Gainesville, Florida, as more specifically described in this ordinance, qualifies for an ad valorem tax exemption for historic properties, granting an exemption from the ad valorem tax for certain improvements beginning January 1st, 2026, and continuing for 10 years under certain conditions, authorizing the mayor and the city clerk to sign the historic preservation property tax exemption covenant between the property owner and the city, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is, of course, a second reading. Would anybody like to rehash? Okay. All right, Commissioner Chestnut.
Move the commission approve Part 2 of the historic property tax exemption application and to adopt the proposed ordinance 2025-282.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on this, Madam?
No public comment, Mr. Mayor.
All right, please call the roll.
Commissioner Duncan Walker. Commissioner Book. Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Willets. Commissioner Engel is absent. Commissioner Chestnut. Mayor Ward.
Aye, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Engel absent. Madam Clerk.
All right, Mr. Mayor. We are on to ordinance number 2025-370, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, finding that property located at 425 Northeast 3rd Street, Gainesville, Florida, as more specifically described in this ordinance, qualifies for an ad valorem tax exemption for historic properties, granting an exemption from ad valorem tax for certain improvements beginning January 1st, 2026, and continuing for 10 years under certain conditions, authorizing the mayor and the city clerk to sign the historic preservation property tax exemption covenant between the property owner and the city, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there anyone need reminders on this one? Commissioner Book.
Yeah, I move approval of 2025-370 for the historic property tax exemption.
We have a motion and a second. Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll be voting for this. I do want us to circle back around at some point to the historical property tax exemption. As Commissioner Willits, I thought very astutely pointed out before, this particular tax exemption is primarily an exemption for new construction on the property for an accessory dwelling unit that was built into that. I like what they were trying to do with this property, and I think this is a really good, the front portion of it was a really good form of historic preservation overall. But I do think that it makes sense for us to take a look at how we're providing tax exemptions and whether or not we have it jiggered correctly for the future. This is not an enormous amount of money over a 10-year period, and it's a great preservation overall. But just a reminder that I think this is something that we should be bringing up in the future, just to take a second look at that policy.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did want to I think Commissioner Eastman's point. I think when this came up last time and there was some commission discussion about it, we had some internal discussion with Kathleen Kaufman, preservation officer, and I think she was reaching out and looking at some other examples of ordinances around the state, what they do, and see if we can't make some suggestions to the commission to consider. So we have been talking about that. And I did want to mention the reason Kathleen is actually not here today presenting these items is because she's teaching a graduate level preservation class at UF right now. So she's been teaching this semester. So it is a testament to the quality of staff that we have here at the city, that we have a statewide recognized professional in this role. So I did want to make sure you all knew that.
Very good, thank you. She's asked me to come speak to the class later in the semester, so yeah, looking forward to that. Yeah. So Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this one?
There is no public comment.
Okay, please call the roll for us.
Commissioner Book?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Willits?
Aye.
Commissioner Engel is absent. Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker? Aye. Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Engel absent. Madam Clerk. Mr.
Mayor, we are on to our last one of these. We have ordinance number 2025-515, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, adding certain property located at 413 West University Avenue and commonly known as the Gainesville Lodge, as more specifically described in this ordinance, to the City of Gainesville's local register of historic places, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there any public comment on this?
There is no public comment.
Okay. Would anybody have any questions or someone like to make a motion? Okay.
I move adoption of ordinance 2025-515.
Second.
We have a motion in multiple seconds. See no further lights. Madam Clerk, go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Willits?
Aye.
Commissioner Engel is absent. Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker? Aye. Commissioner Book? Aye. Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Engel absent. Madam Clerk, we're burning through this.
Moving on to our ordinances for first reading, we have ordinance number 2024-315, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the Land Development Code, Chapter 30 of the City of Gainesville Code of Ordinances relating to public participation and notice, and providing definitions for legislative and quasi-judicial decisions as more specifically described in this ordinance, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Welcome, Mr. Chan.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor Ward and Commissioners. Nate Chan with the Planning Division over in Sustainable Development. This is petition LD 23-000160, a privately initiated text change to amend the public notice and definition sections of the Land Development Code. So I will get into this. So as a reminder, this text change is privately initiated by Peggy Carr on behalf of Gainesville Neighborhood Voices. The applicant's most recent request is shown here on the screen with changes and requested changes to these three sections of the Land Development Code for definitions for legislative and quasi-judicial. There's a request to require more notice for citywide changes via the website, email, and newspaper. And then there's a third request for more participation via requiring 2 community meetings to be codified in the Land Development Code. So that's their most recent request, and I'm going to just go through a little bit of the timeline and the ordinance that's before you today. So a little bit of background on this, since you last heard it in September. Hopefully this illustrates a little bit better the changes in the work that's been gone on since 2023 when the application was submitted. So the ordinance that updated neighborhood workshop requirements was back in 2022. I know that ordinance had required major developments to be reviewed by the Development Review Board, and it also changed some of the thresholds for major projects. So that's a change that required more notice than previous. So that was in 2022. In 2023, Gainesville Neighborhood Voices submitted their text change back in November of that year, and the request at that time was to require additional public participation through requiring community meetings, additional public notice. There was a component to require mailed notice as well, and the definition requirements. In 2024, so after their application submittal, staff worked with them throughout the year to refine the details of their request. And so in June of 2024, the City Plan Board heard that item and made some recommendations to both staff and the applicant. So they ended up continuing that item for staff to work with them even closer to refine the proposal from then. So moving on, of course, we've met internally with the department and with the applicant. So in 2025, the City Plan Board heard it again in March, and they approved that revised version with a couple of conditions. And that's, of course, what you all are most familiar with, because that's what you heard last. But the ordinance was drafted based on those City Plan Board conditions and the applicant input. Discussion item did occur back in September of last year, so September of 2025. And here we are today with first reading of the ordinance request.
Very good, thank you.
So here is just a reminder of what the discussion item was back in September of last year. So back at that meeting, we reviewed sort of all parts of their proposal, and the motion was to do these sort of 5 things. So number 1 was to revise the definitions in the Land Development Code. So that is part of the ordinance that you're looking at today. So that is virtually unchanged from when you all last looked at it in September. Number 2 is to revise the newspaper ad requirement. So I'll talk a little bit more about that, but that is also part of the ordinance. Number 3 is for staff to research policy and procedures to incorporate community meetings, website and email options. So that's sort of outside of the Land Development Code change. 4 is to remove community meetings from codification into the Land Development Code. And then 5 is for our division to also initiate some process changes to see where we can improve our existing process. So that was our direction at that meeting, and here's a little bit of a comparison of the 2 things. So on the left is the requested changes that the applicant is proposing. So requested changes to the definitions, the public notice section for the newspaper, and then the public participation part, which is requiring the 2 community meetings for large-scale planning items. The proposed ordinance for you today is doing 2 of those things. So it is adding the definitions for legislative and quasi-judicial, and is also revising the newspaper notice. So that's part of the ordinance that you all are here for first reading. The block in purple there is some of the staff research and things that are ongoing that we're trying to improve. So I'll talk through each of those portions today. So the definitions, as you see on the screen, these are unchanged from when you all looked at them back in September, but they provide definitions as crafted by the City Attorney's Office related to legislative decisions and quasi-judicial decisions. So those are there in your backup. This section for 30-3.8 for public notice, this is a change to that section of the Land Development Code and would allow the city to post required newspaper ads online through the county's website. Currently, newspaper ads are posted in the Main Street Daily News, both physically and digitally, so they are available in both forms currently. But this change would allow usage of other websites, like the county's legal posting website, should that be an option that you all would like. But we do foresee keeping the Main Street Daily News as our way to notify folks for these large-scale items that qualify. The proposed text change was also reviewed for compliance with the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan. So the added definitions and notice change are consistent with the Land Development Code language that exists today. And then there's a comp plan consideration for the city needing to partner with neighborhoods to facilitate better communication between residents in the city and develop actions to address neighborhood goals and improvements that they have. So here I'm going to talk through the portions that are separate from the ordinance that you all are reviewing today, but sort of wanting to address the motion that was made in September for us to look into ways to improve our current process for reaching out to folks, to engage and listen to concerns. So I'm going to go through this and talk through some of the things that have changed sort of outside of this current application. So firstly, it's the Neighborhood Workshop website. So as you know, neighborhood workshops are required for certain developments and for certain projects. So we send, or the applicant sends notices to folks within 400 feet of workshops. We've also propped up a website for folks beyond that 400 feet. If they're interested in, hey, there's something big going on over here, I can check this page to see if there's anything listed here that would fit that, what I've seen in the community. So we receive the notice and we put that on the website, and it's regularly updated for folks to know more about workshops that are happening in and around them. Of course, there's the comprehensive plan website that we've been talking about. At the bottom of this page, it also shows a list of all engagement efforts that we're attending. We've already attended a couple this past week, and you'll hear about that later, but just wanted to shout out this portion of the website where we're trying to put more information out there on and utilize the city's website in a way that's separate from a code requirement. So this slide here is just showing work in progress work that's going on. So the neighborhood map and list that's being developed. So the Government Affairs and Community Relations Division and the Department of Sustainable Development are working to put this neighborhood map together. This is sort of tentative, but I think the goal here is to provide a way for neighborhood associations and areas to be located on a map. And so, and it could also include additional information like contacts for representative of that area. So it's a better way for the city to engage and provide that information for both for people that live there currently or people that may be moving in or just have that resource online. That is a work in progress, and I'm sort of pulling the curtain behind, or pulling the curtain away to show a little bit of that, but that's something that's working on the side. So additionally, the newsletter that's sent out, it's hard to see here, but there is a section for folks that are interested in land use and zoning petitions to check and see if there's a portion of the Gainesville newsletter up. And you'll receive the GNV news if you are interested in those. So that's another way that we can kind of stay in contact. If there's a planning thing, we'll try to put it on GNV news going forward. Here is another area, the Community First Initiative. So different neighborhoods across Gainesville are part of the Community First Initiative, and I don't need to spend too much time on that, but essentially another way that the city is partnering with different neighborhoods and having a designated point person throughout the city organization to respond to different concerns and actions that need to be taken on the city side, whether that's a street light or a pothole or something like that. Another direct engagement effort that we're not leading, but the city's leading, and I hear is very successful as well. Lastly, so to try to meet that community meeting requests. So looking at the South Main and Southwest Gainesville land use and zoning changes, I know you all are looking at and reviewing currently. But as part of that task order and work that the city is doing to research those areas, there is a portion of that dedicated to looking into community meetings similar to the ones that are being requested be codified, but instead just showing that the city can do these as an as-needed basis, just not as part of a requirement for the Land Development Code. So here we are going to conduct some pretty big engagement efforts that will try to let folks know how to, intervene on this process and have their voices heard as part of this study. So I'm going to talk briefly about the City Plan Board recommendation and then staff's recommendation. So the City Plan Board recommendation is to approve the petition with the condition for staff to look into text message notification. So their recommendation is to essentially mirrors what you all had looked at previously back in September, to add the definitions, add the newspaper ad requirement, to not require those other forms of notices, to remove community meetings from the Land Development Code, and then for the Planning Division to look into a bunch of other things that we can do to improve our current way that we engage. So this is staff's recommendation. It is to approve the ordinance before you, 2024-315. So just as a reminder, the ordinance does not include the community meeting requirement. It does add the definitions for legislative and quasi-judicial decisions, and it also revises the newspaper notice to allow more usage of online newspaper notice. Separately, I talked through the things that the Planning Division is working through and trying to improve things on our website, using email, and any other ways that we can engage with folks for these big projects that we're putting forward. That is the end of my presentation. I'm here for any questions.
Very good, thank you. Any questions, comments? Well, let's hear from the public.
We have Robert Mounts.
And the applicant, I think, also has a presentation.
Oh, okay, sure, okay. Good. Come on up, yeah.
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, we did not get a presentation submitted via the website, but we do have it hard copy, but I gave it to the gentleman earlier. Can we have your permission to bring it up? Or we can do it this
Sure.
way if you'd prefer.
Well, I think broadcast has it.
Is that okay?
By the way,
Okay.
Ms. Carr, I enjoyed reading the article in the paper the other day about the Pearl Country Store. It was pleasant. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Ms. Carr and her husband provide a real public service with that for all of us. So thank you for your time today. And before I begin the first part of this presentation, could I clarify, it's my understanding that ordinances have to be presented once in the evening, at least once in the evening. Is that still the legal requirement, or has that changed?
Mr. Attorney.
Yes, Mayor, City Commissioners, that's only certain ordinances are required by law to be presented after 5:30 p.m. in the afternoon. The vast majority of ordinances, though, are not.
Okay. Okay, so let's see. Oh. Sorry, I can't see which way to go with, no, the other way maybe.
There we go.
Okay, I'll push every button until
So
I get
I think it's on
something.
the circle. There you go.
Okay. So I'm going to begin. Mr. Chan did a great job of reminding you of the last 2.5 years or so that we've been working on this. And I wanted to just update you, since we were here before you as the General Policy Committee in September, until then, between September 4th and New Year's Eve, we did not have a chance to respond to the presentation that Mr. Chan just gave you, or a prior version of it. And so we were waiting because your staff, as I'm sure you know, is very overworked. And so we were waiting between September and New Year's Eve to get back with Mr. Chan. He was working on New Year's Eve, so he kindly sent us the presentation that day, and we did not work over New Year's or the weekend. So Monday morning, the 5th of January, we got in touch with Mr. Chan and asked for a meeting with him, and he scrambled his calendar and met with us the next day. And this allowed us to discuss some errors and omissions in their presentation, and we're thankful that he was responsive to that. We were concerned that there was still a series of misunderstandings, which I'm going to talk about just for a moment here in a minute. And therefore, we requested that this item be pulled today. And Mr. Chan reached out to the staff, and apparently there's an internal rule that staff cannot pull an item after a certain point, and that point had elapsed already. We then wrote on the 8th to the city manager and clerk and asked that this be postponed, and did not receive a reply from them. So on Tuesday, we reached out to Mr. Chan and looked at the draft agenda and saw that we were on the agenda. So yesterday is when we put this presentation together. And I say all of that in part because we had hoped to have some of our, certainly our board members, but perhaps members of the public here too. And they're not here because we barely got the presentation together, thanks to Ms. Carr for her work on that. So here we are. Our focus, just to remind you, is on changes that affect 5% or more of the city's land. That's the key that we're trying to address here, only that. Things that address the whole city. And of course, if you're trying to change something that affects the whole city, it's impractical, and we've discussed, and expensive to mail a piece of paper to everyone that they may or may not read, et cetera. And you can't put a sign up on a property because it's the whole city. So for that reason, we have looked at other methods to get the word out and to have meaningful public conversation. So I wanted to go back through a few things that Mr. Chan just talked to you about, because I think that while they're good and they take staff time, and I'm sure they serve purpose for various residents as well as for city staff, they don't, for the most part, address what we're concerned about, which is why our position has not changed. Mr. Chan talked about city process changes, including workshops, and he mentioned that there was a change in the ordinance for development workshops in 2022. That's unrelated to what we're doing. Workshops are for single pieces of property, and people within 400 feet are notified. They're for one piece of property, not the whole city. So while workshops may take a lot of the city staff's time, they do not address what we're talking about at all. He talked about getting the word out about the comprehensive plan, and I think that we all appreciate that the comprehensive plan is available on the city's website, and the Conveyo app does allow you to make line item recommendations or changes or comments in that, so that's a great step. He talked about a neighborhood map and list. If you've ever been on our website, we have such a map as well. So having a map of neighborhoods is great, but until it becomes interactive, until the city can use it to get the word out, and neighborhood leaders can also use that whatever it would be, website page or whatever, it's not useful for our purposes. And so I guess we'd have to say that that may help to get the word out, which is what our goal is. But so far we can't tell because, as Mr. Chan said, it's still in the hypothetical or prototyping phase, I guess. He talked about planning and zoning emails, and he showed you a list of various emails that you can sign up for. Ms. Carr and I both signed up for that list as soon as we received word from Ms. Smart in September, and we have yet to receive a single email from it. So, for instance, the comprehensive plan, which clearly addresses the whole city, would be used for that purpose. So it's not working in that way. And the only comparison that I have is I do receive pretty routine emails from the Wild Spaces group, which I signed up to receive emails, and when they're before the City Commission, I always hear about them. So if that's the way this is supposed to work, it's not. And I think that may be either confusion or overwork on the part of staff, or maybe the constant contact system just doesn't function for whatever reason. I personally have signed up for it twice, so I hope I got it right at least once. It could be that what that brings you to is receiving the city's newsletter, which I have received for years, but that wouldn't, I mean, the comprehensive plan did show up there, but it's certainly not what I was expecting. I was expecting something parallel to Wild Spaces. So I would say that's not working from my perspective. He talked about the community first process, and as you know, that's not citywide, that's certain neighborhoods, and it seems to be based on complaints, but in any case, it doesn't address all of the neighborhoods. And obviously not everyone lives in one of these defined neighborhoods, and so our goal would be that wherever you're living or even working, you'd be able to hear about these things. And then finally, they mentioned, Mr. Chan mentioned upcoming community meetings, and we hope that will be helpful. Those so far are unknown, except as several of you know, we are in the process of planning our own workshops, which Commissioners Duncan, Walker, and Chestnut have agreed to sponsor for us, sponsor in the sense of kind of hosting. And so those we see as a kind of a prototype for what community workshops could be. And the point of all of this is to get useful give and take between the public and the staff, and that currently is very constrained. really feeling great not having to look at this 3-minute timekeeping device. As you can recognize, I'm sure, if you've ever been before the commission when you weren't in your current positions, sometimes 3 minutes for public comment is inadequate. It could be, and I have in cases in this position asked a question, but if you're one of 50 speakers, you don't get an answer, of course. And the people who are on the dais, whoever they are, and I've seen a whole bunch of different faces, understandably get bored listening to 50 people in a row speak for 3 minutes each. It's too short for some topics, and it's also redundant for other people. So if you have only public process during the public hearing process and your only method of receiving public comment is for 3 minutes at a time, it's not useful, and it's got to be boring and sometimes irritating for you all. And it's also frustrating and not helpful for the people who are trying to participate in democracy, namely people like me. In the last 6 years, and the reason we started this effort, and one of the reasons that we founded Gainesville Neighborhood Voices, is that significant changes have been made with limited opportunity for public participation. And that has to do with, in the case of Gainesville Rise, I think it was called, we wouldn't even have heard about it in advance, except that then Commissioner Johnson asked for a public workshop, which we appreciated. And still, people often don't know what's happening. Mayor Ward described the bulldozer syndrome, where people don't freak out until bulldozers arrive, which is often the case. And that's because it may be that they wouldn't care otherwise. Certainly people engage when it's personal to them. But in addition, you cannot expect citizens to read a 28-page agenda and then go to the backup of items that they may be interested in. I think it's important, personally, I think it's important that the city communicate out in a manner that's useful and accessible to its residents. And so, and I guess the other part of that, and this is again a personal request, is that providing meaningful opportunities for public participation involves not only allowing people to speak, but also listening, and in some cases perhaps changing your minds. And I recognize that while some of you, and I'm very grateful, we have now met with you privately various times. Some of you do listen and really seem to care, but sometimes it feels, from my position, like some commissioners along the way have felt like public participation was a necessary evil that you had to endure before moving on with whatever it is that was going to happen anyway. And I hope that can begin to change. And it certainly has. There are commissioners here who are listening and really care, and all the way through the last 8 years that I've been involved, there have been some. So that's my personal plea, just to remind you of some other visions of what public process could look like and should look like. The American Planning Association Code of Ethics requires that planners provide timely, adequate, clear, accessible, and accurate information on planning issues to all affected persons, to governmental bodies, to the public, to clients, and to decision makers. And I think we would argue that timely should be before that public hearing, when you've got 3 minutes to say everything you think is important. A second source is the International Association for Public Participations. Their code of ethics requires that that public participation ensure that stakeholders have fair and equal access to the public participation process and the opportunity to influence decisions, which is important, the opportunity to influence decisions. And then finally, locally, imagine GNV, the comprehensive plan, which I'm reading as you all have, talks about public process quite a bit, and neighborhood involvement and so forth. And this quote is taken from the draft plan. Build community capacity and understanding of city governmental functions, powers, and processes to prepare neighbors to meaningfully advocate for their interests and participate in the development of strategies and decision-making sessions. And so we hope that you will reconsider some portions of your decision and vote in our favor, and Ms. Carr will go into further detail about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I just want to respond quickly to the 3 parts that are before you for consideration. The first is the added definitions. Second is the enhanced public notice, and third is the enhanced public participation. So when it comes to the added definitions, we're perfectly satisfied with the proposed ordinance and the proposed definitions that have been added. So we fully support the staff's recommendation for Part 1. For Part 2, it partially addresses, or our request was partially addressed in the proposed ordinance, but we still support the staff recommendation. We hope you'll go ahead and pass it. But we would like to request that the use of opt-in email notices for initiatives affecting that larger area of the city actually be added to the code. But that could be done at a later date. But we think that's such an important step that it should be included in the code. But most importantly, this is the piece that we really would like for you all to reconsider, because I think when we were before you in September, you recommended against this. And this is the requirement that community meetings for these large decisions be added into the code. When we originally developed our idea, we were thinking about requesting 4 community meetings for each of these large decisions. And through discussion with staff, we realized that maybe that could be burdensome. And so we have compromised our original proposal and have gone to a request for 2 community meetings for each application, these large changes. And so again, we hope, so action on this is currently not before you today, but we would request that you maybe pass a motion that would say ask staff to reconsider and see about drafting a new portion of the LDC that would require 2 community meetings for these large actions. And let me go on to say there are a lot of different kinds of, there's some actions now that affect the whole city that are exempt. And we're perfectly fine with those all staying exempted. And there's a long list of the kinds of actions, for example, whether it's just changing wording in the LDC, or whether it's changing the comp plan, or whether it's a change that affects actual land area of the 5%. We would be happy to sit down with staff and try to work out which of those specific actions should require these community meetings. It may not necessarily be a blanket requirement. But again, please, we really ask you to reconsider and direct staff to meet with us one more time and see if we can sort out this requirement for community meetings. Because as my colleague and good friend, Ms. Tanzer, said, 3 minutes before the plan board and 3 minutes before the city commission is not a comfortable time to have give and take and come to any kind of meaningful discussion about the details of the items that are before us. So I believe that concludes our presentation. Let me just sum up very quickly. We think that our request to you is very consistent with your strategic plan, and we think it's consistent, obviously, with the wording in the draft of Imagine GNV. But we also urge you to consider adding this community meetings requirement, because it will really improve the relationship between you and your citizens, improving community relations. And hopefully some great ideas will come out of that kind of give and take. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Carr. Commissioner Willits.
I have a question for the applicant. If one of them, are you interested in, are you requesting that the city commission postpone the vote on the first reading until a later date this spring?
No, I think we would be happy for you to go ahead with the ordinances as proposed today. But we would like to ask you to direct staff to meet with us yet again to develop another proposed ordinance change that would include a requirement for community meetings.
That would potentially be presented before our second reading, or just a different?
I think it would have to be developed. I think it would have to go to the plan board and then come back to you all. So it's yet another probably year or so of work, the way the schedule has gone. But as far as what's before you today, we would ask that you vote on it. First reading and then second reading and get it passed and done. But let's...
First reading of what you have proposed, or first reading?
No, what the staff has proposed.
Okay. I think your ambitions
is that clear?
Yeah. I think your ambitions are a little small, because parliamentary procedure, we could just vote to postpone first reading and come back and do this all again after you've had more time and meetings or interaction. So I think your ambition is too small. You could just ask us to do that, whether we would do it or not. But
I get, the example that's been given that was included in Mr. Chan's presentation is a perfectly valid one, where the staff is considering holding community meetings for all of the South Main Street rezonings, and that's great, but it's not required. And if it's not done, the public has no recourse.
Right.
And it's not a matter of got you, which I think is how Mr. Nee had characterized our request previously. We're not trying to catch you, but we just want to ensure that the public has that opportunity to discuss items with staff and fully understand the implications. And we think better results will come.
Right. Okay.
Did that clarify?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carr. So then just other comments, I will say that this has always been about the idea that it's weird that when we do something that affects more than 5% of the city, the requirements are different. Though there's an argument that I will make. It's part of that is because things that affect the entire city are not. It is effective. It's felt by a larger swath of the city. It is not this tailored, tight, spot. What people call spot, either zoning or just that kind of action that is that could be unfair how it's applied. This is something that's applied to an entire land use category or zoning category or whatever. So I understand why in some ways it doesn't necessarily need the same level of of notification and to protect people, to protect property owners and residents and tenants. But I do understand that like it does feel like it needs to get out a little more, and that's why I appreciate Mr. Chan bringing forward and working through this, that we do have some options that we really can do to make sure that it's kind of within the modern times. So I think I will support the ordinance as written, but I also want to comment that I think that some people think that public the necessary evil is perhaps that public participation that is designed specifically as a series of veto points for the loudest small groups of denizens who already have, who already are well propertied and well neighborhood and well pensioned and well connected, and well, they're the folks that have already benefited from the system that has existed for decades. That is what people feel is a necessary evil, is that some systems feel like a series of veto points, not for a democratically elected body or the entire community. It's a series of veto points for a very small section of the community. And the last thing, I just want to make sure we looked at the idea of neighborhoods. As always, I'm going to remind people that our current definition of neighborhood, not our definition, a definition, is inadequate, because I guarantee you that the map that the city has now shows 6 neighborhoods in my entire district. Of course there are more neighborhoods. I am a neighbor, and I'm not in a neighborhood. And people say, when I ask, what neighborhood do you live in? The Polos has 550 units. It's a neighborhood, right? So just always want to remind my colleagues, when you see that big open hole in the southwest, of course those are human beings who are neighbors. There are neighbors. We euphemistically call all of our denizens neighbors, because denizens is an awful word that I've now used 2 or 3 times. So just want to remind my colleagues, because those maps, they get seen and shown. Just actively remember, of course those people cherish where they live, and of course those people love their neighbors, and of course they care about their neighbors, and they are our neighbors, but they are in neighborhoods. So just as an always reminder, every time I see that map, I hate it and I despise it, and it makes me worried that policy decisions are made thinking that the humans that live there are somehow not neighbors. So, of course, y'all are all better than that. None of you have ever thought that. So, but thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willets. Commissioner Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So thanks to Gainesville Neighborhood Voices and Dr. Karin Tanzer for the feedback. I had some questions on the original presentation. Nathaniel Chan, if you wanted to come up. And I was looking really for specifically the slide with section 30.8 for ordinance. I just want to make sure I understood it. Question. And it was the one related to newspaper notice in particular. Where in there, I'm not quite sure it was, but we'll see that in a moment.
We're almost there. There we go.
Okay.
This one?
Yes, thank you. So on the public notice, clearly, there's advantages and disadvantages in, who you notify and when you notify, but I always lean towards, as a public body, more notice for more people is better. It's got to be done in reasonable ways. That's just a fact, because then you get more broad impact and more broad input to make our best informed decision. This one, I was wondering, did it say that, does this read that it can be either in a printed newspaper or in a publicly accessible website, and either is okay? Because if it's an either, that allows us to default to, for example, the county website, and we're done. And but I wasn't sure if I was reading that correctly when I was looking at that.
Yes, my reading of this edition is that we have the choice to do either or both. So the city, by adding this portion to the land development code, you can utilize other means online to notice if it's meeting state statute requirements for online notice.
All right, well, thank you for that clarification. This was something we specifically weighed in on a commission, and it wasn't an either when we talked about it. I'd have to know, Mr. Manager, I actually think we voted and said we were in fact going to keep our notification. We weighed on this and codified a decision, and we were not going to default to an online notification for example, the county website. That's legal, it's by Florida, but it's not enough. And so this particular section, I would be totally 100% opposed. Because we would then codify our ability to say, no, you don't have to use other mechanisms of communication. So that was just one I wasn't sure if we caught. And again, my memory's a little spotty there, but I'm fairly certain we weighed in on that with the commission vote as it related to this.
Mr. Mayor, you all did weigh in. Everybody weighed in, and I think there were 7 different ideas up here.
Okay.
There was definitely no action taken,
Okay.
And I think we really kind of deferred it to have some more follow up. As you point out, I think it's an either, not a requirement to do one or the other. I don't, and staff can speak to this. I don't think that there's any plans, immediate or otherwise, to stop advertising in the paper and start advertising on the county's website. Certainly, if the commission feels strongly that you don't want this as an option, you all can just direct us to remove that, and we'll go accordingly. But I think that's where it ended up.
All right, well, thank you for that clarification. Yeah, this would be a lower common denominator. This would be less access, not more engagement in my estimation. So I will make a motion towards that just momentarily, but I just want to make sure I understood that, because I think we actually might have actually gone backwards in that particular one. But the work as far as, the definitions and stuff is good. So thank you. We have some other mechanisms available to us that are already very easy to engage, like the My GNV app. I don't know if it has the capacity. We added a kudos section on there a year or 2 years ago, specifically after we discussed it at the commission. But if we had the capacity for that to be one of those policy parts related to community engagement, we should use it, because we already have it. And there's already people, and so it might be that might be a notification bullet on there if it allows us to do that. It's proprietary software, obviously. So that would be one. Also, I do appreciate all the list of different things, Mr. Chan, that you had for the different ways to engage. My only other question was, so if we don't put in the land use code, and that's at a 30,000 foot level, and that's a big document, so I understand you try and keep that as high level as possible. Where do these things about, for example, email notification or the boxes that you check, where does that reside in the planning division? Is that policy or procedure? Because I would want to codify that as much as possible to make sure that there is less discretion in our ability to get out information and more direction.
Yeah, definitely. So currently the many different mechanisms that we have with email, newsletter, all of those things, those are all sort of process things that we do when requested. And so one of the things that I think was brought up as we were looking at this text change is that the dynamics of communicating with everyone changes rapidly. And so when you enter in to our land development code a requirement to do one specific thing, that sort of locks us into that and sort of outside of a process thing. So currently all of that occurs at a procedure level. So I can speak directly to the comprehensive plan, but of course there are many other plans that the city puts forward, Vision Zero, the resilience plan, all of those that sort of take their own life and have their own mechanisms for notifying folks. But for the comprehensive plan, it's utilizing all of the resources that we can and where we can. And of course, as you all have recommendations for how to better improve that, we're happy to take those, but they're all sort of voluntary.
And so, Mr. Manager, if we were to, perhaps do a motion that related to the ordinance and the land development code today, then these other policy or procedural parts would lie within the planning division, right, where you would have direction there. But that may not come back before the commission if they needed to change those. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's correct. Yeah, we would anything that would, I think has been discussed would be largely procedural and not and it part of the administration, not sort of policy level. And I would strongly encourage the commission to try to provide as much ability to do those things at a procedural level rather than codify them, because they are, I think as Mr. Chan points out, end up getting locked in a time and place, and things like technology changes, the way that people communicate change. Ordinances don't change. They can change, but they don't change very quickly. And typically staff is not looking at, they just don't have the capacity to constantly be monitoring every single ordinance that we pass and making sure it's keeping up to date. And so, so I would definitely encourage, because there's a lot more flexibility that we can do on procedural changes than we can when it comes to codifying them in an ordinance.
That's a very good point. I guess the best example I can think of along those lines is when I was at Santa Fe College, we were trying to figure out how to update our rule related to smoking, and smoking then involved vaping and other ways to take it, and we were trying to ensure that the rule was broad enough that we didn't have to change a large-scale 30,000-foot document merely to deal with these minute changes in the way it was used. And so I think that's the way with mechanisms of distribution of information also, but it does need to be in writing in a way that's already provided the guidance. So with that, I would say that I am in favor of us not moving forward this ordinance, merely because we have this particular section in there that, at least in my case, I would not want to support, because that would be less distribution, and we refine based on our discussion, maybe for another GPC, not too long from now, we're going to commission something with a little more direction that, Mr. Manager, you tell us what, how much direction you need there. I'm happy to make a motion right now, or wait to hear from you all colleagues. I know we don't reserve the right to make a motion, but typically we're pretty civil about the manner in which we do that. So,
if you want to make a motion, now's as good a time as any.
Good a time as any. Okay. I move that we simply delay ratification of 2024-315 and send that back to staff for further refinement, including revising section 30.3, 30-3.8 public notice.
We have a motion and a second. All right, anything else, Commissioner Book?
No, sir, thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Eastman.
And tabling the motion, though, I can let Forrest, did you have something you wanted to add to the discussion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. If I may be able to add sort of riffing here, if it would be acceptable to you all, and of course to our manager as well, is that maybe this section could include an and. So if available, staff could use Section 2 here, publicly accessible website in accordance with the Florida statutes. So at that point, we would be advertising in the newspaper the way that we do today, and if available, we would also use that second one.
Yeah, Mr. Attorney, there would be no problem with us amending that to potentially do that for today, correct?
That's correct, Commissioner. I would just say, I think if I understand what you're saying, is just amend a single word to make both of those a requirement. So rather than it could be done, notice could be given per the allowance for newspaper advertisements and whatnot, or online advertising in the county's website. The city of Gainesville would have to do by regulatory ordinance both. Is that what's being proposed? And maybe it's worth mentioning, like, this provision is just cut and paste from state law. Like, that's what state law specifically states, is that this is how municipalities can do notice. So a lot of jurisdictions use that language from state law to allow for the notice here. Not to say, the city of any individual municipality can go above and beyond, of course, what state law says. You can't go under it. But the way this state law is that municipalities have the ability, the home rule authority, to determine either of those. You can do notice per either of those options. So yes, I think the city can amend on first reading this ordinance to require both, but I just want to make that clear that that's above and beyond what even state law requires, and not to mention maybe additional, Mr. Manager can speak to this, but additional staff resources and time and energy. Notice is always a very precarious endeavor. It's one of the main reasons that items get delayed or something goes wrong. We got to pull it from the agenda. So all to say, whatever is decided, it would just have to be very clear, like the implications that it's putting on staff. So.
Yeah, I understand. Basically, the state level is a fairly low bar at the moment for notification of community engagement, and that's okay. So I understand how it matches that, but what Director Edelton is correct for that particular section is essentially how we operate now, or should be, because that's what we've been talking about. I know that we don't have to do an online notification for paper, but I would lean towards that. I'd be happy to modify the motion if the secretary wanted to, and put the "and" in there in the ordinance, and then the second part of the motion would be revised to indicate, bring back the policy or procedures on what our other notification systems are, because that's really what we're talking about for that 5% or greater impact, if that makes sense. That kind of makes sense, Mr. Attorney?
Yes, Commissioner, it makes sense to me. I think this is more of a policy issue, I guess, really, is what I'm saying. So it's the legal issue is the city can require both. The policy is for, where the magic happens to decide whether that's the best thing to do or not.
All right. And if I may, really, I think my intent here in offering this is that my perception of the conversation is trying to bridge that gap, the bar that's required by the state, and then the conversations that we've had, like what are the tools that are out there that we could be using today? So as a bridge, perhaps with these tools that are being established to meet those requirements of statute, that we could perhaps do both.
Okay, so because we have multiple layers going on now, and I take responsibility for that.
I have a suggestion.
Okay, hang on. Let's let Commissioner Eastman, who I had recognized before everybody else.
I have the
jumped
floor.
in. Why don't Commissioner Eastman go
What do we
ahead,
currently
then
do?
we'll come back around.
What do we currently do by our notice requirement? Our notice requirement is simply the original before the Florida legislature changed things, and what we currently do is a publication in a newspaper printed and published periodically at least once a week in accordance with that the first portion of this ordinance. Am I understanding that right? That is what we currently do.
Yes.
And then the legislature gave us the ability to do number 2, and we could do that, but right now this is all done by our rules. We are now codifying it in ordinance. Am I understanding that right? That is what this change is doing. Because it's underlined.
Or the website?
Yeah, for how we are giving notice is now defined within our ordinances, is the benefit that we are bringing to this.
That would be correct, yeah. They would be enabling the use of website pursuant to state law.
Okay, so theoretically, we could strike everything after "or," and it would just be codifying how we currently do this in our ordinances. And then we wouldn't be, because the problem, as I see it with doing "and," is you just now added, another thing that staff has to do in order to that is legally required. And Sean, you mentioned that as I was reading I didn't read all 60 pages of the staff reviews, but at least glancing through all 60 pages of staff reviews, you guys went into great detail as to that this is not so much a question of do we want to have community engagement and when we codify it within our land development code, we are now saying this is what we have to do as per legal notices, which then works kind of funny with state law, right? So you said that the state has very strict legal requirements on this, and anything that we don't do can be used to challenge anything that is in there. And so the question is what do we actually want in our land development code? We can certainly give direction to city staff that says that anything above this certain threshold we should have community meetings for, or we could direct staff to say this particular thing needs to have community meetings for. We kind of did that with Imagine GNV a couple of weeks back, where we said, hey, you guys brought this forward, but we think that there needs to be more community engagement and more engagement from the commission, and now staff is moving forward with that. And so I guess what I can kick it to I don't know what Andrew's recommendation was for it, but if all we're trying to do is to codify what we currently do, place in the land development code, we could strike everything after or in there, and then we've codified it, and we're not giving staff any more requirements that could get legally tricky at that point. But now I realize I've added another layer to this whole process, but that's the yeah, that's what I got. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Go ahead. Hold on. Mr. Manager, you had your light on.
Did you want to say something, Sean?
Yeah.
Good.
Well, and at some point I'm going to weigh in.
Yeah. So my suggestion, maybe to hopefully wrap all this up, my suggestion would be to, as Commissioner Eastman said, strike the website, give direction to strike the website portion of the draft ordinance before you. I'm very comfortable with the staff recommendation and moving the rest of the ordinance forward now for the commission. And then if there's a desire from the commission to have further discussion with GNV Voices on other provisions, then you can provide that direction. My only caveat being that I would like the timetable to be later this year after we're done with the comprehensive plan. There's a number of reasons. One, as Ms. Tanzer points out, staff is juggling a lot right now, and I'm reticent to give them yet another thing to work on, especially because this has already been in the process for a very long time, and they've had countless meetings with the applicant over this time. Two, we are endeavoring on a large area-wide zoning this year. As you all know, we've talked about community engagement as part of that. I think there's an opportunity to continue to tweak what we're already have been starting to do procedurally with constant contact, with some of those other things that were mentioned. So I think it might be more opportune to have this conversation perhaps in the fall of this year and revisit this issue, let things settle, and not make any decisions about websites or what have you right now, but let this sit and come back to it later this year.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Commissioner Chestnut, and then I'm going to go.
Well, I'm going to go on a different route because I want to put a motion on the floor as well that all of us are interested in being sure that we have public engagement and want to encourage that at all times. And I think we need to direct staff to work with Gainesville Voices to explore enhanced public engagement and report back to the commission. So sending it back, go back and work with Gainesville Voices or Gainesville groups for public engagement, to enhance public engagement.
Okay, so we already had a motion on the floor, so let's.
Well, this is one I
deal with
plan to
that.
put
Okay.
after the one,
Gotcha.
after you deal with Commissioner Book. This is
Okay.
the motion I want to put on the floor.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we are at once dealing with a very broad level within the same motion here, delaying ratification of the ordinance or accepting ratification of the ordinance, which hasn't actually been contemplated yet. And at the same time, asking to revise a very specific section. I'm not comfortable with revising that section because I think it where we are today, I think that involves a broader discussion. How we do printed notification, and by printed I mean digitally printed as well as with ink. The world has changed a lot about how we consume notifications in the last decade, really in the last 5 years. There is a very small percentage of our community that looks at the Gainesville Sun's legal notices. Very small. It used to be that almost everybody in the community, one way or another, could not escape the entirety of the printed Gainesville Sun on a daily basis. It was just out there. Whether you were in somebody's waiting room, you saw it without having to pay for it. Whether you were, many people did it at home at the breakfast table every morning. You just flip through the whole thing. That doesn't happen now. There are people who do it, but the percentage of folks whose consciousness it crosses is minimal today. There are lots of other ways, but there is no single way that you can reach nearly everybody now, because nearly everybody is segmented in so many different ways, and we all run into that, whether we're running businesses or campaigns or anything else. How you're able to reach everybody is mystical. There's no simple way to do it anymore. I would love to have a longer conversation where we have a specific outcome from that conversation, because last time we certainly didn't. Or leave it up to staff to make good choices as we move forward, including the old ways of doing it. Honestly, I think the use of the county's website, I'm getting in trouble with my friends at Gainesville Sun and Main Street for saying this, but having a place where it is a repository and everybody interested in that can know that's where you go to get this information makes a lot more sense to me than peppering it all over the place and everybody kind of guessing at where you're going to find it. Part of what the county did with producing that website is saving money. Part of what the county is doing with that website is providing that standard repository where everybody in the community who is interested in legal notices knows where to go. There is benefit to that. I don't know right now, here in January of 2026, what the right way to do that is, and I don't think anybody else does either. So I would just as soon not deal with 30.38. I am comfortable with delaying ratification, and if Commissioner Book, if you were interested in incorporating what Commissioner Chestnut said as a potential motion as part of your motion, that could probably save us some time. And then staff at some point in 2026 can bring us back something after having further discussion with community groups, then I'd be comfortable with that. If anybody is interested in making those revisions at all. And I'm done. And I can go to see if we have more public, or there's no light right now.
I figured I'd wait to hear from everybody.
We have a path forward.
Somebody push button. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know, under Robert, so tabling the motion, I think would be, and then having staff take a look at it would be the correct thing. I don't know, delay ratification of ordinance, I guess is a term that could be, like, but I think what you're saying, I think we're all on the same page here, which is, what you were asking was just to table the motion and then send it to Gainesville Neighborhood, and then have staff work with Gainesville Neighborhood Voices, right? I think we're all sort of on the same page. The only difference is, well, to revise section 30-3.8 of the Land Development Code would be, right now, section 30-3.8 of the Land Development Code doesn't speak to that, but our rules specify newspapers, right? Am I seeing this right?
Yes,
Yeah.
that would have been.
Mr. Mayor, it's just as required by law. That's what your code currently says.
Okay, but your current direction from us, because this is an active conversation among us, is that you're not going to change from purchasing within Main Street Daily News or in Gainesville Sun or a newspaper of record. Correct. To, so what you're saying is just to table the motion and then have staff come back to us with it later. Is that right, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Okay.
On the continuing to work component, staff can speak to this, but I believe this application has been being worked through for 9 months, 12 months. Mr. Chan, do you want to? So if you're going to send us back to work with the applicant more, we're going to need very specific direction, because otherwise we're going to be another 5 months and still talking about this.
Yeah, sure. So I think, as I understand it, there's interest to hear more about codifying the community meeting portion again, which is a little bit different from what was talked about previously. We have been working with the applicant from November of 2023 when they submitted their application to today. And I think there are things that staff sort of disagrees on with the applicant on codifying into the land development code, whether that's through legal liability of if we don't do this one thing, then we're caught in a place where things can't move forward, whether that's costs to staff time and resources, and certainly funds as well to doing any number of these things. That also includes some of the technical points as well. So when something that we had discussed early on is the application of the notice section to areas of 5% that affect more than 5% of the city's land area. Staff's interpretation is that that could include a whole number of different items that you all review, whether or not they are important to you all or the community. Some of those include updates to the lighting code, updates to the land development code that aren't related to specific property, and just a single resident occupancy, the SROs, electric vehicles. Like there are a number of different petitions that could fall under that category that weren't easily defined, so we couldn't agree on a lot of different things. So the ordinance before you today is something that both staff and the applicant agree on. So that's the changes to the definitions and the addition of newspaper notice. So if we were to go back and discuss more with the applicant on things, I think it would have to be kind of clear for the commission to direct us to propose new language that we hadn't looked at before. If you all are interested in any of the things that we have talked about, I have a lot of notes, a lot of meeting minutes that I've taken with them, many hours spent trying to see where we can align on things. But it's sort of my firm opinion, our division's firm opinion, that you all have a great wealth of knowledge and resources to give staff direction to do voluntary things as they come forward to you all on a project by project basis, to notify the public or engage with them in a certain way. But to codify that in the land development code is adds that extra time and resource and is a requirement then that would be beholden to us to follow. And it was pointed out that items are oftentimes continued or pulled off of agendas because we didn't, notice one person or the notification wasn't sent out in time. So all of these things sort of connect together when you're sort of considering these things. Sorry if that was a lot, but I could talk forever about this. So thank you for deferring to me on that.
Thank you. So Commissioner Book. Yeah.
Hey, so can we. So what I hear is we really don't want to derail moving forward because it does impact other things. And normally I'm not in favor of derailing progress. If we put up the 30.38, and I think probably understanding the nuances, and I'm happy to receive guidance from you colleagues, I'd be happy to table the motion. We would drop the second portion of that 30.38, which is what the manager has recommended. Mr. Manager, you tell me, allow the ordinance to move forward because we do have essentially consensus on that. And then the second portion would be what you said, Commissioner Chestnut, which I'd be happy to let you make a second motion or we just incorporate it.
You can incorporate.
And, it would be direct staff to come back to the commission with increased mechanisms and policy for public engagement. And if the manager wanted specifics, we could tell them, but they're listed on another slide. It's funny because we're talking about having community meetings about whether we should have community meetings. That's really what we're doing here. So, Mr. Manager, if we were to drop that
word enhanced.
Enhanced
public engagement.
Okay. Mr. Manager, if I'm understanding is, so we would move forward with the ordinance, but dropping that second section right there. And the second portion of that motion would be direct staff to come back to the commission with increased and enhanced mechanisms and policy for public engagement. Is that enough, or do you need more discussion after that?
No, I should say Gainesville voices.
Yeah, to include, and it would include, for example, organizations that we have. I probably wouldn't add that in a motion, but it's clearly understood that these are organizations that we get quite a bit of guidance and input from, that have expertise and knowledge in these arenas, and that would include Gainesville Neighborhood Voices.
So I would say, just let me insert this real briefly. The reason to specifically include Gainesville Neighborhood Voices is that that's the applicant.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I could list you a whole lot of Gainesville organizations, but they're the applicant, so.
Very good point.
That would be very clear to
Yeah.
staff who we're talking about.
Importantly, I think, so they are the applicant with this. Once you all take action on the ordinance, you are free to include other organizations, if that's the desire of the commission.
All right.
And the only, and I'm perfectly fine with the only thing I would want to add is just understanding our workload and making sure that there's comfortable, that the commission is comfortable that this may be something for fall of 26.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I'm not clear what the motion is at this point.
Okay. It seems to me,
Commissioner Chestnut, go
it
ahead.
seems to me that the motion is going to be to proceed with what staff has presented today. Then we're going to work with staff and Gainesville Voices and come back in the fall with enhanced mechanisms for public engagement. But we're moving forward today, is what I understand the motion to be.
Does that sound correct? Okay.
Is that correct?
So the only thing that I would add to that is, as long as we're considering other ways to enhance, to consider other ways to enhance.
Yeah.
Not restricted to only working with Gainesville Neighborhood Voices. But
Go ahead.
that's,
I think what we're all interested in is public engagement. That's what this commission wants to be sure. Yeah, so yes, fine.
Yeah, we'll wait a minute and see what it is. Let me, while we wait, nobody is not interested in community engagement. To that point, though, we do not want to have engagement become, hold on just a second, please, to become a stand-in for delay.
No, we don't want that.
That those, and often that has become an understanding that, I mean, if we're being honest, then there are folks who believe that the word engagement has become synonymous with, this is a great way to delay things. And that's not good either. We want everybody to be engaged to the level that they want to be engaged. But it does not mean that we wait on things that are necessary and that the community ought to have an opportunity to do, to wait many months, if not years, to move forward. And this is not just a Gainesville discussion. This is at least a national discussion, if not an international one. And it is a very real topic of conversation in all over the place. And we need to be aware of that. This is not just a Gainesville conversation. There's a huge amount of academic literature written on, as well as a huge amount of popular literature in the world about this right now. The city of Gainesville has managed to get a lot of good things done and have a good tension between what folks, between actual progress and making sure everybody's aware of that actual progress. And it's important to maintain that moving forward. So having said all that, somebody read a motion.
She's typing it up.
Okay.
We'll see if this
Okay.
kind of captures the rule thing.
Is this not complete yet? Is that, we're still in process?
I was giving you a new.
Okay.
No, I think it's
While we wait, is there, okay, so you got it? strike the second notion. So the motion is, number one, strike the second section from proposed language of section 3-3.8 from the Land Development Code related to online notice. And number two, direct staff to come back with increased and enhanced policies and mechanisms for public engagement with Gainesville neighborhood voices and the commission. I can't vote for this the way it is. This doesn't move anything forward, number one.
Well, it needs to at least say approving ordinance 2024-315 in the first part of the
was
motion.
the first section, I just didn't write that up.
Oh, okay. That needs to be on there. Yeah, I mean, it just,
Okay, well, let's make sure we've got something.
It was to approve the ordinance, and that was.
Okay.
Right. And I
That was the
understand the
first part, I
intent.
just
So
didn't
that's
happen
what
to
you
write
need to
that
say
down.
clearly at the beginning. I guess that's what we need to say. Because that's what the community is saying. They're not saying hold up the ordinance. And I think we need to add for this information to be brought back to the commission in the fall, so that you're not tying up, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, I'm sorry, yeah.
So that we're not tying up staff's time now, but bring this back at a later time.
Yeah, clearly, it would be at a time frame that fits our staff to do that, as in with other things.
So would you add in the fall to there? I have found that you have to be very, very clear.
To the third section.
To come back in
Oh, I can't
fourth
even
quarter
see
of 2026.
Yeah, that's fine.
Which would be the fall.
Yes, but to be super specific, with increased and enhanced policy mechanism for public engagement with Gainesville neighborhood voices.
So, Mr. Manager.
I don't think we need
Mr. Mayor, so Mr. Manager's struggling a little bit with this one
Yeah.
to make sure that we both move forward, but then get some additional direction. Does this do that? Does it do that for you and your staff? That's the question.
Mr. Mayor, yes, I believe so. Yep.
Okay, so Commissioner Buck, are you, would you accept with Gainesville, the public engagement with Gainesville neighborhood voices and other neighborhood groups? Okay, so not commission, but community?
Take out commission.
Okay, gotcha, okay.
I think that my legibility may have been incorrect.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
That's actually.
Okay.
That's what was meant.
Lord knows I can't read my handwriting, so.
Yes, that's what it was. Sorry.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second for this. Do we have any public comment on this, Madam Clerk? Do we have public comment?
Yes, we have Robert Mounts.
Mr. Mounts?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Robert Mounts. I'm here today expressly on behalf of the University Park Neighborhood Association as immediate past president, as authorized by the current president, Abe Goldman. I will say that engagement has improved a little bit, and I compliment Mr. Edelton for meeting and bringing his staff to UPNA meetings and having dialogue with them, just like they did this past Tuesday night. That was when I first learned that, there's an item on the agenda Thursday afternoon you might want to be interested in. And however, last night, when I read the staff report, I was filled with outrage at the digging in and digging their heels of the staff coming up with whining reason after whining reason why they couldn't do X or Y or Z. And to me, it's unconscionable. There's a lot of reasons, for outrage on the national stage today. I certainly share that sentiment. Most of you do, if not all. But at the local level, we've been fighting this battle since Gainesville Rise, at least, since the adoption of the 2017 Comp Plan and Land Development Code. It took an unbelievable mobilization of neighborhoods to stop some of that. And with Seminary Lane, that's probably one of the reasons Commissioner Desmond Walker is sitting among you, because of her leadership against Seminary Lane. And the idea of notice and an opportunity to be heard is the very essence of due process, whether it's involving an individual or a community. And the notice that we've had with specific projects, 400 feet, that's a joke. You know that. There's no change to that. And, you may have seen my comment that the 500 characters would allow me to put online. I'm going to read it. I am for much greater transparency and wider notice of major development decisions, against staff's emasculation of the applicant's modest proposals. The city attorney often cites a preference for consistency with state law, yet state laws provide only the minimum requirements, in other words, a floor. There is no prohibition against increasing them. Actually, notice should be provided by all available means. It doesn't matter if you don't have a complete email list or a complete phone list, and we can do better, we deserve better. So that's my comment. I'm severely disappointed in where we're at, and postponing this discussion essentially almost a year means we're not getting very far, very fast.
Thank you, Mr. Mounts. I would note that it was September, as I recall, not a year, but that's.
9 months.
Anyone? No. It's not even 9 months. Anyone else?
That was our last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right. I see no further lights. I'll read this one more time to make sure we're all clear. The motion is to approve ordinance 2024-315, strike the second section from the proposed language of section 30.30-3.8 of the Land Development Code related to online notice. And number 3, direct staff to come back in the fourth quarter of 2026 with increased and enhanced policies and mechanisms for public engagement with Gainesville neighborhood voices and community groups. That is a motion and a second. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So on to the main substantive thing, which is to cross the second part of the notice that I will point out that what this does is it codifies in our land development code that we are only going to be using newspapers, while right now it is silent to that point. And so we are basically codifying that we are going to be putting in notices into newspapers, which is kind of a funny thing to be doing in 2026, as opposed to allowing digital sources. I don't know how I feel about that. My thought is originally, that, okay, we need to move this forward. You don't want to run into a process issue in getting this forward. And we can always circle back around to it later. But as I've also seen up here on the dais, getting back around to it later sometimes never happens. And now we've simply codified in the Land Development Code that we're going to be putting everything into newspapers. I agree with you, Mr. Mayor, that saying that I don't think putting things into newspapers is necessarily the way that you get the word out in 2026. I don't know what the right way to do something in 2026 is. I don't know if we need to get our planning department doing dances on TikTok to get the word out about what zoning changes and land use changes are going forward. But it does seem like a lot of this stuff was designed at a time period when if you wanted to know what was happening in your local government, you walk down here and you could see we still keep the notices up there. You can see all the things that were happening in city government. You might learn about it at your local HOA. How else would you know? Nowadays, of course, you got Gainesville Neighborhood Voices, who keeps an email list and sends things out. You can read the Main Street Daily News. You can, you might hear about things on Nextdoor or Facebook or anywhere else. It's not always the best way because everything's very diffuse, but it does seem sort of like we're chasing our tails a little bit as to how to get the word out on this stuff, which is, I guess, part of policy making is you're figuring out for yesterday. So I don't entirely know how I feel about the second part within that. I don't know how I feel about codifying only using newspapers in there. And if we were to codify that, I would want us to circle back around and actually have a vote. If it's a majority will of the commission, that is what we're going to do, and that's fine. But the way this is now is it's sort of tied up in a funny, okay, we want to move forward, but we're also going to codify newspapers only. And I don't know if I like that. Yeah, that's what I was.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. I'm going to break this up into 3 votes when we get to it.
Yeah.
And then we will. I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to do that.
Yeah, you can't do the first one without.
Right. So I'm not going. I will just tell you, I'm not going to vote for it with number 2 in there right now. So, Commissioner Willets.
I'm sorry, wrong button. I think I'm in the same place where and part of it is and I know this is, like you said, we got these big issues and the small issues, and this is an application that we owe the applicant an answer on. In essence, I think basic government should operate in some time frame, though it has been somewhat cooperative. So it's not merely that we drug it on; it's been part of a back and forth. So I really wanted to just approve the original, move forward, and then look at either enhanced, other forms of engagement, and then or even later drill into the newspaper versus online notification issue, but go forward. And I think I've arrived at no at this current motion because it is 2026, and we joke about dancing on TikToks, but most of my constituents would learn more about government if we danced on TikTok. And that is nothing against them. That is a mark on government's inability to reach all human beings, no matter how they consume their media. So we have to do something. I have learned more about county notifications. I've seen more county notifications than Gainesville notifications, except for the fact that I happen to be a commissioner. But like of what I consume, because I consume the Gainesville Sun online, I only see what comes in, like the basic daily brief mostly. If it's not in the daily brief in my email, I'm probably not going to click through to it. So I have yet to see one of our notices online in the Sun that I have a subscription to, because it's just not how I consume media. And so the county serves me better as a county resident right now as a notification than the city. And I think we got to get there at some point. And I think that mirroring the state law gets us closer there, where staff can, I don't know, start, and maybe we decide later on that we go all digital. So I think we got to push towards it. That's why I liked where the plan board and staff had kind of more or less arrived. But we do owe the applicant just basic movement on this individual petition, because it's stretched out too long for me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willets. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am wondering, and this is an Andrew question. Andrew, I, with all due respect for staff's workload, I'm wondering if we may have some capacity for a more hands-on deck approach in this regard. And when I say that, what I mean is we have an Office of Governmental Affairs and Community Relations that is doing a lot of community engagement work now. I'm wondering, and I'm looking right out at John, and John, please know I am not trying to, hurt you here. But you're already doing a lot of this work, and I had the chance to sit in on one of those sessions just last week over at GTech. I think that I have heard that there has been some desire to continue moving that work forward in this office. If this were to go forward in its current iteration today, could we supplement what is missing currently while working with GNV Voices and other organizations with work out of the Governmental Affairs and Community Relations Office?
Mr. Mayor, that was in part why I am suggesting if there is a desire for ongoing follow-up work, specifically with respect to like land use and zoning, because I do want to make sure that we are clear that what we're talking about today is strictly land use and zoning, not other types of projects that we do where we do engagement. But that is in part part of my thinking was with respect to John, to Mr. Alexander's area in government affairs and community relations. We have been having a number of discussions about that division being more upfront with engagement, and certainly for even for some of the larger community engagement events that we'll be doing with respect to the Southwest area rezoning, that'll be Mr. Alexander and his group will be directly involved in that. So I think to answer your question, yes, I don't think it changes what my recommendation would be, that if this was a direction that the commission wanted us to do more work with this group or other groups, it doesn't change the timeline that it's going to be later this year, not right now. But absolutely all hands on deck.
Okay, thank you. You've answered my question for now.
Thank you, Commissioner Deckenwalker. Commissioner Chestnut.
Can we see the original language for 30.38? Thank you.
So it says, newspaper or online notice. Whenever a legal advertisement or a publication or notice in a newspaper or on a governmental agency website has been or is directed or permitted by Florida statute or this chapter, such requirement means either of the following. Number one, a publication in a newspaper printed and published periodically at least once a week in accordance with Florida statute 50.011, which may be amended from time to time. Or number two, a publication on a publicly accessible website in accordance with Florida statute 50.011 and Florida statute 50.0311, which may be amended from time to time.
Okay, so I support that.
So not.
Yeah.
Can you flip that?
Yeah. That moves
Beth,
it
can we put the
forward.
motion back up?
Yeah.
So you're saying you would not support then item 2, strike the second section from proposed language?
Right,
Okay.
right.
So I'm in agreement with you. Yeah.
You keep the options open.
Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but my light's just not working. So I don't know if that's
Okay,
intentional,
gotcha.
but
Keep the attorney quiet. Yeah, that's-
It came before you, Sean, more than it has to do with you, you know?
Don't tell Dan, we'll notice you.
Right. I just in case it can help simplify this discussion, the provision that seems to be the most problematic for the commission right now is what you just read. Just want you to know that that section doesn't really substantively change the status quo now. It doesn't add or take away anything from what's already currently allowed. It was just an attempt, I think, to clarify what's currently allowed. Because if you scroll a little further down in that same section, 30-3.8 of the Land Development Code, the way the newspaper notice is required is it just defaults to state law. It just says as required by law. Well, it's state law that says explicitly when newspaper notice is required, jurisdictions can either do the newspaper or online. Yeah. And so that's, in other words, what this section was adding is kind of already the state of things. What I would recommend, maybe the easiest way to think about it is if it's causing too much confusion, the easiest thing might just be to eliminate it altogether and just leave the status quo as it is in the code. Or you can add it all together because it's just kind of clarifying what the status quo is. Maybe the most complicated, convoluted option would be to try to start tweaking that language. So all to say, either keep it all in or eliminate it all. And it doesn't really change anything substantively anyway. So
gotcha.
Hopefully that clarifies.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, Terry, this is what I've said. The cliche is interpretation and words matter. And when I saw it printed, I actually thought that could be printed digitally, or I thought that could be printed in hard copy. I think it would be limiting if all we did was put it in a newspaper that's in print when there's other periodicals that are printed digitally. So I didn't feel like that was attempting to put something in a hard copy print whatsoever. But if I'm understanding you, Mr. Attorney, we'd be better off without Section 2, and that's still the status quo. And we do move forward with the community groups in Gainesville Neighborhood Voices. Is that accurate? And that's probably the most, that's the clearest motion to move forward.
I think that probably gets passed if you drop number 2.
I'm not worried about that. I just wanted to be very clear and ethical, and my intent was not to cause confusion about interpretation of what print and publication is, because I was already thinking digital, online, print, whatever. But it sounds to me, if I understand, if we remove Section 2, but we're status quo, we're fine, but we need to move forward, and we do need to do more. And what that motion would be would also be supported by the applicant in this particular case. So assuming the seconder will approve that, but I would amend this motion and strike section 2.
I agree.
All right. Is everybody clear that what it says up there minus section
With
2?
no other amendments, no matter what anybody thinks about it. So that's just the way it's going to be.
All right, Madam Clerk, when you get, I'll wait for you to get this up, just to be clear.
Oh, is it going to fail me now? All right. It was doing so good. What was that? It's taking
I'm just
a
curious about what's going to happen.
Yeah, let's see.
Yes, okay. All right, call the roll, please.
Magic. Commissioner Willetts?
Aye.
Commissioner Engel is absent. Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
Commissioner Book?
An aye.
Aye. Okay. Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Mayor Ward.
Aye, that passed unanimously with Commissioner Engel absent. Woo! Madam Clerk.
Commission comment.
Who was there?
So I do want to do one brief thing. I'll be right back. I want to put something up on the, sorry. Squeeze in on that at all. Ladies and gentlemen, Lot 10 from 1972. That is what is now Lucy's, used to be Robinson's Market.
Oh, wow.
But where the cars are here in the bushes, that is Lot 10, which does look a bit different now, except the trees are bigger now than it did in 1972. And I would venture a guess, I don't want to overspeak, but there aren't more than 4 or 5 of us in the room who were in Gainesville in 1972 when that picture was taken, I would guess. They're a small number, but I'll be happy to share some of these later. These are photos taken by Philip Sparks in 1972 and shared by his son, Steve, just a few years ago. So there's the advantage of this would be from what is now Bo Diddley Plaza looking at City Hall. You notice a traffic light used to be there. I vaguely remember that, but only vaguely. I'm not going to bore you all very long here, but some are really useful. There's what is now Harry's, and to the left there, the current Hippodrome. This is the old Cox Furniture, the Opera House, which is now Harry's. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them here. So this is, I think, and y'all may be able to correct me on this, I think what we're looking at here is now what is part of Bo Diddley Plaza. This just doesn't exist anymore. I think I have 26 pictures that I'd be happy to share later, but I thought that Lot 10 one was worth looking at for the moment. So, thank you. And one other item that I wanted to bring up during commission comment here is I noticed and had heard this was going to be on the agenda, and I noticed in the news from yesterday's GRU Authority meeting that they are going to ask the Gainesville City Commission to pass a resolution to support them borrowing several $100 million through a couple of bond issues. We should be aware of this. They're talking about voting on that in February. I don't know any more detail than that, but that is likely to come before us as a body. We should each be individually prepared for what information we're going to need to vote affirmatively or otherwise on that. I would say that it's a very important thing, and it's certainly, it is, there are questions about whether or not they can bond without our resolution to do so. We need to all be thinking about what information we need from them to be able to move forward with such a thing. So I don't know exactly what dates they want from us, but they indicated that they would need it from us. So, Commissioner
No comment. You're talking about what was reported in the media related
Yes.
to GRU authority. I'm just trying to
Correct.
get
Yes.
that understood.
But I understand that will be coming to us as a request. The other time that we did that, it was very urgent, and I don't want it to be urgent this time, so let's all be thinking about that and asking questions of our staff and potentially of their board. I would encourage you to talk to their board rather than their staff, and see what they expect of us. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for some clarity, I will, and I'm glad you brought it up. My understanding is that they wanted to pass parallel resolutions because there is a question, depending on how the lawsuit goes, that both parties would be able to uphold, would be able to uphold the bonding. I just want to be really clear that I have been concerned about GRU's bond rating since this whole thing occurred. I am happy that it has not been downgraded since all of this occurred, but I know they have not taken out any new liquidity or new debt in that time period. I am happy to do anything and everything that we can in order to make sure that GRU is moving forward and that we're not costing our ratepayers more money. I also would be very, I would not like to see something similar to like what we saw before, which was more of a, they wanted us to sign over rights to the GRU authority to do things on our behalf. If it is the way that it was described last night, from my understanding, which is that these are parallel motions, we are not giving away any more rights or taking any more rights, and that sounds like something that's very, very reasonable to me during this sort of weird interim period. If they are asking us to do another, what they now call an omnibus resolution, that would be concerning to me, and I would need to get a lot of information about it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, you're welcome. Anyone else? All right, this was a busy afternoon. Thank you very much for it. We'll see you at 5:30. right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the evening session for this City Commission meeting for January 15th, 2026. Madam Clerk, we're doing the pledge ourselves.
Yes,
Is that
the
accurate?
pledge,
Okay.
Pledge of Allegiance will need to be done in-house today.
All right, all right. Well, I think we all know it. If you would please rise and join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk.
All right, we have our certificate of recognition for 2025 City Small Business Mentoring Initiative.
I want to thank the staff at our Office of Equity and Inclusion for this wonderful program that we run every year. And I know there's an event going on simultaneously at the Thomas Center, correct, Thomas Center? Okay. As we are here, so I know some of the folks who would normally be here to receive these are probably already over there. So, okay, but we'll recognize the folks who are here with us. All right, let me call up New Destiny LLC, who's here for New Destiny. We'll come around here and get a photo. Oh, that one also. Okay. Yeah, and Shift Care LLC. Come right here, we'll get a photo. Okay.
I'm glad we're in alphabetical order.
All right, Joanne Jean Counseling LLC.
Let's get a group photo real quick before we go.
Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, come on.
In front of the commission.
All right. Very nice. Ready? 1, 2, 3, and one more. Got it.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to early public comment on agenda items, but we do not have anyone signed up, so we will move on to our discussion item for the evening. 2025-356 Advisory Board and Committee Reports with the recommendation the City Commission hear presentations and take action deemed necessary.
All right. So we have report from the Public Recreation and Parks Board and the Nature Centers Commission. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, leadership. Leslie Ladendorf, Assistant Director for Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs. I'm happy tonight to bring to you both our Parks Recreation Board and our Nature Centers Commission. We have both of their chairs here tonight, and if you have any questions, please just let us know.
Very good, thank you.
Bill Berger.
Welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor and Commission, very happy to be here tonight. I have some slides, and
there we go.
There we go. And I would like to say that this was done by our very talented support folk that helped us do this.
We were going to give you all the credit, but
okay. So the first slide. Yeah, there we go. He told me it'd be slow. What I want to emphasize on this is we are an advisory board. We are not an operational out shoveling leaves or anything like that. We're an advisory board, and it's primarily to offer what we get input and offer our advice to you on what we are hearing in the community. And it's very simple. And sometimes it's difficult to remember that we're just an advisory board, but I thank you for your patience on that. Some of the highlights of our past year was to have a consistent and transparent forum for public comment and people coming in, where we get comments on the park operations, maintenance, etc. And with particularly the last 2 years, it's been on the golf course and on the Abbey Womball Park. I'm going to talk about that a little later. But this is, we're happy to provide that through our 10 meetings. One of the other things that is important for our operation is the vast support we get from community volunteers. I am happy to report that in the park and recreation area, we had 1,309 community people volunteering. And this is the Raymond Massey Award we awarded to this gentleman as a coach. And people, all sorts of volunteers show up and participate because of their love for recreation in our community. Those 1,309 volunteers produced 19,403 hours of community support. And I don't think any of us could perform our jobs if we did not have that support of volunteer effort. And they are supported by our staff to make sure that they're trained and they're operating in their particular area. We have, periodically we request and we meet with the Director of Wild Spaces and Public Places, and we have questions about that because we have citizens coming to us. And we offer a public forum where these folk can respond, or we can at least send them in the right direction, because it's a valuable operation, and it's valuable to us for our Wild Spaces program. We had set in 24, 25, we conduct we have an annual meeting to set some priorities on what we're interested in doing. And we receive reports monthly from our staff on what's going on in all of the activities. We go through those. Also, we as a board, we have a lot of parks, and we try to organize a tour, and it takes about 5 to 6 hours to tour around and touch on at least 10 or 11 of our parks to see what is happening there. and we hear people come to us and talk about a particular park or activity, and so the tours are very helpful. Needless to say, our December tour, we lost our driver and we couldn't, and it got cold and we were not able to do it, but we are rescheduling our annual tour coming up this spring. And I want to mention that one of the things that happens in parks, we got buildings and we have fields. And believe it or not, fields need to be maintained. And so we've had several people come to us and talk about our fields in our newest park, which is Wamba. And so that we are probably going to get more comments as we move along, because coaches get feedback from parents and so forth, and the maintenance of parks is a very important part, and we like to stay aware, and we will bring information that we receive concerning this to you and so forth. And then the question that you've posed to us is, how can you help our park board better serve our neighbors? Just remember, we are a conduit between another source of public input and you get a lot of people doing public comment. We get more specific comments. And so just know that we will bring those to you, or in whatever manner that we get. We haven't had anybody requesting a name change in a couple or 3 years, and that was always one of the exciting times, and who knows how that'll proceed. We try to prioritize decisions that reflect the needs and interests of the community. Interesting enough, 4 years ago, all you heard about was disc golf. Now all you hear about is pickleball. And it is an you recognize the times. And we encourage you to be open, to look at, reflect on prior decisions, and if something needs to be changed, let us get at it and see what we can do. Basically, that's about it. We're an advisory board, and my final comment would be is we've got a great staff. We got a great community, and we've got great parks. And all we hear is, let's keep them going and not forget that when the time comes, we got to mow the grass out there in those parks, and our soccer fields and are the type that need constant attention, and we're hearing, and so you may hear more about that later as we go along. I thank you very much for what you do for us and how our parks are recognized, and look forward to coming back in another year and say, gosh, we're in great shape. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very good. All right.
So that was our Public Parks and Recreation Board, and next we're going to have our Nature Centers Commission, and we have Jack Galtsky. Did I say it right? Galtsky. Okay, let's get that O right. Come on up.
Welcome.
And are they going to change the? Is it all together? Nope, it's got to be changed.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, professional staff. I'm Jack Gusky with the Nature Centers Commission. I'll be giving you a report on fiscal year 24. So some of this data is from 2023. Then we do have some data that also goes over the Star Awards from last year. And we do have a presentation.
Broadcast is on.
So this is the annual report for 2024. And all of these pictures in this presentation also come from our nature parks. So that up there is Cully Lloyd from the management part of the city of Gainesville doing a prescribed burn. And throughout the presentation, there's little animals and stuff from all the parks that we have. So just going over the Nature Center Commission's meeting, or our mission, to assist the Gainesville Commission as an advisory board with the designated nature centers, parks, greenways, and natural areas that are throughout the city, and helping to preserve the character, the native character, and the function of those parks, so that everyone in the city of Gainesville can enjoy those. And native character and function, stuff like prescribed burns and removal of invasive species are all a part of that. So some of the highlights from the 2024 fiscal year, and this is the Natural Resources Management Division, City of Gainesville. So over almost 80 acres of prescribed fire for the nature parks, and that helps to clear vegetation and actually help reduce future fire risk in our parks and keep it in a native state that keeps the ecosystem healthy. Almost 30 acres of mechanical treatment of trimmings and other ways of managing the parks. Almost 150 acres of invasive species removed, especially invasive plants. There were also 66 trees that were damaged by hurricanes, and an additional totaling 184 hazard trees that were removed for safety in the parks, and almost 600 volunteers with over 1,100 hours served in our parks, helping to assist the Natural Resources Management team. And with the data compiled from this, from the Natural Resources Management team, 627,141 visitors is the approximate amount of people who visited the nature parks. Some other highlights, 2,050 longleaf pine seedlings were planted, and longleaf pine is one of Florida's native pine species, and there's a very important species in the ecosystems in the Gainesville parks. And staff completed and initiated the multi-year vegetation management contract with a contractor. So that's a 5-year contract to remove invasive species to keep our parks healthy. A no-dig composite material boardwalk was installed at the Split Rock Conservation Area, and it's a great boardwalk if you haven't been. And the habitat naturalist, Nicole Barberi, she worked with Wild Spaces and Public Places to get the Ring Park Wildflower Garden restored. Then going to the youth services and education, the environmental education part of the operation. Some of the highlights were 750 neighbors and over 220 hours of volunteer work, and that was at the Morningside Nature Center open houses on the Saturdays. So 9 of those were completed, and that was the Living History Farm where guests can see period costumes and also things like blacksmithing and cooking, how it was done in an earlier version of Florida. And we also have the Poetry in the Parks program. One of the NCC members, Penny, plays a big part in this, and this gets kids from different schools in elementary and middle school into the parks. And there's a whole curriculum developed with that. This is a continuing thing, not just from fiscal year 2024. All of these are ongoing. So in the fiscal year for 2024, there were 15 field trips with 700 students from 8 Title I schools. And for the teacher trainings, the 15 elementary school teachers, and we expect this to increase with the curriculum program. And then the Cane Boil and Fiddle Fest in November, there were 978 participants. The Star Awards for 2025, recognizing volunteers in our parks that do a great job committing their time to help improve the parks and have been recognizing volunteers that have dedicated their time for a significant amount of their free time dedicated to volunteering. So last year was Faye Medley, George Roman, and Olivia Cato, and they were awarded with the Star Award was a picture there of a barn owl that was taken at Sweetwater Wetlands Park to recognize the hard work that they put into keeping our parks nice and maintained. So as an advisory board, our top priorities for, it says 2025 and also 2026, is continuing to advocate for the Gainesville nature parks and the conservation areas that we have around Gainesville, and working with staff to review and provide commentary on new management plans and educational programs for the parks. And that's something that's always going to be very important as new parks are added or new things need to be updated in parks, just keeping up to date on management plans, and then the educational programs such as the poetry in the parks that gets kids from all different ages out into nature. So way that the City Commission can help the Nature Centers Commission better serve our neighbors, directing future funding to expand resources for nature parks and conservation areas as the city grows. So stuff like the boardwalk at the Split Rock Conservation Area, there's always different infrastructure and actual mechanical treatment needed to maintain the parks. So that is one of the first priority. And then providing expanded support for volunteers. We have a lot of volunteer involvement, and some of them go beyond what the city of Gainesville expects of them, making costumes and doing stuff on their own dime to help make the park experience in Gainesville really a great experience for everyone. So increasing support for volunteers is another one of the Nature Center Commissions, a way that the City Commission can help the NCC. And that is a picture from Sweetwater Wetlands Park. Thank you very much, and we appreciate your support.
Very good, thank you. Does anybody have any questions for either group? No? Well, thank you so much. It is useful to me, and I think to all of us, to get input from our advisory boards and know what you're working on. And your boards particularly are very active. Not all advisory boards are quite as active, and I really appreciate the effort. It helps magnify what our professional staff is able to accomplish. We kind of outperform ourselves with the number of parks we have per capita here in this town, and it's something that we're all very proud of. I always say, when people have an intangible that they can't quite explain what it is they like about this city, it's parks and trees. If you talk long enough, that's what they come back to. So that is what you all are working on, and it is much appreciated. Commissioner Willis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can we just be reminded when each of these boards and commissions meet, time and place, for everyone out there watching, but also for us?
Parks and Recreation meets the second Wednesday at the Town Center, Thomas Center at 12:30.
And we are the second Thursday of the month at 6 p.m. at Thomas.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, very good. All right. Anyone else? Very good. All right. Thank you all for being here. It's much appreciated. Thanks. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to our resolution for the evening. 2026-22, resolution to surplus vacant parcels within the Heartwood subdivision. With the recommendation, the City Commission adopt the resolution which declares the remaining 16 vacant parcels in the Heartwood development as surplus for affordable housing, and pursuant to the real property policy, contact the list of affordable housing providers and begin accepting applications 7 calendar days from Commission approval of the resolution.
All right, Mr. Manager, you want to lead us on this?
Sure thing. So there are two items. The first, as the clerk read, is a resolution requesting commission approval to surplus the remaining 16 lots in the Heartwood subdivision pursuant to your real properties policy, specifically with dedication for affordable housing. The next item is, and that's a pretty straightforward resolution. The effective date of that resolution would be 7 calendar days from date of the commission approval to give time for any interested applicants to be contacted via our affordable housing provider list, which we maintain. And then the second item is a request from CRA to make some amendments to the Heartwood deed restrictions and covenants, specifically related to solicitation for a community land trust or a affordable housing provider to provide a community land trust model. And staff will go in, they have a presentation, so I don't want to jump ahead of them.
Okay.
But we do feel that community land trust model is the right fit for getting Heartwood built in a reasonable amount of time, and there's some construction subsidy as well, so you'll hear about that. But the start with, we'll do the resolution, and it's a standard boilerplate resolution. We can answer any questions you may have.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. Are there any questions about the resolution itself, the first part? Okay, let's go to the public. Clerk?
No public comment.
Okay. All right. So I don't see any lights. I'm going to make a motion. Commissioner Willets.
So I apologize, Mr. Mayor.
Okay,
You had a different agenda number written on your card. You want to speak to this one? Okay, I apologize, Mr. Mayor. Armando Grundy.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Armando Grundy Gomez. Mr. Mayor, the question I had for regarding Heartwood is that this is not a new project. When this goes back to 2018, some of this also falls within the GCRA area, and this would have fallen on a project that started. The reason I know that is because from inception, when the GCRA was under the CRA, and when it was the CRA, it came under the East Side Redevelopment part of the then CRA, which was the federal arm. And so this project has taken many twists and turns. And what I don't understand is, well, we have ebbs and flows when it comes to housing, and some people's complaint about the project was that it's not affordable enough. The premise of this project was not just meant to be affordable housing. It was supposed to be a mixed stock of housing to where you could not tell the difference between affordable housing and tell the difference between market-based housing. There were some folks that were at that time that were wanting the project to be a Kennedy Homes 2.0. Let's remind ourselves, this is the old site of Kennedy Homes. And so when you see that, there's still a lot of lots that are there. So I guess my question would be, whether it be to your interim city manager or whoever's the leadership is going to be, is why are we not taking advantage of permanent supportive housing grants from the federal government, which are around, know that policy, and looking at permanent supportive housing when it comes to this, because this is a permanent supportive housing structure, and getting folks into homes. We're still having this discussion, and we had over 10 years of funding with GCRA dollars. And I guess my thing is, this is where the question becomes, I want to see the receipts of what we're doing, because this was in the GCRA area, but we're doing everything else as a distraction but what we're supposed to be doing with these dollars. And this comes to the question about, we're going to be coming up on the time frame of 10 years, started in 19 and 29. That's 3 years away. And what do we have to show for it? I know we're talking about street eateries, not in the GCRA area. We're talking about everything but we're supposed to be doing. And that was the main reason that I'm still asking, what are we doing to support other than performative stuff? Because when we have an opportunity to impact in a meaningful way a community that has had economic blight and disinvestment, we're not using those dollars for what we're doing, but everybody else gets to see those dollars at work. And we can't say that, Mr. Gomez, that's not true, because I was here and watched it. And I watched projects that come and go, and it's just very disconcerting and sad. It's truly sad. So we all here want to talk about doing housing, but we have an opportunity to have an impact in a meaningful and effective way. It just seems to go by the wayside, and especially when it comes to the area where I live in. And this is right around the corner from my home. So I just would like that question answered if we could. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Grundy. So I will take some of that and say this is very specifically with the intent to get housing built that hasn't been able to be built through market forces. This puts it in under the land trust model in theory at some point perhaps, and that makes them less expensive without changing the structure of what gets built. And that is the hope behind this. Further, I would point out that we just spent and are in the process of spending a lot more just down Southeast 8th Avenue from Heartwood at the Cornerstone area and the E. Hetty area with a huge amount of infrastructure spending that we just finished, and we have the next phase of starting later this year with more phases to come specifically on that, much of it from GCRA spending very directly. On a larger scale, in and out of the GCRA, the city of Gainesville over the last 3 years has either built or is in the process of building, either ourselves or with partners, almost 800 affordable homes, whether those be single family or apartment homes. We're doing it differently than we used to do. I mean, Mr. Harris's housing group here at the city of Gainesville has supercharged and massively changed the way we approach housing. It ain't perfect, but it's entirely different than it used to be. So from a housing perspective, I'd be glad to detail some of that with you later on. But Mr. Harris has been, and his team have been working overtime to get places built and for the city of Gainesville to be a direct partner in those places. Mr. Manager, did you want to fill in gaps there?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I think Mr. Gomez brings up some good points, and I think some of the answers will probably be addressed with the next presentation, just in terms of what's been going on at Heartwood, up to date to bring up, and then why we think this is an opportunity to still deliver the original vision, as Mr. Gomez points out, which was always intended to be a mixed income neighborhood with a mix of affordable and market rate homes that all match. And I think importantly, as you'll hear, we're intentional about making sure that those things get preserved. Like the new homes that'll be built out there on those remaining 16 lots will follow the same architectural guidelines that the homes that have been built before them. And at the end of the day, once all the lots are built, that we will end up with a mixed income subdivision. As originally promised, so far back into the past, I was looking into our old legislative system to try to find out when the city actually originally purchased Kennedy Homes. So this has been a long time coming. But we do think this is a way to very consistently finish the subdivision and to realize the completion.
All right, thank you, Mr. Manager. Any other public comment, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll make the motion in a moment. I just want to make sure I kind of understand that, or say that part of this is we went down one model where we were going to be more the developer of lots of the housing through an interesting model, but to some degree we're getting to the point where we say we had some success with the model, but we're kind of hitting the end of the road on that. And the idea is that if we put them up for surplus, then we can either donate them or that we can help give funds, or someone else can get funds to then get that land from us for them to build it, which is what we do similar with Habitat for Humanity, those kind of things. And because I know that the long-term model of Heartwood was that it be a lot of home ownership, right? We could put affordable housing dollars in a different model, but in this one location that was important for the neighborhood itself to be a mixed income, but more importantly that because it would be perhaps owner occupied, that it would change the overall. It mix the whole neighborhood, not just the subdivision, but mix the whole neighborhood. And so I think this is where the idea is going. And then the next item is interesting. We may not have been ready for community land trust models 8 or 10 years ago. We now have some good experience seeing at least one in reality. And we're branching out. We're trying to. I think this is an opportunity to try some different other models, but it still is a commitment that we are putting real. I mean, we own these lots. We bought them. It is real resources into not just any affordable housing, but one that leads to home ownership and avoids, if we go land trust model, and avoids speculation, particularly on the land, that in some places has really made housing unaffordable when the land value goes up so fast. Someone else just, a homeowner doesn't necessarily want all that equity or doesn't need it, rather. They want a stable home, a quality home that they can live in for a long time, build their own portion of equity, but not necessarily be in that speculative land, which is, the community land trust model. So with that, I move adoption of resolution 2026-2022.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I see, Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just had a question, Mr. Manager, related. Provide us some context on the property. How did the city acquire this property when Kennedy Homes? It'd be helpful for it because we're going to want to know why do we have it? Why is it being given to people? And how do those who live there, existing Heartwood in there, how do they feel about it? Just kind of a little more robust information to help us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the city, I did, as I mentioned, went back and through our old legislative system, and the city purchased the land for the former Kennedy Homes site back in roughly like 2006, 2007, with the express, I think, intent to redevelop the property. And I think there was a lot of visioning that was done subsequent to the city purchasing the property about what the surrounding communities wanted to see there. Ultimately, it was decided, as has been discussed, for a mixed income, largely intended to have owners living in the neighborhood. The city moved forward. We built the infrastructure and set up the lot. So we were a developer in that way. And then we had a variety of arrangements with construction. For a time, there were a number of lots that we call dreams to reality. Those were homes that were built to the specifications of the architectural restrictions, but then they were supplemented with a great deal of subsidy through primarily on the buyer side. So buyers would get a great deal of subsidy to lower the price. We've also not sold the underlying land in that we did sell the land, but it's not been, we haven't accounted for the value of the land, if that makes sense. We've largely just been the price of the lots, that the few market rate lots have been largely just the cost of construction. And so for a time, we were building the Dreams Reality homes while we had a handful of market rate homes that were built. I think for one of the challenges that Heartwood has experienced is the difficulty over time with potential buyers to obtain a construction to perm loan. So they would need to borrow enough money to construct the house, and then turn that loan into a normal mortgage. And if you remember, we had quite a bit of instability still, in the mortgage market, and so we had experience where home buyers were just having a great deal of challenges qualifying for those. And so as a means to continue construction, as we were finishing the Dreams Reality homes, the CRA began to spec build homes. So we spec built, I think, about 2 or 3 homes. Is that right, Mr. Smith? 2 or 3 homes with the intent of then selling those homes to recoup the outlay of costs. And then the idea was to have a revolving fund to be able to build out the subdivision. Unfortunately, with housing construction costs, continuing to rise, that was not feasible, because when we did sell the homes for a while after they were built, we did not sell them for the cost of the construction. And so we don't have enough funds to be able to complete the subdivision with that model. So we had to stop and think about how can we finish the subdivision, still follow the original intent, and use the funding that we do have still allocated to Heartwood in the most efficient way possible, and still sort of try to thread the needle, if you will. So hopefully that provides some context, Commissioner Book.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like we're not doing a good job if we're in the home building business. We need to be in the leveraging everything possible behind our policies and stuff to make sure that people can build. And I think Director Smith, earlier today, you did a presentation and you highlighted Heartwood amongst 4 other priorities. So I think you had 5 priorities, and you highlighted Heartwood as one of the ones. And so the funding here is not general revenue dollars. These are GCRA funds that we're using to make sure that there's single-family home ownership on lots that we're not going to be able to build them on. And we're doing that through a nonprofit. So is that the dots that I've connected?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think that's pretty important from a standpoint of how we fund things. So a nonprofit's going to take these lands with monies that are not general revenue dollars and provide incentives to get single-family home ownership there and build out this incredible subdivision right there. My last question, I just didn't have any context. It's alluded to in one of the backups, was how do the people right there feel about this proposal?
I think that's covered in the next presentation. But I think generally to give you a sneak peek, I think the meeting with the Heartwood residents, they were generally very supportive of this.
Thank you, Commissioner Buck. All right, so we have a motion on the table. We've taken public comment. Let's call the roll.
Commissioner Engel is absent. Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
Commissioner Book? Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Willets?
Aye.
Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Engel absent. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to our final discussion item, 2026-18 Heartwood Subdivision Update. With the recommendation, the City Commission approve the proposed amendments to the amended and restated Declaration of Covenants, Conditions, and Restrictions for the Heartwood community pursuant to the city's real property policy. Authorize the city manager or designee to accept applications beginning. Designee to accept applications beginning 7 calendar days from the City Commission approval of the surplus resolution from the interested affordable housing providers that will implement the community land trust model on the lots to be conveyed pursuant to the terms as provided herein, and authorize the city manager or designee to convey the lots to the responsive and responsible entity at no cost and to enter into a property conveyance and funding agreement in the amount of $1,408,924 for the construction of 16 single-family homes on the subject lots, subject to approval as to form and legality by the city attorney.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Welcome back, Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon, Mayor.
Opening and closing us today.
That's the way I like it. As Andrew alluded to, this was a way to try to thread a needle where we meet the intent of several city commissions in having a homeowner-occupied neighborhood as well as a diverse income neighborhood, at the same time trying to move the project along. I think the turn in the housing market environment in 2022, 2023 actually kind of slowed down our construction process. We finished up all the D2Rs prior to the downturn in the uptick in the mortgage rates. So we were left with trying to do the market rate homes in an environment that was not very fortuitous. To that end, our last 3 homes that we finally sold in March of 2024 were on the market between 12 and 18 months. So we're very concerned about the absorption, our ability to build homes and turn them over and then reap the proceeds to keep building. We calculated that it would take us through 2034 or 2035 in order to build out the subdivision, and I don't think that was acceptable to anyone. I do think the CLT model has been embraced by the community and the commission, which is why we have been focused on making this happen. The clerk read the recommendation. I won't repeat it, but these are the 3 items that we're looking for action from you on tonight. Shows you the Heartwood community map, and those are the 16 lots that are unbuilt. Certainly the neighborhood is very, very interested in maintaining its home ownership form. We went to them in October to talk about a CLT, to talk about leasing properties in order to bring in investors so that we could maybe spur more activity. There was a decidedly adverse opinion to that. So we believe that the CLT model kind of meets the interest of the neighborhood, the interest of the commissions. The explanation, the CLT will be a single entity. We think that that's the best way to get the neighborhood built out. They'll bring together and leverage other financing sources in addition to the financing we're going to provide them so that they can build a quality product that matches what's currently there. So no one will be able to differentiate between the low to moderate income folks and those who are in the workforce attainable housing section. Some advantages: permanent affordability. By virtue of what we're going to require, the CLT provider would need to sell between below 120%. So we'll be able to bring more folks into the neighborhood. Perpetual home ownership. There will be a 99-year ground lease in which the owner of a home would not be able to lease it out, and they would generally be selling back to the CLT. As I understand that model, whoever that is, they have a right of first refusal in order to purchase a home from someone who participates in the CLT approach. It won't affect market home prices. Because of the CLT, there's a ground lease. The property value is not included as part of the appraised value, so it'd be an unqualified sale. So the other property owners within the neighborhood that want to sell their property would not be affected by the lower sales price that the CLT model might bring. The CLT homes do not become rentals or student housing. Again, I have to repeat the neighborhood's adamancy against any leasing model at this point. They may want to do so in the future, but we were not going to bring it to them as the majority owner at this time. Single entity will support improved efficiency and collaboration in construction activities. As I mentioned, some of our challenges with the current market approach: escalating mortgage costs, escalating construction prices, all hitting about the same time that we were beginning to build the market rate housing without any deep subsidies to offset those increases. As I mentioned, also the build out was going to take us 8 to 9 years if we stayed under our current model for construction. So we think this is an elegant way to solve some of our issues, and it maintains the spirit and philosophy behind the development of the neighborhood. Getting to the first action, part of the Heartwood covenants actually prevented any kind of leasing. Both the city attorney and our HOA attorney were concerned that the CLT model wouldn't work because there is the ground lease component. So we went in and modified 2 sections of the HOA declaration and covenants. First, we established this definition: CLT shall mean preserving long-term affordable housing by purchasing homes in their communities, then selling homes to income-eligible buyers. So you can read all the provisions there, including the ground lease requirement to preserve the long-term affordability. Then we went in and modified section 7.7, specifically allowing for an exception to the prohibition on rentals, specifically for a CLT. So everyone still is required to own the home and live in the home in Heartwood. As mentioned, there's also a subsidy of about 1.4 million in order to assist with the construction. I'd like to put that into perspective. We had very deep subsidies with the D2R, the Dreams to Reality, to the tune of the gap in the construction cost was about $90,000, and we also had about $70,000 worth of subsidies to get homeowners into the properties. We think this is a very affordable model. It allows us to get out of the homeowner or home development business by 2028, and it allows us to preserve the remaining budget we have for Heartwood to deploy to other activities and priorities we have. Here's a restatement of the subsidy that I mentioned. At $95,000 subsidy is the construction gap, and not the subsidies that we used from ARPA or SHIP. So finally, the recommendation, I won't restate it, but involves 3 component parts. The one that we'll be acting most quickly upon is to put out the notice to all the affordable housing developers within the city that can take advantage of responding to this opportunity. They'll have after 7 calendar days, they'll be able to respond to this proposal. We're going to reach out to them tomorrow, so they'll be able to provide their proposal to the city by Thursday of next week. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Any questions? All right, let's go to public comment.
We have Mr. Armando Grande Gomez.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I do appreciate some of the insight, and I also appreciate the city manager clarifying where this property came from. But some other interesting tidbits about the property. One of your colleagues in the dais was just asking and inquiring about how we came there. It's not just how we acquired the property, it's how it evolved, because it sat. And the property sat for so long, but it's also the many iterations of what we could have done. We lost a lot of opportunity by just sitting. For an example, one of the things we could have done was, as a city entity, you could have bought a lot of the things that were the materials to build the homes, and it wouldn't have been a markup. You would have actually had a 20%, 26% markdown on supplies and building materials. That was just ignored by your previous administrators, previous to your current city manager. That was an opportunity. Once again, an opportunity lost because somebody else gives an idea. I guess if it's not our idea, we don't do it because we just think, hey, we're just going to listen because we don't know. But that was an opportunity lost. And we could have passed those savings on to the people that you say you want to have housing. But we lost opportunity, which gives the appearance of now it's performative because we have ideas, but are we listening, or are we just wanting to hear the sounds of our own voice? So again, the very community that's being impacted, we're not listening to, we're talking at because we think everything is back there instead of listening to the very people that are there and around them. So I still harken back and I am on that, so I could put on a project manager hat or also civil engineering degree and put and say to you, why did we lose out on this very opportunity to put people in housing? Because we had over 10 years of funding that was somewhat squandered for years because we were doing all other types of projects. And I don't want to get started on the 8th and Waldo Road debacle, but this one particularly in the District 1 community was just lost, and it's unfortunate. But I do appreciate the city manager saying we want to be efficient, we wanted to utilize the money and resources that we now have because we're in a different dispensation of time. But I do not want it to be lost on the fact that facts matter, and the facts are that this was squandered. And so a lot more questions should be asked, not just how it was acquired, but how did we get here? And that is important. And so you can say, Mr. Gomez, you don't know what the heck you're talking about. Okay. But he just told you out of his mouth I was correct because I know. I was there before it started. And we had the vote, and it was there. So thank you, Mr. Manager, and thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez.
That was our last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. And so we could have built very different things on the first iteration of this, going back to 2011, 2012, something like that. And prices were a lot less expensive back then. There are many coulda, wouldas. We do things differently now. We are trying to take advantage of every different kind of opportunity we can, and recognizing that some things don't work, and we have to then pivot to what might work. That's the reality of the situation we're in, and hopefully around the corner from this, there's 14 acres of publicly held property that I hope decisions will be made soon on those, so that people can live there, and we can build out this area instead of having a lot of unbuilt property where people need homes. Mr. Willits.
Mr. Mayor. So this is, this is a large chunk of money, the 1.4 million, but this is in line with my understanding of kind of what it was always set out from the CRA, original CRA, the whole experience of Kennedy Homes to Heartwood. I was only here for part of that, let's say just the last 10 years of it, to kind of watch and see what the different parts of it have been, the different approaches. And so I think this is getting us, because it is, it's sad. It is insane that it has taken this long. If we were going to turn it into a park, 20 years ago. But if the idea was that people were going to be living there. But I think previous commissions, the community has bound our hands to say we wanted it to be homeowner occupied. So it's been more difficult, because we could have, this 1.4 million plus the money we put into infrastructure, plus we did Connect Free at some point with this. If we would have offered that all to the developers of Banyan Hammock behind the movie theater, we would have had 200 rental units 10 years ago, but that's not what we wanted on this one particular site. And so I think this is how we achieved kind of that vision. Because frankly, I'm more along the lines of like, hey, let's build rental housing where it makes sense, and have neighborhoods that are mixed with rental housing and ownership. But this is one where the community consensus was, way before me, and that's why I want to stick with this idea. The covenants that's why and I'm not real big on neighborhood covenants, but I understand the precedent that was already established here. So I think this is, and I really appreciate Mr. Smith, Director Smith, helping us get towards this, because this is an avenue. This is a question, if we don't spend the CRA money, the GCRA money by the time it ends, what happens? At least the part we have set aside towards, Heartwood, let's say even like this 1.4. If it expires and the county doesn't want to continue, do we still get that money because it was in a previous year's allocation? I just can't remember. We're having those ongoing conversations, but
let's hope we're not there for this project. That's what this is designed to mitigate. I think there probably will be some allowance for completing projects that we're in the midst of, that we have budgeted funding for. If we've got a project that's just getting off the ground, that's probably one that's not going to be allowed to be funded. But I think we have several, including this one, that would be allowed to continue on to completion.
Sure, because this is something that if we do this, we hope that we have 16 homes coming out of the ground, But as we said, the other model, we were starting to get scared that we would not be able to fully expend the money.
Exactly.
Particularly because it was theoretically a kind of a revolving door model. Then, we wouldn't get it done in the next couple of years. And we would, like you said, we said 2035 was...
And to have a half-built subdivision, living in one, and, constant construction over a 10-year period as you're waiting for it to be completed is probably not a good environment for anyone.
I don't know that someone wants to live there when 16 of them are being built, within a year or two either. But that's probably how they get some of their efficiencies. Like most developers, go build a bunch of them sequentially, one after another, get them done.
I would like to speak to the difference in funding model between CRA and GCRA. the Heartwood plan was on the Southeast Gainesville Renaissance Initiative back in 2007. Clearly, the vision was there, the ideas were there, the money was not there. The money did not flow into East Gainesville until the establishment of the GCRA model. And you'll be seeing soon a report that reflects that about 58% of all the GCRA budget expenditures and projected expenditures will have been focused on East Gainesville. And I think that is what both county and city commission at the time of the establishment of GCRA wanted to happen. And I think it's a very effective model. We can move money where the need is rather than being geographically constrained, where the rich get richer, where the property values and the growth in property values drive the revenue you have to make projects happen. So that's my soapbox speech.
Well, thank you, Director Smith. It's a good point that we really couldn't have done this 20 or 10 years ago even until we changed the model to the GCRA. And then since then it has been like we've been throwing everything we can at it in one way or another, and this is just an opportunity. My last question is about the amended covenants. It's only the portion about ground lease. Is there any architectural limitations in the covenants? Will all the 12 have, or the 16, similar what's there, or?
There are
evolve
architectural
to something
guidelines. What you see out there is what will be built in the future in different variations.
Well, I hope it's different. They're not my favorite, but taste is,
There's a consistency of design, I think, that we wanted to have that didn't discriminate or distinguish between the income level of the individual occupying the house.
That's true. Okay. They're far nicer than the home I live in, so I should not be complaining, but they're just not my particular taste. I think that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Director Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Willets. Anybody like to make a motion?
I will.
Okay. Commissioner Testa.
Thank you. I move that the City Commission, 1, approve the proposed amendments to the amended and restated Declaration of Covenants, Conditions, and Restrictions for the Heartwood community. 2, pursuant to the city's real property policy, authorize the city manager or designee to accept applications beginning 7 calendar days from the City Commission approval of the surplus resolution from interested affordable housing providers that will implement the community land trust model on the lots to be conveyed pursuant to the terms as provided herein. And 3, authorize the city manager or designee to convey the lots to the responsive and responsible entity at no cost and enter into a property conveyance and funding agreement in the amount of $1,408,924 for the construction of 16 single-family homes on the subject lots, subject to approval as to form and legality by the city attorney.
We have a motion and a second. We've already had public comment. Any further questions on this? Okay, Madam Clerk, let's call the roll.
This is a discussion item.
Oh, okay. All right.
Sorry.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that passes unanimously with Commissioners Engel and Eastman absent. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we are on to commission comment.
All right, anything, Commissioner Book, yes.
We have a 1-credit UF intern that started this week. She reports to myself and Executive Assistant Tertoya Russell. I mention that because she can give us roughly 10 hours of service per week. And if you have a potential research project or something that might be important to you, that we need some work done by this U.S. student, if you would provide that directly to Tertoya, and if she has those hours, I mean, I'm giving her projects, but that way it'll keep us out of any problem with us discussing things not at the dais. But would love to have maybe a list of requests or work for her to do to make sure that she has enough, and we meet with her again next Wednesday. So if you have that, provided directly to Executive Assistant Tertoya, and we'll just as they come in, she's going to take mine first, and then yours. But I want to make sure we share the wealth. So that's the main thing. We started this week.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Book. Mr. Manager.
Mr. Mayor, well, I'll be brief. First, I wanted to just, since I think it'll be our last opportunity on record, to highlight the ribbon cutting we have coming up this Monday on the 19th for the MLK Gardens. We're very excited. Then there'll be, following that, there'll be a march down to the Martin Luther King Center and with shuttle service that will be provided by the city. So we're excited about that. I did want to highlight, I think as some of you all were able to attend to that the city did receive the President's Award at the MLK Gala by the MLK Commission for all of the, not just for this commission, but for the ongoing support for the commission over the course of time. So it's very exciting, unexpected, but very exciting. So I just want to highlight that. The second thing I wanted to mention is, if you all remember last year, we had a long discussion about economic development framework, and as you could tell, we're moving several items of that forward. One item that I think is a little bit under the radar, but I did want to use this opportunity, is the idea of a permit expediter or somebody, or ombudsman, although it's maybe not the right term that we're going to use. But we are bringing on a part-time person. Some of you may know him. His name is Ralph Hilliard. He is a former planning manager and one of my mentors. And so Ralph's going to be coming back. I think he's only doing it because I cajoled him into doing it. But Ralph will be, I don't know if we have a start date yet for him, but go through the process. But once Ralph comes on, he'll be part-time, working out of the manager's office with Mr. Singleton and some of the other department directors to help expedite process, explain things to folks as they're going through the process. I know occasionally we'll have meetings where you guys will be out in the community and get questions about, I'm having trouble getting XYZ through. Well, now we'll have Ralph, and so I'll make sure when he does get on board, we share his contact information with you all broadly. We'll do a little bit more of a, official release, but I did want to let you know that that's moving forward, and he should be coming on board very soon. So I'm very excited.
Excellent. Very good. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. Well, before I get to my question for the manager, then should we gather at 11 a.m. on Monday?
I believe that's accurate.
Yeah, I believe that's accurate. Yeah, that's when it's scheduled. And then the commission is actually going to be the one who are going to be doing the ribbon cutting with us, of course, there in support.
Okay, all right, very good, thank you. On the intern, is the intern salaried?
No. No, that's why it's a great deal for the city commission. She gets credit in her economics department class. It's been signed off by a professor. Costs us nothing. We get the work. So I really would just like to have a list of projects, and when she hits her hours, she hits her hours. But otherwise, I want to do those projects, and we'll meet with her again next Wednesday. Her name is Vanessa Garcia.
And has this gone before the attorney? Because I tried this 2 years ago, and the attorney said we could, and the clerk, the prior clerk, said we could not have interns from the university because they were not, they had to be salaried. That was from the attorney's office.
Mayor, city commissioners, I think that'd be best for our office to get back to. I think that depends on a lot of factors about, the dividing line between being considered employment versus volunteer to labor, so to speak. So it depends on how the particular internship is structured or the intent behind it. So, but it's certainly duly noted and worth looking into.
Part of the volunteer labor had something to do with the union contract, because, so I want this thoroughly explored, because we had students lined up who wanted to intern. The attorney's office said no, they could not, because we could not pay them. And so this is why I'd like this thoroughly explored, because you can't have one rule 1 year and then 2 years later have a different rule.
Yeah, I definitely hear you. We will look into that. Commissioner, I'm unfamiliar with the
That's
what
okay.
you're mentioning, but we certainly will look into it and get it right, so.
Thank you, because then I think if the latter is true, then we should set up a program where we recruit interns for all commissioners. And departments are willing to do that. Thank you.
It's a good question. This is a test case. It's the first intern we've had for a while. And so it was not, we found out it was not a human resources issue. And so we worked with the clerk's office and have done the paperwork with UF. I think we're going to be on completely solid ground, but I welcome the scrutiny to make sure that we don't go afoul. And the reason for that is because she is in fact getting something. You can't have the volunteers doing work on our behalf, but they're getting a credit, and that's kind of the limit of what I know. So I think we're going to find out we're in good shape, and this is going to be our one credit test case, and that's why I want to hope that you all will have maybe a couple projects that you would have. Think about that. 10 hours a week is what she's got, and we'll give her some more next Wednesday.
Oh, very good.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Chestnut and Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to just follow that up with a question. I remember at one point, the clerk was talking about bringing forward that program. Kristen, since this is moving forward with Commissioner Book, is this the test case for what it was that you had considered doing a little while ago?
Thank you for the question, and that's why I pushed my light. This is not. So the commissioner made this connection. This young lady reached out and they made a connection. I had been doing research on doing an informal intern with a few folks. I did learn about work study as opposed to being paid, and so in lieu of payment, like the work study, so they're getting credit hours as for their payment. But as far as how that goes with the union, I leave all of that to the clerk, to the city attorney's office. But this was not something that we had brought forward, but when the commissioner moved this forward, we were going to see how it went. He said that he was going to be over it because I was kind of clear that my staff, we didn't have the bandwidth to do a full program for an internship. So anyway, we're going to see how it goes.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
And thank you to Commissioner Book. It sounds like many of us, including myself, have at least had a little bit of experience with the desire to bring on interns. I know that I had been in conversation with some students out at the Levin College of Law, where I'd been out and doing a couple of speaking engagements, and they'd also like to come aboard. So however this evolves, if it continues to evolve out of the clerk's office or elsewhere, I certainly hope that we will consider the Levin College of Law, because they have certainly expressed, several of those students have expressed interest in coming over to the city as interns. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker. Do you have anything else, Madam Clerk, or is that?
Thank you for the opportunity.
All right, great, thanks. Okay, I don't have anything else for discussion. I did want to remind everyone that tomorrow evening let me find it again, at 7 p.m. at Bo Diddley Plaza is one of the events for MLK Week through the MLK Commission of Florida is the Mickle Jazz Concert. It's an annual affair on the Friday night of MLK Week, and Don't believe what the Weather Channel tells you about the weather. It's going to be hot once the music starts. So
It's not going to be freezing?
it says 44, but I don't believe it. Come on out. It'll be a good time, and we will hopefully see you then. And if not then, look forward to seeing everyone on Monday morning at 11 o'clock, if not before. Thank you. Have a great evening.